Zhu Yan fiddled with a snow-white porcelain spoon in the bird's nest soup before him as he waited for Xianxia to transmit some good news to him. However, at this time, a sound-transmitting talisman hadn't yet been lit. As lunch was winding down, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Zhu Yan said. The door slowly opened, and Zhu Yan's old servant respectfully walked over. This old servant was at the viscera training stage. He bent over to whisper into Zhu Yan's ear. As Zhu Yan heard, his complexion abruptly changed. Pong! The small gold-threaded bowl in his hand was broken in half by him. "What did you say?" Lan Yunue jumped in fear, but the old servant was used to these reactions. The old servant took half a step back and said once more, "Young master, Zhang Tsong was defeated by Lin Ming in 3 moves. He was severely wounded to the point of spitting blood, and still remains unconscious." With such an unexpected result, Zhu Yan was startled and angry, but Lan Yunue was completely and utterly shocked. Lin Ming actually won, and he defeated Zhang Tsong in 3 moves? He was injured bad enough to make him spit blood? How could this be? She had originally been worrying that Zhang Tsong would be too cruel with his hand, and did not think that the results would be so bizarre. Zhu Yan seemed somber and terrifying. Although he had already given Lin Ming a high appraisal, he didn't that in just 1 month after coming to the martial house. Lin Ming would be able to defeat Zhang Tsong, who was ranked around 100 on the ranking stone. If he gave him more time, would this Lin Ming even climb over his own head? Before now, Zhu Yan had only treated this Lin Ming as an amusing pastime, a cute little prey that he could tease if he were bored. Lin Ming's talent was inferior, his strength was inferior, and even his family background was inferior. If he had just eaten some valuable and rare material or had some fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't have thought for a second that Lin Ming could threaten him. Even when it came to coping with Lin Ming, he didn't want to lower himself to personally doing it, so he had set up traps for him and placed obstacles in his path. None of them had stopped him, and right now, Zhu Yan had a deep, foreboding sense of crisis. Lin Ming's growth was just too quick. It was unimaginably fast. For months ago, he was only at the first stage of body transformation, a pathetic little martial artist who was worrying about how to obtain medicine to cure his wounds. But the next time they had met, he was already the first-place candidate of the entrance exam. Even this did not cause Zhu Yan any concern. But what he did not expect was that in just the span of 1 month, he had defeated Zhang Tsong. This Lin Ming absolutely had a problem. There was no mistaking his talent. He was undoubtedly a medium 3rd-grade martial talent. To progress so quickly in such a short time, what kind of valuable material could he have eaten? Or has he been relying on his heart of martial arts and actually managed to comprehend a special state of cultivation? If it was the former, then it wasn't anything to fear. But if it was the latter, thinking of this, Zhu Yan subconsciously clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. His heart flowed with a strong sense of unease. This Lin Ming would likely become the enemy of his entire life. I must kill him before he grows any further. But if he stays in the 7 profound martial house, even if I use my aunt's influence, there's nothing I can do. How should I handle this? At the 7 profound martial house's back mountains, a round and bright moon was hanging in the sky as stars twinkled around it. It was a late autumn night, and the sky was a unique, limped dark blue. It gave one a clear and lofty feeling as they gazed at the wonders of nature. Under the luminescent curtain of night, Lin Ming stood on a cold rock. He held a spear in one hand, and his forearm was parallel with the shaft. His elbow pressed into the spear end, and the long spear was extending horizontally from his body. This was the basic stance of the foundation spear technique. Iron bridge blocks the river. However, this time the spear shaft wasn't straight, but slightly curved downwards as it trembled lightly. Lin Ming had hung a 100-gene boulder onto the end of the spear point, and it was the stone that was bending down the long spear. Although the boulder was only 100 genes because it hung on the tip of the spear, the true weight of it was 10 times that. In addition to the weight of penetrating rainbow, the total amount that hung on Lin Ming's arm was above 4,000 genes. With Lin Ming's early 3rd stage of body transformation, Supporting this weight of over 4,000 genes as it was pulled down by gravity was already his limit. As Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand, his left hand was grasping onto a true essence stone. His eyes were closed shut as he circulated its true essence throughout his entire body. This pure true essence flowed continuously into his body where it subtly transformed Lin Ming's circulation system. Martial artists usually cultivated the body, rather than their true essence. True essence was water and the body was a reservoir. Martial artists would constantly cultivate by forging their bodies to build up their strength. Their true essence capacity would then become increasingly large. Therefore, no matter how one consumed true essence, even if it was to the very last drop, it would not affect cultivation. As long as they cultivated for 1 or 2 days, their body would be restored to peak condition. However, as for the body, once the body suffers damage, then there would even be the possibility that their martial arts cultivation would drop an entire stage. If strength training and flesh training stage martial artists' bodies were like small water puddles, then viscera training stage would be comparable to a pond. Altering muscle and bone forging would be like a lake, and after that would be the pulse condensation period, where the meridians would condense and true essence circulation would accelerate, and the body would be like roiling rivers and raging streams. If all the true essence of the body gathered together and flowed at the same time, it would turn into a vast ocean. This would be the Hotian and Xiantian stages. With the true essence stone's true essence transforming the body, it was just like a reservoir that had water forcefully poured into it. This would broaden and expand the reservoir. This sort of cultivation method had far less side effects than using pills, but the difference was that it was much slower, and the requirement of resources was much higher. In 2 days, Lin Ming had already used 3 true essence stones. As Lin Ming's cultivation grew, the rate at which he would consume true essence stones would only become faster and faster, and it was possible that not even the 7 profound martial house could sufficiently supply enough. Even if I was a heavenly abode disciple like Ling San or Ta Ku, who are the top-ranked, I might still not have enough true essence stones to cultivate. According to the regulations of the martial house, new disciples of the 7 profound martial house would receive true essence stones according to their results on the entrance exam. Afterwards, it would depend on one's rank on the ranking stone. If one's rank was lower than 150, one could receive 1 true essence stone each month. Rank 120 to 150 would receive 2 true essence stones per month. Rank 100 to 123 essence stones per month, and rank 72 to 100 for true essence stones per month. Even at the rank of Ling San and Ta Ku, they would only receive a dozen or so every month. Although it was many more than an ordinary disciple, if one wanted to depend on true essence stones to cultivate, they would not have enough for daily use. How many true essence stones would a core disciple like Qin Xingxuan receive per month? How many can a true disciple of the 7 profound valleys receive? To the common folk of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a large sect such as the 7 profound valleys was simply like a distant mirage, and equally as elusive. This distance from Sky Fortune Kingdom to the 7 profound valleys was said to be 100,000 miles. With such a vast distance between them, even if one rode a top-quality horse day in and day out, and swapped horses at every location, it would still take more than half a year of time to cover. To the common folk who depended on their feet to travel the wide world, a distance of 100,000 miles was enough for them to walk an entire life. Shaking his head, Lin Ming no longer thought about such remote matters. He had to concentrate on his immediate concern, the next 10,000 killing array assessment. Lin Min would certainly participate and strive for a good result. The higher he was, the more resources he could attain. There were only 3 days left until the ranking war would begin. To sharply increase his strength in these next 3 days was unrealistic, unless Lin Ming ate the Crimson Gold Dragon marrow pill. If Lin Ming wasn't planning on using the medicinal inscription symbol to increase the effects of the Crimson Gold Dragon marrow pill, then he would have already eaten it. But if the medicinal inscription symbol were placed on, the Crimson Gold Dragon marrow pill's efficacy would multiply several times over. Lin Ming had taken the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, and the efficacy hadn't been fully absorbed and wasn't completely purified yet. If he ate the Crimson Gold Dragon marrow pill during this time, then a light consequence would be that the drug efficacy would be wasted. A heavy consequence would be that the true essence he refined would not be pure, and it would cause the foundation of his cultivation to destabilize. It wasn't worth such a dangerous risk just for a ranking assessment. He intended to use the few days he had left to consolidate the realm of strength trainings, flow like silk. He continued to practice his spear skills. As for tempering his body with true essence, he would first reach as high a ranking as he could to receive more time at the 7 major killing arrays, and then he would decide how to proceed. Bang! Lin finally couldn't hold it any longer, and the 100-gene boulder dropped to the ground, forming a dust cloud as it hit. Lin Ming grabbed a hold of the spear with his left hand, aimed at the boulder, and thrust his spear forwards. Pong! There was a loud bang as the metal struck stone. An incredible scene occurred. Not only was the boulder pierced by Lin Ming's spear, but the boulder was also shattered into pieces, as if explosive gunpowder had been detonated in the center of the stone. The stone blew up into tiny fragments and scattered all around. Seeing all the scattered stones, Lin Ming let loose a light breath. The flow like silk, recorded down in the chaotic virtues combat meridians, was at a stage far more profound and advanced than the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. The highest boundary of the body-tearing bone-shattering fist could only touch the threshold of flow like silk. If he achieved large success in strength training's flow like silk, then with that spear thrust, the boulder would have exploded into fine powder and scattered into the air with just a gust of wind. At this point, Lin Ming was able to use his empty hand to block Zhang Tsong's slender saber and use his own true essence to disperse Zhang Tsong's true essence. If his flow like silk was able to go a step further, then Lin Ming might even have been able to use his empty hand to block a martial skill. His vibrations would shock the gathering of true essence and scatter all of it that had condensed into the martial skill, just like that boulder. If the true essence scattered, then there would be no martial skill. No matter how unpredictable a martial skill an opponent had, or how gorgeous and magnificent, as long as their cultivation was not too far from Lin Ming's, then he would be able to shatter it with a single move. It could be said to be a single move that could break through 1,000 variations. This strength training's flow like silk is just too heaven-defying. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The longer and farther he cultivated, he discovered more and more how truly terrifyingly powerful the chaotic virtues combat meridians really was. He had only reached the perfect first layer of the true primal chaos formula, and reached the beginning stages of flow like silk, and other such starting skills. If he managed to cultivate these to the large success stage in the future, and learned even more ingenious and wonderful skills, there was no telling how strong he would become. In the memories of that elder, he remembered that once he reached the large success stage of the chaotic virtues combat meridians, he would be able to open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in his body. Once that happened, his vitality would be like a rainbow that passed through the world. Every roar would be like giving birth to thunder, and every fist would be enough to destroy moons and sink stars. A martial artist who had reached this stage had never appeared within the history of the Sky Spill continent, and probably never would. This time I defeated Zhang Tsong, and the commotion from it wasn't small. My strength has risen too dramatically these past few months. It really is a bit too high profile. But if I want to maintain this indomitable spirit, then I have to struggle for resources in the 7 profound martial house. With such exposure, I might have drawn others' attention to me who want to see if I'm hiding anything. But if they really want to check me, then they will probably only find that there is some master behind me. The gambling match between Lin Ming and Zhang Tsong originally hadn't seemed like it was an important matter. But now, the truth was that the details about this match had spread like the wind across the 7 profound martial house, and subsequently been passed on to the information network of every major power in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The name Lin Ming had also appeared on every major power's internal meetings conference table. Lin Ming, 15 years old, 7 profound martial house earth-hauled disciple. Current rank, 126. Weapon, spear. To defeat Zhang Tsong, who was rank 103 on the ranking stone, wasn't considered a great deed. But the one who defeated Zhang Tsong was Lin Ming. Lin Ming had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 1 month. This really was cause for startle. This was an even more terrifying growth speed than any old disciple of the seven profound martial house. It had to be known that even if it was Ling San, Taku, or Zhang Guanyu, they would not have such strength with only 1 month at the seven profound martial house. And what was most astounding was that Lin Ming had defeated Zhang Tsong with the foundation spear technique. From beginning to end, he had used a single spear move, Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. Although this move, Flood Dragon Goes to Sea, had a resounding and impressive name, the reality was that it was just a single plain straight thrust. In an army of several 100,000 soldiers who thrust the spear together, they would let out a shout in unison, and the imposing aura that would emanate from them would be like a flood dragon that was rushing out the sea. That was why the move had such a name. However, that indomitable aura was from an army of several 100,000 soldiers wielding spears together. It was unheard of for just a single person to have such a display of grandeur that their spear would be where a flood dragon goes to sea. But Lin Ming had actually achieved this state. The competition was witnessed by many experts. An amateur would go to enjoy the fun, but an expert would go to observe the truth. Taku had personally affirmed the potential of Lin Ming's spear thrust. Taku was the top-tier talent who had been the second-ranked disciple on the ranking stone for years, so his words carried a certain importance. But Taku had not mentioned that before that spear thrust, Lin Ming had also used his palm and fist that had an elusive force to them. Even Ling San, who Taku deeply admired, was at a total loss of what it meant. Many people had seen that fist and palm. However, not many of them were able to see that there was a profound and mysterious force that was contained within. Even if they did see this abstruse force, they would still not associate it with the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, because there were some differences between Lin Ming's fist and palm and the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Beyond that, most importantly, no one dared to believe that Lin Ming would be able to comprehend it. A jade slip that was missing 70% of its contents, and use that to succinctly complete the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Because of this bright halo that surrounded Lin Ming, the common talents and geniuses began to be pushed into his shadow. Results were everything. No matter Lin Ming's talent or if he was just a 15-year-old boy, his achievements were an established fact, and he was already pressuring the likes of Ling San and Taku. Who could know whether or not Lin Ming would obtain even more glorious achievements than Ling San and Taku in the future? All the major powers, influences, and organizations would naturally not miss this kind of rising talent. However, the seven profound martial house had a rule that any family, even the royal family, could not entering the martial house during the school period and attempt to recruit disciples. This was in order to avoid affecting the normal teachings of the martial house and the disciples' cultivation. Therefore, some major powers and great family scouts would hover around the seven profound martial house year-round and wait for Lin Ming to leave school. Not only were they waiting for Lin Ming, but they were also keeping an eye on the new 10,000 killing array ranking war. They were waiting to see just how high could Lin Ming reach this time. Of course, they would also appropriately look at all the other new disciples of the Earth Hall. At the last assessment, they hadn't seen anything, but after a month of class, if one were a true blue genius, they would inevitably stand out. It was only that under the light of Lin Ming's rising and shining bright halo, the other disciples could only take a modest supporting role. Even the champion of the Yuelu City elite competition, the Wang family's #1 talent, Wang Yanfeng, could only be as such. Lin Ming had already been at the seven profound martial house for 34 days, and it was time for the second 10,000 killing array assessment, as had been scheduled. The 10,000 killing array was in a valley that was covered by seemingly arrogant sword bamboo. Because this bamboo had been nourished over a long time with effort, the bamboo was tall and straight, and its leaves' edges were sharp. The ashlar square was located in the center of this sword bamboo grove. In the center of the ashlar square was an altar. At this time, many people were already gathered here and milling around. Most of these people were disciples of the Earth Hall. Of the 20 new Earth Hall disciples that had been here last month, only 7 or 8 of them had come again. In order to not have disciples come to the 10,000 killing array just to see if they could chance their way up another rank, and to not waste time in vain, the seven profound martial house had a stipulation. This stipulation was that each time one wanted to challenge the 10,000 killing array, one had to mortgage a single true essence stone. If they could not rise at least 5 ranks, then their true essence stone would not be given back. For a new disciple of the Earth Hall, they would only receive 1 true essence stone per month. This was the amount of true essence stones it took to enter the 10,000 killing array. Therefore, those disciples that didn't have the confidence to advance at least 5 ranks would not come participate in this assessment, as a true essence stone was simply far too valuable for them. The pair of Wang Mang and Li Tai did not make an appearance today. The last time, these two people had relied upon their mercenary and fighting backgrounds to reach rankings in the 160s, but that was already their limit. Even if they wished to progress 5 ranks, it would not be easy in such a short period of time. In the crowd were not only disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House who had come to participate in the assessment, but also outside personnel who had come to the 7 Profound Martial House. They had gathered in a corner of the valley and were distantly looking on at the situation at the 10,000 killing array. These were intelligence operatives, detectives who had been sent by the major powers. Their job was to report to their masters the change in Lin Ming's ranking as soon as possible. According to the regulations of the 7 Profound Martial House, areas such as the 10,000 killing array and the Exquisite Pagoda, or the 7 major killing arrays, were restricted areas within the 7 Profound Martial House. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter or wander around. That intelligence operatives could arrive at the mountain valley showed that their masters' hands and eyes could reach the sky and were of the highest authority. For instance, the group of 4 ash-clothed men who were quietly waiting in the sword bamboo grove. Their lord was the current dynasty's crown prince. That these 4 ash-clothed men could enter the 7 Profound Martial House and directly view the ranking war was by the virtue of the crown prince's relations. This was already the limit. They could not break the customs of the 7 Profound Martial House and contact Lin Ming in private at the Martial House, and try to win over talents. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the 7 Profound Martial House was an aloof existence that was not under the jurisdiction of imperial authority. They were even without any legal restraints at all. This was mainly because the 7 Profound Martial House was under the subordination of the 3rd grade sect, the 7 Profound Valleys. The 7 Profound Valleys was a terrifying colossus that dominated the imperial authority. To put it bluntly, the 7 Profound Valley could easily abolish any crowned ruler of a country within a surrounding area of 200,000 miles. If one didn't obey orders, the 7 Profound Valleys could directly send out 3 or 4 Xiantian masters. These masters could enter and leave the royal palace with no resistance, and simply sever the emperor's head as if it were just another day. To take a broader view of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, the most powerful warriors such as Qin Shao, Mui, and others were around the Middle Hotian stage. But this kind of person was already exceedingly rare, and most of them were gathered clustered together at the 7 Profound Martial House. Who they helped would be hard to say. With only a handful of Middle Hotian stage masters to resist 3 or 4 Xiantian-level powerhouses, how could they even think of retaliating? So once the emperor revolted against the orders of the 7 Profound Martial House, he could only wait to die. Then the 7 Profound Valleys would appoint the 7 Profound Envoy to set up a new emperor. If the entire royal family were to revolt, then the 7 Profound Valleys might even exterminate the emperor's entire clan. With such a terrible existence that was beyond all common sense, the Sky Fortune Kingdom, including all nearby countries, regarded the 7 Profound Valleys as a sacred, inviolable temple and carefully tread around them without the least bit of resistance. And every country's precious medicines and true essence stones had to be sent in chests and given to the 7 Profound Valleys. They even had to send out manpower and labor to help the 7 Profound Valleys in mining. As long as the royal family obediently followed all orders and gave the resources, then the 7 Profound Valleys would not interfere in the internal affairs of the nation and would even occasionally help them get rid of rebellions. Of course, there was also a limit to their restrictions. If a monarch was dissolutely wicked and evil, or the government was incompetent, or the common folk could not live and would constantly rebel, then the 7 Profound Valleys would give up on the current government and set up a new dynasty. The significance of the 7 profound valleys setting up 7 profound martial houses in each country was for searching for talents and geniuses to bring to the 7 profound valleys. But it was also to monitor the various nations and to preside over them. The main duty of the martial house master was not the daily teachings of the martial house, but was instead taking care of the responsibility for the mining and acquiring of the country's resources, such as true essence stones, rare and precious medicines, vicious beast blood, and other resources and materials that were constantly shipped back to the 7 profound valley. The martial house master and the 7 profound envoy had enormous authority in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The martial house master was responsible for the gathering and collection of resources and management of the 7 profound martial house, and the 7 profound envoy was responsible for overseeing the imperial authority. Their status even dominated that of the emperor. It could be said that the 7 profound valleys was a gigantic blood-sucking vampire that drew in all the resources of numerous countries in a 200,000-mile radius. However, this blood-sucking vampire was just far too powerful, so no country dared to revolt. In fact, to the ruler of these countries, they would gladly sacrifice their country's cultivation resources in exchange for stability in their land. To mortals, inexhaustible wealth, bevies of beautiful women, and supreme authority were perhaps more appealing than some true essence stones. So facing the 7 profound martial house, the royal family did not dare to interfere, and also had to be careful around them. But as long as there were people, there would also be relations and connections. The 7 profound martial house was built in the Sky Fortune Kingdom after all, and it was appropriate to spare the royal family a few conveniences, such as allowing some of the emperor's relatives and juniors to enter the human hall as an exception. For instance, at present they had allowed 2 princes to send scouts into the 7 profound martial house to observe and watch the 10,000 killing array's ranking war. Keep your spirits up. Do not lose to the lackeys of the 10th prince, the head of these 4 ash-robed men said. He appeared over 40 years old and looked completely ordinary. "Yeah," the other 3 people said. If the crown prince had sent people, then the 10th prince, who was competing for the throne, would naturally send some too. The ones who need the support of powerhouses the most was often not the large families or the Chamber of Commerce, but the generals and princes. The generals guarded the borders and frontiers. When they marched to war, they needed powerhouses to deal with the enemies and accomplish missions. They also needed to be strong enough to protect themselves and avoid assassinations. As for the princes, they competed for the landscape of the state, and also needed the support of powerhouses to sweep clean all of their enemies. Therefore, how could the people of the Crown Prince and 10th Prince be absent? Before Lin Ming, the ones who had received the most attention in the 7 profound martial house were Ling Sen, Taku, Zhang Guanyu, and several core disciples. Of the martial house core disciples, if there were no ominous accidents in the future, they would undoubtedly enter the 7 profound valleys. Afterwards, they might stay at the 7 profound valleys, or even be appointed as a 7 profound martial house master, or sent on other causes for the 7 profound valleys. If they stayed in the 7 profound valleys, then their existence would be aloof and distant, and their relations with the Sky Fortune Kingdom would not be too big. But if they became a 7 profound martial house master or a 7 profound envoy, then that would be extraordinary. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the status of the 7 profound martial house master and the 7 profound envoy exceeded the emperor's. It can be said that if a prince managed to win over a core disciple who one day might become a martial house master or a 7 profound envoy, then their chance of inheriting the throne would increase by 50%. If they won over a core disciple who had already become a martial house master or a 7 profound envoy, then the matter of them inheriting the throne could already be considered settled. However, all of the 7 profound martial house core disciples besides Qin Xingxuan had come from ancient martial families that had come to cultivate. They did not even belong to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. There was simply no hope in attempting to win them over. Moreover, since they did not belong to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, in the future it was most probable that they would not return to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, regardless of whether they became a 7 profound envoy or a martial house master. As for Qin Xingxuan, she was in a similar situation. With a 6th grade talent, she had resolved to pursue the Xiantian path, and most likely would later stay at the 7 profound valleys. Since there was no chance of winning over core disciples, What was left over were naturally the top-ranking stone masters of the heavenly abode. However, it was a pity that Ling San and Taku were people of the military. They were talents of the Southwest Armed Forces of 8th Prince Yang, and had no chance of being won over. As for Zhang Guanyu, this person's family background was the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had been able to exist for a very long time to the present day. A behemoth that could stand so long naturally had a self-preservation instinct to not stick their head out in places they shouldn't, so they would never under any circumstances participate in battles of the throne. For matters like this, such as where struggling dragons fought to snatch the throne, if they succeeded they would be able to make a name for themselves, but the Chamber of Commerce was already fabulously wealthy. They simply did not need any rewards of titles. Instead, if they overreached their influence and failed, then their entire family's properties would be confiscated, and all 9 generations of their family would be put to death. So Zhang Guanyu would not join any major powers, and instead devote his life to only the Chamber of Commerce. In this time where the throne was changing, suddenly appeared Lin Ming, who came out like a dazzling supernova. Even if Lin Ming's talent was limited, he might surprise everyone in the future. Some of the princes would spare no expense in winning over Lin Ming. If this miracle continued, then in the end he would become a preeminent master who would surpass Ling San and Taku. As for becoming a core disciple, they had never considered this. After all, Lin Ming's qualifications were just too ordinary. A quarter hour before the 10,000 killing array was about to start, the ash-robed leader of the 4 detectives under the Crown Prince's command suddenly moved his face and whispered, "Lin Ming came. Cheer up. Yeah. For this mission, we must be successful, we cannot fail. Even if we do not win over Lin Ming, we absolutely cannot let him fall into the hands of the 10th Prince. Otherwise, we will bring our heads to the Crown Prince." Yeah. A few breaths after that ash-robed detective said those words, Lin Ming appeared in a corner of the bamboo grove. That detective's eye was like a hawk that was sizing up its prey. Lin Ming. Really young, not even 16 years old. His face still appears to be a little naive, but if I look carefully, I can see that there is a shocking sharp and proud aura on his forehead. This face and aura is certainly not something that comes from a little pond. That is a 820 gene long spear called the Penetrating Rainbow. Yesterday I specially went to the Divine Weapon Hall to ask the storekeeper who sold this spear. That a 15-year-old youth would choose such a heavy weapon that is difficult to learn. His boldness and courage is really praiseworthy. If the day ever arrives that a prince tries to stage a coup d'état on the crown prince or plot a rebellion, then Lin Ming can take hold of this penetrating rainbow to protect our lord the emperor. This spear, with a single sweep, can take the lives of several scores of people. This Lin Ming, I absolutely must win him over for His Highness the Crown Prince. When Lin Ming arrived carrying the penetrating rainbow, he almost instantly attracted the gaze of everyone present. Some of these stares were particularly burning, as if they were imprinting the image of him into their mind. After Lin Ming studied the true primal chaos formula, his perception was exceptionally keen. He followed this scalding gaze to see an ash-robed man standing in a corner of the sword bamboo grove. The ash-robed man slightly hesitated. Did he sense me? His location was very distant and blended in. There was no reason that he should be spotted in the crowd where everyone was looking at him. Unfortunately, he was noticed because he felt that this stare was significantly different. This Lin Ming, his observation of others is as if he has some kind of special sensor. It's just too inconceivable. Is his soul force much stronger than others? The ash-clothed man said as he secretly noted this characteristic. Later, he would prepare a report with all of the information for the Crown Prince. After Lin Ming arrived, he chose a place to sit down and laid the penetrating rainbow flat on his knee. He closed his eyes and meditated as he controlled his breathing. The other disciples of the martial house frequently cast their vision over to him. Even some of the disciples of the heavenly abode felt a faint fear towards Lin Ming's growing strength. Although as of now his strength was inferior them, maybe soon he would catch up very quickly. The 7 profound martial house regulations stated that as long as an Earth Hall disciple entered the top 80 ranks of the ranking stone, they would have the opportunity to send out a single challenge to any disciple of the heavenly abode. Once they won, Then they would displace that disciple and become a new disciple of the heavenly abode. The loser would be eliminated. The number of disciples of the heavenly abode was fixed at 72 members. In these 72 people, there were changes every month. At the end of every ranking war every month, it was normal for 2 or 3 challenges to be sent out. The disciples of the Earth Hall were always aiming to push out disciples of the heavenly abode. After all, the difference in treatment between disciples of the Earth Hall and the heavenly abode was just too big. Once they entered the heavenly abode, they would immediately receive an extra reward, including top-quality pills, 15 true essence stones, and 30 hours of time to use the 7 major killing arrays. Lin Ming would reach the top 80 this time or next time, and then challenge one of them. So how could these people not be worried? Nobody wanted to be expelled from the heavenly abode. Not only did this mean losing the massive amount of resources, it was also a huge loss of face. By now, the crowd was in a tumultuous uproar. Li Yan, Wu Weidao, Zhu Yan, 3 masters in the top 50 rankings suddenly appeared. This time's 10,000 killing array assessment is really a gathering of masters. As the crowd talked, Lin Ming's eyes fell upon Zhu Yan. Together with Zhu Yan was of course Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue had just entered the Ashlar Square where she stopped. She hid in a corner of the sword bamboo grove, obviously not willing to meet Lin Ming and be put in that embarrassing and awkward situation. Lin Ming did not even spare Lan Yunue a glance. His eyes were locked on Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, you have finally appeared. I've already been at the 7 Profound Martial House for more than a month, and this is my first time seeing you. Zhu Yan also looked at Lin Ming. Very few people knew of the ongoing feud between them, so their stares were not brought to anyone's attention. This was also because Li Yan and Wu Weidao were similarly looking at Lin Ming. This newer generation disciple would possibly become a powerful rival after all. Paying attention to him was normal. Zhu Yan only looked at Lin Ming in a deadpan manner, having no expression on the surface, as if he did not know who Lin Ming was. He looked at Lin Ming for a moment, then turned away. However, at that moment, Lin Ming actually felt that within Zhu Yan's eyes was hidden a cold and murderous intent. His battle with Zhu Yan had started because of Lan Yunue, but now it no longer had anything to do with Lan Yunue. Lin Ming regarded Zhu Yan as a hurdle in his road of martial arts that he had to cross over in order to continue forward. But Zhu Yan, because of his repeated defeat and frustrations, regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in his side that had to be removed. Otherwise, his heart of martial arts would never be whole, and it would always have a thorn. At the start, both sides only wanted to step on the other, and step on them so that they could never stand up from the failure. But now, they wanted to directly destroy the other party, in particular Zhu Yan, who was already planning on how to kill Lin Ming. Look, by Jingyun and Murong Zi, they are also 2 masters in the top 50 rankings. There are more and more masters coming. This time's 10,000 killing array ranking war is truly a convergence of dragons. With the appearance of Bai Jingyun and Murong Zi, they had all captivated the eyes of everyone present. They caused a stir that was even larger than Lin Ming. Lin Ming had only drawn everyone's eyes, but these 2 Bai Jingyun and Murong Zi made all of the male disciples too excited and uncomfortable to stand, and sent their fighting spirits soaring to the sky. The reason for this was because these 2 people were extremely beautiful women. There weren't originally many female disciples at the 7 Profound Martial House. Female disciples with formidable strength, superb temperament, and the looks of a goddess were even fewer. Girls like Bai Jingyun and Murong Zi were really the cream of the crop when it came to girls. In the entire nation, it would be impossible to find many like them. The 2 women were collectively referred to as the 7 Profound Proud Pair. It could be said that 1,000 myriad graces were set in one body. Many sons of the major powers and large families had hopes to kiss their perfumed hair. However, they always returned in utter failure. As beautiful, proud women, they were very arrogant and were not necessarily willing to marry and become a man's wife. Even if they did, they would look for a dragon among men. Status and wealth were not enough. They also wanted strength with a good, moral character. Zhu Yan and others like him were insufficient. Even the princes who wished to marry the two girls as their royal concubines were unable to do so. After the two girls arrived, Bai Jingyun looked at Lin Ming and then sat down on a clean grass patch in a clearing of the bamboo grove. Along with Morongzi, they discussed some secretive girly things and no longer cared about other people's attention. Before the aftermath of the arrival of Bai Jingyun and Morongzi had cleared, there was another stir among the crowd. Ling Sen, Taku. Heavens! My heavens! Those two also came today. For Ling San and Taku, there was no longer any significance in participating in the 10,000 killing array assessment. Their rankings were unshakable and they were already at the first and second place. There was nowhere for them to advance in the rankings. They are not necessarily here to participate. They probably came to watch the ranking war. There is the possibility. This time too many masters have appeared. The rising star Lin Ming is shining too brightly. It's natural for them to pay attention to him. Lin Ming silently looked at Ling Senator, although it was the third time they'd met. The first time they had met, Lin Ming hadn't felt just how terrible and frightening a person Ling San was. With the improvement of his cultivation, he increasingly felt Ling Sen's fearsome aura. Although Ling Sen's cultivation could be compared equally with Qin Xingxuan, Lin Ming truly believed that Qin Xingxuan was not Ling Sen's match. This Ling San was a complete cold-blooded killing machine, simply a murderous beast. On the field, more and more masters began to gather. As the 10,000 killing array assessment was about to start, 9 masters in the top 50 rankings had already arrived. This number was already quite high. In the entire year, only at the final examination that took place at the end of the school year would one see a scene like this where all the top masters had gathered. The assessment shall officially begin. All those present who wish to participate in the assessment must pay 1 true essence stone to enter the 10,000 killing array. Before the deacon senior apprentice who was in charge of the 10,000 killing array finished his words, Wang Yanfeng was already the first one to jump onto the altar. The Wang Yanfeng, he really gets braver the more he's frustrated. I wonder how many ranks he will be able to rise this time. The audience under the stage was discussing Wang Yanfeng's previous assessment performance. Before, he had managed to attain rank 168, but after his assessment was over, several others had already surpassed him, and they had pushed Wang Yanfeng down into the 172nd position. Wang Yanfeng calmed his mind in meditation as he sat down on the 10,000 killing array altar. He had realized that today he would only be playing a small role. Even in the next year or two, this would not be his stage. All he could do was steadily fight one step at a time. The assessment shall begin. A cover of light fell down on the stage, and Wang Yanfeng began his killing. Most of the 12 people on stage were around rank 120. As the assessment began to wind down, Wang Yanfeng was the third to be defeated. His final ranking was rank 145. This Wang Yanfeng managed to pass rank 150. This is only temporary. He will be pushed down later. However, being able to enter the top 150 ranks in the second month is very good. Wang Yanfeng truly was a very good talent. However, Lin Ming's halo was simply too abundantly bright, and he was completely neglected. Second round. If you wish to participate in the assessment, come on stage. The deacon senior apprentice said once again. As the 12 positions emptied, a young girl in purple clothes flew onto the stage like a gust of wind. She stood firmly on a spot. This girl was Morongzi. Sister Jingyun. Let's finish the assessment early. All right. Immediately, Bai Jingyun also appeared on stage. Some from the crowd called out in excitement and alarm. These two beautiful and arrogant women were 17 and 18 years old. Putting their heavenly appearances and temperaments aside, these two girls' martial arts talent could be considered in the top 10 of Sky Fortune Kingdom's younger generation. Moreover, these two also had outstanding family backgrounds. Others could only sigh at them as if they were the clouds above them. Morongzi had attended the 7 Profound Martial House for 2 years, and her ranking was 36. Bai Jingyun had been at the Martial House for 3 years, and her ranking was 26. These results, especially Morongzi's, were just as good as Zhu Yan's. When beautiful women came to the assessment, it was always very easy to attract the attention of many. Even the many spies turned their heads, as the major powers that they worked for, such as the 10th prince, had always wished to marry these two girls. Certainly, compared to these two girls, Qin Xingxuan was a far more splendid existence. But Qin Xingxuan was too distant and ideal. She had resolved to pursue the road to being a Xiantian master. A Xiantian master was truly a legend from stories. Mortals could not even hope of touching them. To marry Qin Xingxuan was only a fool's dream. Thus Murongzi and Bai Jingyun became increasingly wanted by all men. If they married them, then not only would they enjoy the bliss of being their husband, but they would also receive a big boost in their life from their support. With this and so many other advantages, who wasn't moved by this? If they could marry them together, that would simply be the pinnacle of life. Not even the royal princes dared to dream so greedily. The light cover of the 10,000 killing array fell over them, and the assessment of these two girls officially began. Some male disciples of the human hall were staring at these two girls' bodies as they were bathed in light, and their fists tightened and lips mumbled, as if they were even more anxious than them about this assessment. Seeing this, Lin Ming had a slight feeling in his heart. When someone knew perfectly well in his heart that they could not obtain something, and that something had nothing to do with them, then they might even more earnestly pay attention and even worry. This was the sorrow of the irrelevant person. Irrelevant person. Even if they entered the 7 profound martial house, if they could not bloom like a spring flower in this talented crowd of steep competition, then they would eventually become an irrelevant person regardless. 6 incense sticks worth of time had already passed. On the altar, Murongzi lightly coughed, and her small face paled as she came down from the stage. This scene alone made all of the numerous staring males grip their hands with a worried expression. If they could suffer this pain for Murongzi, they would gladly endure it. Murongzi's final ranking was 28. This ranking was truly startling. Shortly after, Bai Jingyun also stepped down from the altar. Her final ranking, rank 22. These two proud and beautiful women were becoming increasingly dazzling. If another year passed, it would be possible for them to even enter the top 10. All the scouts quickly lit their sound-transmitting talismans and reported to their masters. This matter was enough to be brought to the attention of the princes. These two girls were really the highest quality of women. However, it was a pity that no matter how the princes' hearts were moved, they could not force themselves upon them. They feared the power behind them, and although their own influence wasn't small, they had to respect and obey the orders of the royal family. These princes could simply not disregard the 7 profound martial house. No one, no organization, not even the royal family, had the courage to force a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. If they aggressed the rules of the 7 profound martial house and bullied a disciple, that would be tantamount to treating the 7 profound valleys with contempt. The terrifying power of the 7 profound valleys was enough to bring the royal family trembling to their knees in fear. The 3rd round of the assessment shall begin. Those disciples who wish to participate, come on stage. The deacon senior apprentice announced once more. After the positions were vacated, Zhu Yan shot Lin Ming a subtle glance, and then slowly stepped onto the stage. Zhu Yan went on stage. With his talent, Zhu Yan was not necessarily in the top 10 geniuses of his generation, but the differences weren't far off. He was 17 years old with a superior 4th-grade talent. He had attended the 7 profound martial house for 2 years, and his ranking stone rank was 39. The result was only inferior to Murongzi. Certainly, to reach this point, Zhu Yan had to expend much more effort and time than the playful and not-so-serious Murongzi. Therefore, this talent was truthfully somewhat bad. With Zhu Yan's strengths and talents, he had certainly attracted the attention of many major powers. However, Zhu Yan was doomed to never be a person who could be wooed and won over. The Zhu family household head's daughter was Zhu Yan's aunt. She had married into the royal palace and had later become a royal concubine empress. She was the mother of the enormously influential 10th prince. So Zhu Yan had been doomed to be a person of the 10th prince. According to Sky Fortune Kingdom's rules of succession, the son of a concubine could not be an heir. However, the emperor was not young, and the empress had no child. Therefore the emperor had set the first son of the royal concubine empress, the third prince, as heir and crown prince. The third prince began reading and writing at an early age, but his martial arts talent was only a mere second grade. His strength was limited, and though he had a good and kind heart, it was not possible for him to safely inherit the throne. But the 10th prince's martial talent was the highest among all of the emperor's sons at an inferior 4th grade. In addition to this hard work, his cultivation was also very high. In his 20s, the 10th prince had commanded troops at the border and had become renowned as a valiant warrior who had repeatedly won many military exploits. He was then given the title of the Cloud King and bestowed a purple gold crown and a royal robe with a 4-clawed dragon. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, not every emperor's son would be conferred a grand title. There were 2 different titles. The first was a prince, and the second one was a duke. The prince was a first-rank title, for instance the 10th prince's Cloud King, and they could also possess territories and have such power equal to a national treasure like the royal jade seal. But the duke was only a second-rank title, and they could only possess a manor. Concerning power and influence among the ruling parties and opposition parties, the 10th prince's might was even superior to the crown prince. It was anyone's guess of whose hands the throne would fall into in the future. Once the 10th prince ascended the throne, then Zhu Yan would be a younger cousin of the emperor. Zhu Yan's mother was only a concubine of the Zhu family and could only be known as a concubine's son. But his aunt was actually the royal concubine empress, and she was related to him through his father. Although their blood relation was a bit distant, with Zhu Yan's outstanding strength, he would definitely be able to obtain the valuable trust of the new emperor. Assessment start. After Zhu Yan entered the 10,000 killing array, people immediately lit an incense stick to measure the time. Incense sticks began burning out one after the other, and soon the 5th incense stick was half gone. Zhu Yan only now had a slightly weakened complexion. As the 6th incense stick was lit and almost burnt through, Zhu Yan let out a cough and was sent out from the 10,000 killing array. Final ranking, 32. Lin Ming quietly looked at this rank and didn't think it was surprising. Zhu Yan had already been in the 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode for more than half a year. At that time, his cultivation was only at the peak 3rd stage of body transformation, but now he had broken into the 4th stage of body transformation. It wasn't unusual for his cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. 32. Last month my rank was 126. Lin Ming traced the shaft of the penetrating rainbow he carried on his back and unconsciously licked his lips. Then I will go on stage to see how wide the gap is between myself and Zhu Yan. The several detectives sent by the princes immediately burnt their sound-transmitting talisman. The crown prince was informed of Zhu Yan's status. After all, Zhu Yan was one of the important figures who served under the banner of the 10th prince. Murongzi saw Zhu Yan's ranking and curled her lips in disgust. She wasn't too satisfied or happy with this Zhu Yan sticking to her footsteps like melted candy. Humph. Next time I will leave him in my dust, Murongzi said with some satisfaction. Haha, then you must work diligently. Your talent is better than Zhu Yan. It's almost 5th grade. Bai Jingyun said with a smile. That doesn't mean anything. In the entire 7 profound martial house, not counting the core disciples, only Zhang Guanyu is a 5th grade talent. But that fellow Zhang Guanyu is just an oily playboy with nothing in his head. I don't like him very much. Well, Sister Jing, are you concerned about Lin Ming? Murongzi discovered that Bai Jingyun had been watching Lin Ming. He is going to go on stage now. There is nothing about him that's worth paying attention to. His talent is limited, he just happened to have a spot of good luck and ate some valuable material, and that's why he has his current strength. Bai Jingyun shook her head and said, luck is also a kind of strength. Isn't being born with a good cultivating martial talent also a kind of luck? Being born in an aristocratic family is similarly also a kind of luck. Like that, you and I can be considered very lucky people also. Nobody can say that Lin Ming won't be able to continue the streak of good luck. Also, he wasn't so strong when he had entered the 7 profound martial house. It must be the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill that allowed his cultivation to progress so quickly. Perhaps his physique is particularly suitable for absorbing the efficacy of precious medicines. As Bai Jingyun was speaking, Lin Ming had already stepped onto the altar. The eyes of everyone present turned to Lin Ming. They wanted to see whether or not this Lin Ming would be able to create a new record today and have his name written down as the miracle among the new disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House. The operatives sent by the major powers also rallied their spirits. In these groups of people were intelligence veterans as well as seasoned lobbyists. They were waiting for Lin Ming to leave the Seven Profound Martial House and then persuade him with their eloquence to support their master. The cover of light from the 10,000 killing array came down, and Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in a glow. In the next moment, he was transported to a vast white world. Like last time, there were a variety of weapons that were presented all around him. The saber, the sword, the spear, it had it all. Spear. Spear shaft, 8 feet. Spearhead, 8 inches. Dark purple elastic iron spear shaft. Cloud vein wrought iron spear point. Total weight 820 genes. Lin Ming devised the weapon in his mind, and in the next second, a dark purple-colored long spear almost the same as the penetrating rainbow appeared in Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's casually shook the spear in his hands, and the dark purple long spear began to hum. The strength of the vibration that flowed down the spear shaft could easily crush rocks. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a dozen phantom shades appeared in front of him. These phantoms included martial artists and vicious beasts. The majority of their strength was at the early second stage of body transformation to the early third stage of body transformation. There was even one who was at the peak third stage of body transformation. To the present Lin Ming, these opponents were nothing at all. Lin Ming steadied his feet and took his stance. His right hand held the spear horizontally, and his elbow was pressed up tight against the spear's end. This stance he exhibited now was the iron bridge blocks the river. Roar! The dozen phantom shades rushed forwards together. These were just phantom illusions, but they had the ability to coordinate, and they dispersed into a semicircle around Lin Ming, and then lunged at him at the same time. Generally a martial artist, even if they were a master, being encircled by so many bloodthirsty enemies, could only evade first, and then dodge left and right in the crowd and defeat them one at a time. Because unless there was a great disparity in strength, nobody was able to simultaneously deal with the attacks of a dozen enemies that came from all directions. However, to Lin Ming, he was able to completely disregard all these attacks. With a cry, his left hand slapped the spear's end, and his right hand gripped the spear shaft and suddenly sent it flying out horizontally. The long spear lashed out like a dragon's tail. It could sweep away an army of 1,000. As the spear swept out, the dark purple long spear hit the first enemy's body. This was a first-level vicious beast. Because of Lin Ming's formidable strength, as the spear head smashed into the vicious beast, the spear bent like a bow. Then, with a popping sound, the spear shaft straightened, and the vicious beast's spine was directly crushed. The momentum of the dark purple long spear did not lessen, and it swept on and hit the second vicious beast's body. Cha! The vicious beast was torn in half, followed by the third. Lin Ming's strength was more than 4,000 genes. Combined with an 820 gene dark purple long spear, a single sweep contained an invincible surging might. In that moment of the dozen enemies, more than half were all swept away by Lin Ming's spear. Roar! Of the dozen phantoms, only the vicious beast with strength equal to the peak third stage of body transformation was able to dodge Lin Ming's long spear. In that moment, it suddenly accelerated forward like a meteor and charged at Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming's long spear was out, and his defenses were open. He had no weapon to defend against the sharp fangs of this second-level vicious beast. As Lin Ming saw these sword-like fangs come forward to stab into his neck, Lin Ming cried out. His right hand held onto the spear, and his left hand was suddenly formed into a fist. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Pong! Lin Ming's fist pounded into that vicious beast's chest, and with a loud crack, the body of that giant vicious beast which weighed several hundred genes was instantly split apart. Lin Ming's whole body was bathed in blood. His right hand drew back his long spear. He turned his body and gripped the spear in both hands. A red full moon suddenly appeared at the end of the cloud vein wrought iron spear point. Killing circle. Pa 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 pa. Suddenly what seemed to be like several leather blood bags exploded in the air, showering the entire area with rich red blood. All of the remaining enemies had blown up. From when these vicious beasts and martial artists had thrown themselves forward, to when Lin Ming had made his strike and completely destroyed all of them, the time had been no more than 2 breaths. Lin Ming had used 2 spear moves and 1 fist. The 10,000 killing array did not even have the time to create new phantoms. The entire illusory magic array had been completely cleared by Lin Ming. This killing speed was completely abnormal. After 2 blinks, there was a distortion in the space, and new phantom shades appeared. This time, whether it was a vicious beast or a martial artist, their strength was a level higher than before. He who strikes first has the advantage. Lin Ming did not even wait for these phantoms to stabilize their form, and had already shot towards the nearest one. Flood Dragon goes to sea. The dark purple long spear thrust out with indomitable momentum. Pa! The peak 3rd stage body transformation martial artist was pierced by Lin Ming's spear. With a wave, Lin Ming threw the corpse off of his spear. His spear seemed filled with an epic spirit. The 8 feet 8 inch dark purple long spear was just like a dark purple flood dragon that swam in a sea of bloodshed. Everywhere the spear went, blood would flow. To sweep away an army of 1,000, there was only the spear. In the chaos and midst of battle, the spear was the absolute best weapon. Of course, the prerequisites were that one must have thick and vast true essence, as well as the physical strength to support such a terrifying rate of strength consumption. Killing circle. Lin Ming wielded his spear, and 3 vicious beasts were blown flying backwards. Their hands cracked open. At this point, Lin Ming's muscles corded and his veins bulged like twisting worms. Lin Ming was rapidly revolving the true primal chaos formula in his body. And with every breath, the air current condensed into a large snake that floated in the air. Only with the perfect first layer of the true primal chaos formula, together with the true essence provided from the 3rd stage of body transformation, was Lin Ming able to kill the enemies with such demonic speed. I wonder just how long this Lin Ming can persist inside. Outside of the 10,000 killing array, everyone's focus was turned towards Lin Ming. Even several of the heavenly abode disciples who ranked in the top 70 who were on the altar with Lin Ming were ignored. He'll last for at least 4 incense sticks of time, maybe even half of a fifth. Xianxia is able to last until 3.5 incense sticks. Since Lin Ming defeated Xianxia, his advance to the top 100 rankings is assured. Even the top 90 or 80 is not impossible. Advancing to the top 100 is absolutely no problem, but to reach the top 80 is not so easy. Those are the rankings approaching a disciple of the heavenly abode. The spots are highly competitive. If you can enter the top 80, then you are eligible to challenge a disciple of the heavenly abode, and even have the possibility of entering. If that's true, then someone who is able to enter the heavenly abode after being at the 7 profound martial house for only a month is just inhuman. There were people that were able to enter the top 90 in their ranking war, but those people were over 20 years old. They had all reasons they couldn't enter the 7 profound martial house earlier. For a 15-year-old to advance into the top 100 in just the 2nd round, as far as I know, that hasn't happened for the last 100 years. In these past 10 years only Qin Xingxuan has had the ability to do this, but she was directly promoted to a core disciple. It has little to do with us. A single incense stick burnt through, then 2, then 3. As the 4th incense stick lit up, Lin Ming's face flushed with blood on the 10,000 killing arrays stage. Something's not right, Sister Jingyun. It seems that Lin Ming might not be able to last much longer. The 4th incense stick has just started to burn. If this continues, he can only barely advance to the top 100. Morongzi's eyesight was very good. She managed to see through the translucent light of the array and see Lin Ming's circumstances clearly. Lin Ming's breathing now held a slight disorder. That was the manifestation of consuming too much true essence. Bai Jingyun frowned. They had thought that Lin Ming might be able to last until the 5th incense stick burnt through, but not it seemed that it would be a bit uncertain. Maybe just the 4th incense stick would be his limit. Lin Ming was weakened. It might have been that he was too careless in the 10,000 killing array at the start, and he was injured at the beginning? If one were injured at the start, then each time they fought would consume more strength and energy, and having a bleeding wound was extremely fatal. With something like that occurring, then their ranking would not only fail to rise but instead fall and cause the amount of resources they received every month to drop. Martial artists that entered the 10,000 killing array were always mindful about this, and were careful to avoid mistakes as much as possible. Being able to not be injured so early is also an aspect of strength, big sister. I think that this Lin Ming is not as fierce as you thought. Murongzi pursed her lips and remained unconvinced of Lin Ming. She had always been told that she was an infant prodigy since childhood. Now that she had been shown up by someone 2 years younger than her, she was naturally dubious of such a young boy. Oh? Not that fierce? Good, well then, if Lin Ming's strength is really so poor, and he can only insist for 4 incense sticks of time, then my little sister, how long were you able to last when you had been in the 7 profound martial house for 1 month? Murong was at a loss for words. When she had just entered the 7 profound martial house, she had been unable to reach the top 150 rankings in her first assessment. The second time she had not reached the top 140. Her performance was simply too far from Lin Ming's. She simply turned her chin and looked towards the assessment, pretending she hadn't heard. The truth was that the time of a martial house disciple's greatest progress on the ranking stone was during the end of the school term. During this time, many disciples would graduate, and those masters that were eyesores would be gone. The top rankings would naturally empty, and those new disciples would be arranged in their places. Therefore, even if a 7 profound martial house disciple's strength was disappointing, their ranking would jump up the longer they stayed at the martial house. Seeing Murongzi act so childishly, Bai Jingyun smiled and didn't pursue the matter. Even if Lin Ming could only persist for 4 incense sticks of time and reach the top 100, that was still a result to be proud of. In the 7 profound martial house, the number of monstrous geniuses who had reached this level could be counted on one hand. Big brother, this Lin Ming doesn't seem as if he can last much longer, Taku said to Ling San as he rubbed his chin. But even with 4 incense sticks of time, that result is also astonishing. But of course, he uses a spear, and not only that, but it is a heavy spear. The spear has many usages. This Lin Ming spear probably has some very epic and grand fighting style. In a giant group battle, this fighting method can be called a fierce way to kill enemies. However, the average person wouldn't dare to use it because strength is consumed too quickly. That's why even amazingly fierce generals find it impossible to cut down tens of thousands of people. In the 10,000 killing array, even if they used a spear, they would not dare to fight constantly and would try to delay the time and recover their strength. The enemy will just emerge one after the other incessantly. And each time they come they are stronger. Taku used a staff. A spear and a staff were different but had similar methods. Naturally, he knew of the advantages and disadvantages of such a weapon. Let's wait and see how long Lin Ming can last. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming's spear sent a sword-wielding martial artist flying backwards. His face was covered in blood. Ah! It seems as if I've overdone it in killing. Lin Ming looked forward at a knight approaching him. The black-armored knight grasped a long halberd and rode a fully armored warhorse, his face revealing an imposing expression. Bone-forging stage martial artist. Lin Ming madly swept his purple-black spear into a group. Being able to kill one enemy with one move was already highly efficient, but Lin Ming was actually able to kill several. That's why, as the 3rd incense stick was ignited, there were already bone-forging stage martial artists appearing. They were at a cultivation higher than Lin Ming by 2 whole stages. Lin Ming fought with the black-armored knight just now several times. It was strong, and moved well on its armored horse. When it dashed at him on that giant rushing horse, Lin Ming was unable to find any advantage. For the talents of the 7 profound martial house, generally they were able to fight opponents who were a stage above them. For instance, the peak 3rd stage of body transformation Xianxia was able to fight those who were at the peak 4th stage of body transformation. But Lin Ming, even within all the talents at the 7 profound martial house, was still able to fight those a stage above him. He had won against Xianxia with just his early 3rd stage of body transformation. This black armored knight was at the early bone forging stage, and Lin Ming was just able to barely come to a draw with him. With so many other enemies around, Lin Ming was not able to take advantage of the fact that the enemy was an illusory phantom. Their inflexible minds and rigid attack patterns had many weaknesses, but at present, surrounded by so many enemies that emerged one after the other and endlessly attacked, Lin Ming was in serious danger. Bang! As soon as Lin Ming and the black armored knight exchanged blows again, although the dark purple elastic iron spear had strong superior cushioning properties, Lin Ming still felt his hands tingle with numbness. The black armored knight's horse reared up at Lin Ming, but Lin Ming had already bounced backwards and flipped around a couple of times in midair. Roar! A second-level vicious beast took advantage of this moment when Lin Ming was airborne with no balance and rushed at him. 2 paws that were sharp like knives were coming towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming only heard shouting in his ears. He gripped the dark purple long spear and used its 820 genes of weight to stop his inertia in the air and balance himself. He took a deep breath, and the airflow from his nose was like a streaming long snake. He looked towards the oncoming vicious beasts and threw a fierce punch. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Po! The vicious beast's body exploded from behind with a giant hole. The gooey flesh and blood and internal organs were all blown out from the back of the hole. 1 punch kill. Lin Ming tumbled into the group of vicious beasts. Before he caught his breath, all of the vicious beasts in his immediate surroundings had already been killed. Lin Ming tumbled into the group of vicious beasts. Before he caught his breath, all of the vicious beasts in his immediate surroundings had already been killed. Ho! A spear swept out, and the dark purple long spear curved like a full moon. An 800-gene heavy vicious beast was split in half and sent flying away. A martial artist's sternum collapsed, and all 5 internal organs burst open on the scene. However, the number of vicious beasts was too many, and their attacks were too brutal. Also among them were cunning martial artists who appeared and vanished like ghosts. After Lin Ming sent the spear out, his body was wounded 2 more times. A sword has been thrust straight into his stomach. The wound had damaged his organs. If not for the fact that he had achieved the viscera training stage and true essence had permeated into all his organs at the icy pond, then this sword would have already caused him to lose most of this battle strength. The pressure is too big. Lin Ming's whole body was bloodied. There was the enemy's blood, and there was his blood. The dark purple long spear had turned completely crimson and wet with blood. However, because the spear shaft had undergone a special non-slip treatment, he could still firmly grasp the spear without a greasy feeling. After Lin Ming had just massacred 5 enemies a moment ago, another 5 immediately appeared, one of which was equivalent to the cultivation of the bone forging stage. This Lin Ming looks increasingly worse. I don't think he will be able to last past the 4th incense stick. Some of the disciples under the stage said. The 4th incense stick was almost burnt through, but on stage, Lin Ming had just coughed. He was obviously injured. In the middle of a group of enemies, he might have been able to persist, but once injured, his battle prowess would drop, and he would not be far from death. He's already missed the expectations, but he still should be able to advance to the top 100 rankings. He's a new disciple after all. It seems 4 incense sticks is his limit. The people talked with less expectation and shock in their words than before. When a man repeatedly creates miracles time and time again, those miracles are soon taken for granted. On the other hand, if he was unable to perform a miracle, even if his result was far superior to others, he might not even receive cheers but boos instead. For instance, if Ling Sen's legend of being the top-ranked number 1 was broken, then his position in the eyes of others would fall by several degrees. Even if he was still one of the top masters of the 7 profound martial house, his bright halo would already be lost, and people would talk behind his back, saying this Ling San isn't that great, and other such nonsense. The incense stick slowly burnt, and when the last weak spark unwillingly turned to ashes, the 5th incense stick was lit. For incense sticks had burned out. At this time in the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming had already taken 12 wounds, 3 of which were wounds to his internal organs. Lin Ming had luckily reached the stage of being able to breathe like a snake, and also had the perfect first layer of the true Prima Chaos formula supporting him. Otherwise he would have already lost all his battle strength. Die! Lin Ming's spear swept out at a martial artist's leg, and then he dived forwards and punched the martial artist's chest. To save true essence, he did not use the overwhelming body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Still, a punch with more than 4,000 genes of might behind it hit the vital part of the martial artist's heart and caused his heart to stop. The martial artist died while violently spasming on the floor. At the same time, there was a humongous roar. A giant illusory phantom appeared in the world of the 10,000 killing array. Lin Ming turned around to look, and 100 feet away stood a bear-like monster that towered more than 10 feet tall. The whole body of this monster was covered in thick black fur, and looking at its massive body, it most likely weighed more than several thousand genes. 3rd-level vicious beast. Lin Ming let loose a gasp. Although this giant black bear was only a weak kind of 3rd-level vicious beast, it was still a 3rd-level vicious beast. That meant it was at least equal to a martial artist that had reached the large success stage of bone forging. With this kind of vicious beast, Lin Ming could do nothing to it at all with his current strength. Not only that, but with this beast appearing, it meant that later on would appear more martial artists and vicious beasts that would at least be this dangerous. Lin Ming knew crystal clear that he didn't have much time remaining. He turned his head again and he saw the Black Knight that he had battled for several rounds. He lifted his spear and rushed towards it. True essence concentrated in the entirety of his body. Lin Ming was like a horse racing ahead at full speed. As he ran, all of the tiny units in his body began to breathe in rhythm. Lin Ming's internal true essence began to rapidly vibrate. Because of the intense vibrations, all of Lin Ming's muscles swelled. He held the spear with an arm that was thicker by several inches, and the blue veins on his arm were bulging. With a ripping sound, the clothes on Lin Ming's body began to tear apart, and all his clothes became tattered and fell off around him. Lin Ming's body was like a shooting star. The black armored knight lifted his halberd high in the air and cleaved downwards. Facing the cold, dense halberd, Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He waiting for the split second the halberd came down, and focused true essence into both of his feet. The intense true essence vibrations disintegrated the ground underneath him. With every one of his steps, rocks shattered and came jumping into the air. He had reached the pinnacle of his speed, and then surpassed that. Together with his long spear, he was like a black arrow that flew towards the black armored knight. Pa! Lin Ming abruptly arrived before the black armored knight before his halberd had fully come down, and thrusted his spear forwards. Flood Dragon goes to sea. The spear from the bottom up pierced the neck of the horse, broke through its armor, and then continued straight through the chest of the black armored knight. Under the overwhelming vibrations, the black armored knight's armor was broken like thin paper. The cloud vein wrought iron tip of the long spear had pierced all the way through the black armored knight's chest. The savagely potent vibrations were sent into the black armored knight's body, and the knight uncontrollably shook. The knight began to bleed profusely from its head, and then immediately horribly died on the ground. The vibrating true essence had already liquefied all of its internal organs. However, with that last killing strike towards the black armored knight, Lin Ming had exhausted all of his true essence in a single breath. Even his own muscles could not bear the intensity of the true essence vibration, and he suffered enormous damage to his entire body. It was difficult to even move, as a huge group of vicious beasts rushed at him from all angles. At this point, his battle had ended. On the 10,000 killing array's altar, Lin Ming let out a cough. His face whitened and he was sent out. On the altar, there were still 3 people in the assessment. The strength of the participants for this month's 10,000 killing array inspection was on a much higher level than last month's. Just a bit over 4 incense sticks, a tad better than I thought he would do. What's his ranking? Morongzi said with a smile and a laugh. She turned her eyes over to the ranking stone. Rank 89 Guyu is still not finished on the altar. This Lin Ming was eliminated a step earlier than him. His result should be no more than rank 90. This result shouldn't be too far. The people were in a heated discussion, and they began to focus on the changes in the ranking stone. Zhu Yan stood in the middle of these people and turned a deaf ear to their discussions. He was fixated on the ranking stone, and his face was like a gloomy black lake. The scouts sent by the princes also turned their focus to the ranking stone. They had come today for this reason. Some of them had even already prepared the sound-transmitting talisman. Most people were looking at the row that listed ranks 90 through 100. But this time, the 6th row of the ranking stone had a fluctuation. This simple and minor change was destined to be written down in the history of the 7 profound martial house, even in the history of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming, 62. 62? My heavens! Under everyone's burning hot gazes, these 2 simple characters of Lin Ming, inserted in the middle of a row of names, was utterly dazzling. 62. In his second assessment, he had soared into the top 72 rankings. The heavenly abode had 72 people altogether. This meant that Lin Ming's strength already sufficed to enter the heavenly abode. 15 years old, entering the 7 profound martial house for 1 month, cultivation of the early 3rd stage of body transformation, and he had the qualifications to enter the heavenly abode. For the last 100 years, 3 martial artists had appeared who had entered into the top 100 during their second round of assessment. But if talking about someone who could enter the heavenly abode during their second assessment, there had never existed anyone like that. All of the disciples present, and the scouts sent by the princes, stared wide-eyed at the ranking stone. Morongzi incredulously covered her mouth in disbelief. The scouts were so shocked, they had forgotten to immediately report the results via their sound-transmitting talismans. This defied the heavens' will. This was an absolutely monstrous genius who surpassed Ling Sen, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu. No, it's impossible. He only managed to pass through 4 incense sticks of time. He should only be past the first 100 rankings. How could his ranking possibly be so high? The heavenly abode martial artists said. Their rankings were in the 70s and above. With Lin Ming rising into the middle of them, that meant there was the possibility that one of them would be squeezed out of the heavenly abode. Was there a mistaking in the 10,000 killing array's ranking stone? How could that be possible? It was an illusory magic array engraved by a Xianxia master. Even a Xianxia master could make a mistake. Some people were unconvinced. No one wanted to be kicked out of the heavenly abode. Shut up, it's impossible for there to be an error in the ranking stone. That Lin Ming could kill his way into the top 72 with only 4 incense sticks of time is because the speed at which he killed his enemies in the 10,000 killing array is much quicker than martial artists at his level. The deacon who was responsible for the 10,000 killing array spoke up. This person was a graduate of the 7 profound martial house and had already broken through to the pulse condensation period. In the 7 profound martial house, he was not only a deacon but also an instructor. Much quicker than martial artists at his level. Hearing the deacon's judgment, it was as if all the air in the surroundings had been sucked out. In the 10,000 killing array, the enemies overwhelmed to the point of blotting out the sky. Wave after wave of enemies would come, each wave more formidable than the last. The assessment would cause one to not be able to catch their breath. Everyone would try to slow down in order to find an opportunity to restore their true essence. Therefore, everyone who entered the 10,000 killing array would kill enemies at the same time, and so their ranking could be judged by how long they took. If Lin Ming slaughtered at such a speed, then without a doubt he would consume his strength faster and die faster. It was just too abnormal. Morongzi was still covering her mouth. finding herself at a loss for words. It was only after a moment that she turned to Bai Jingyun and said, "Big sister Jingyun, you were right. This Lin Ming is simply a farm animal. I don't know what kind of food he was fed growing up." She was very clear on the significance of this ranking. Beyond the top 62 rankings, there were about a dozen students who were set to graduate at the end of the year. Even if Lin Ming stayed at the same ranking, he could enter the top 50 at the end of the year. He could even leap past the top 50 rankings. But how could Lin Ming stay at the same rankings? He might even enter the top 30 by the end of the year and become her own competition. Bai Jingyun snorted and then smiled. "Little girl, mind your manners. You are just envious of others." "Humph, why would I envy him? I just have to take things a little more seriously, and then we will see if I am surpassed by him." Murongzi raised her small fists. Before now, she had just wanted to play around all the time. Before, at the dream trial during the entrance exam, Murongzi's result was an absolute mess. It was only by taking risk after risk did she cross each hurdle. "Damn it! Hurry up and report this to His Highness the Crown Prince faster. Damn me. This result has really turned me into a blind dog." The lead detective under the command of the Crown Prince burst out at his group like an exploding chestnut. Yes, we will immediately send the report." A little guy whose head had been knocked around hurriedly whispered the information, and then lit the sound transmitting talisman in his hands. Meanwhile, the followers of the 10th prince also burnt their sound transmitting talisman. The man who led them looked at the 4 crown prince's men in the bamboo grove, an evil smile curving on his face. What a bunch of idiots. They are still making a futile effort to struggle. Time is on our side. His Highness will inevitably win. What kind of trash can the Crown Prince put out? For this Lin Ming, His Highness has already especially prepared a set of human step scriptures and a top-quality treasure. At this time, the Crown Prince Yang Lin was in the Eastern Palace. He was playing chess with his mentor, Mr. Mui. "Haha, what was your Highness thinking? That chess move was wrong." Mui smiled as he moved a piece and took another one. Yang Lin's bottom left side of the board had already become a lost cause. Yang Lin smiled as he shook his head. "Teacher, I have never won playing against you. Whether I lose early or I lose late, the difference is not big. Haha, even if you say that your strength is inferior, you cannot lose your backbone or fighting spirit. Chess is like a battlefield even if your technique is inferior. Someone who dies on the battlefield remains a hero as he was before. But if he surrenders and is captured and then killed, it is only a shame. Teacher's lesson is wise." To Mui, Yang Lin had no superiority as crown prince. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a middle Hotian stage master was someone that even the emperor had to give 3 points of respect to. More so because the current government and court were turbulent, Mui was the most important person that Yang Lin relied on. "Tell me, what's on your mind?" Mui asked as he put a pawn down on the board. Yang Lin said, "I visited my father, the emperor, today. His body seems to be worse than before." Mui thought silently. He knew that if Yang Lin was worried about anything, it was the throne change due to the old emperor's deteriorating condition. He did not have too many forces on his side, and now he had to consider the power and strength of the other princes. The 10th prince, the Cloud Prince, was ambitious. He probably would not be willing to stay just a prince. But if comparing the influence in the court, their supporters, and even individual strength, Yang Lin was far from the Cloud Prince. Once a struggle began, he might not come out as the victor. In the struggles of the throne, once one was defeated, their fate could be imagined. Yang Lin was already the Crown Prince. Even if he didn't want to struggle, he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, he would lose his life. So these days, Yang Lin has been heavy-hearted, and had not dared to show his hand. Mui said, "Your Highness, I had just said that chess is like a battlefield. You cannot lose your backbone or your fighting spirit. Your Highness, if you lack confidence, then the subordinates under your control will also be anxious. These subordinates of yours have already resolved to follow your Highness, and have handed over their lives and their families' lives. If your Highness loses, then the Cloud Prince will surely show no mercy, and will thoroughly cleanse the government. When that time comes, Mui did not say it, but in all the ancient changes of the throne, they were often accompanied by massacres and the thick smells of blood and death. At those times, things like affection and friendship would all be nothing but a joke. Mui slowly shook his head. To be fair, Yang Lin was far too kind. His temperament was not suitable to be the head of state. Although the charming stories from ancient times had told of many benevolent emperors who ruled their counties, that benevolence was only a single facet of their character. For instance, they would show one side to the officials, one side to the common people, and one side to their enemies. They would not be lenient or relent when it came to killing. Those who were too friendly and passive were not suited to be rulers. Yang Lin said, "In the current 7 profound martial house ranking war, there appears to be some talent participating in the assessment. I sent Zishan and the others over because I wanted to win him over, but I'm not entertaining any hope. My 10th younger brother has been at the battlefield in all directions for many years. He has captured the aristocrats of many neighboring countries and acquired massive amounts of wealth, jewelry, beautiful women, and cultivation method manuals. Especially the rare cultivation manuals. These are particularly tempting to martial artists. I don't think that I can offer anything comparable to what my 10th younger brother can. When the world was at peace, everyone would come to one for advantages, but when the world was in turmoil, one had to go to others for advantages. If a ruler wanted to win over talents, they needed to give corresponding rewards. Therefore, a prince's wealth was also an important standard of their strength. Otherwise, if you could not put out anything valuable, why would anyone die for them? Oh? Talent? Who? Mui's heart moved. He already had a faint guess. Lin Ming, 15 years old. This time he might enter the top 100 rankings in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming. Mui smiled. Your Highness, please rest assured. Lin Ming will not be won over by the 10th prince. Oh? Why do you say this? Little brother Lin and I are friends between generations. Moreover, his background is a bit mysterious. He has a formidable master behind him. He only went to the 7 profound martial house for some exercise and experiences. Even if the Cloud Prince were to put out some good cultivation method, it may not even be seen in Lin Ming's eyes. And also, does your Highness remember 1 month ago when I asked your Highness to help rescue a friend? This was at the start of fall and was also the same day as the 7 profound martial house entrance exam. He was framed and almost put in prison. What the? Teacher. Do you mean to tell me that it was Lin Ming? Yang Lin was quick thinking. He immediately understood what Mui wanted to say. Haha, yes, he was Lin Ming. Although I do not have much contact with little brother Lin, but I can tell you that I feel he is a very righteous and good person. Although at that time your Highness Crown Prince's help wasn't much, Lin Ming should remember this kindness. Although your Highness might not win him over, he also will not become a subordinate of the Cloud Prince and oppose your Highness. This is really a pleasant surprise. The Crown Prince lit up with an happy expression. Although the Emperor's body was getting worse every year, but under the care of precious medicines and the physician's martial arts conditioning, it would not be a problem to live 5 or 6 years, or even 7 to 8 years more. Such a long time was already enough for a talent to grow. Although there were quite a few pulse condensation martial artists in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, most of them were gathered at the 7 profound martial house. Others were bestowed titles by the government and were basically in the military. The ones who could be utilized by the princes were less and less, because few people wished to wade into the turbulent waters of the throne change. Once they made a mistake and bet on the wrong horse, they would be beyond redemption. On Yang Lin's side, not calculating Mui, there was only a single pulse condensation martial artist who was already over 50 years old. But looking at the 7 profound martial house, there was Ling Sen, whose cultivation was already at the peak 4th stage of body transformation, and whose true combat strength approached the pulse condensation period. Give him a few years, and he could also reach that stage. This Lin Ming could become the next Ling Sen. Lin Ming was a reputed rare talent at the 7 profound martial house that would only appear every few dozen years. If he decided to join a side, the power and influence he would gain would increase a step. Therefore, this competition for Lin Ming, although it appeared to be minor, was actually very significant. At this time, a red flame lit up in front of Yang Lin. Pure gold. An urgent sound transmitting talisman. Your Highness, Lin Ming's result is in. His ranking is 62. What? Yang Lin stood up on the spot. 62. As the Crown Prince, he knew what it meant to achieve a ranking of 62 on the second assessment. Even Ling Sen was inferior to this. Ling Sen was already an abnormal existence. With his cultivation of peak fourth stage of body transformation, he was able to approach the strength of the pulse condensation period, and this Lin Ming was even more aberrant. He immediately sent out another sound-transmitting talisman. Although he knew that it was impossible for Zishan and the others to make such a huge mistake, he had to confirm this matter. How is it? The sound-transmitting talisman sends the sound directly to the receiver's mind. Mui had not heard anything. Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, this Lin Ming's result was rank 62. What? 62? Mui was slightly perturbed for a moment but immediately relaxed. Of course, since Lin Ming was the disciple chosen by such a great master, how could he be a small fish in a pond? Ling Sen, Taku, and others like them could be considered talents in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, but if compared to the disciples of the large sects that were taught by the highest masters, they were far worse. Even if Lin Ming was able to reach rank 62 on his first assessment, it would not be an exaggeration. Mui believed that since Lin Ming had an extraordinary master behind him, then he must have a surprisingly good ability. Even if Lin Ming were to defeat Ling Sen in a few more months, Mui at most would be astonished for a brief moment, and then also believe that this was normal. While Yang Lin received the sound-transmitting talisman, the 10th prince also received one. The 10th prince did not care much for Lin Ming's strength, as he had many more masters under him than the crown prince did. What he cared about was Lin Ming's influence. Lin Ming was the eye of the storm in the Sky Fortune capital city and a rising star in the martial artist circles. His talent was to the degree that it could only be found every few dozen years in the 7 profound martial house. If such a character were to join him, then without a doubt his subordinates' morale would greatly increase. There were even more people who were waiting to see the situation before thinking of joining him. If Lin Ming were to join, it would no doubt be easier. But now, after hearing the news from the sound-transmitting talisman, the 10th prince's complexion immediately changed. To enter the 7 profound martial house for only 1 month and for this to only be his second assessment, and also to only have cultivation at the early 3rd stage of body transformation, yet he was still able to reach rank 62 on the ranking stone. This ranking had completely outstripped Ling Sen. The 7 profound martial house had never had a record like this for 100 years. For one to be able to advance into the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode with just a peak 3rd stage of body transformation could be considered a talent among talents if they managed to reach around rank 70. But Lin Ming had actually reached rank 62, and his cultivation was a full half-step lower. This was simply a monstrous genius. It was possible that Lin Ming would become a master who far exceeded Ling Sen, disregarding the considerable influence he would have in pulling other martial artists over to his side. His combat prowess was enough to give the 10th prince a shock. Don't forget, Lin Ming was only 15 years old and his cultivation was at the early 3rd stage of body transformation. There was immense room for improvement. Ha! The heavens help me. As soon as this rare talent that hasn't been seen in 100 years of the 7 profound martial house joins me, then the martial artists of Sky Fortune City will hear this and come shaking in their boots to join me. Your Highness, any orders? Prepare 50,000 gold taels immediately, 2 boxes of the finest jewelry, a dozen of the finest outstanding virgin beauties under 16 years of age, 100 servants, and have them wait at Chunyuan Mountain Villa. Also, prepare 500 acres of fertile farmland and the title deed of Chunyuan Mountain Villa. The man heard this and was secretly scared. Such rewards, was he for real? Who was this for? A villa, 50,000 gold taels, and 2 boxes of the finest jewelry were more than enough to win over a general. The 10th prince was positive that he had this. In fact, he also had a secondary reward that gave him the most confidence. It was a set of rare human step manuals that he had looted from an aristocratic family. With this, he had won over many martial artists. Yang Lin, you will lose to me. What you can put out is not even a tenth of what I can. I want to see how you will struggle when you are fully pressured by me. I don't need that old fogey to die. I will make the first move and catch you off guard. At the 10,000 kill array Ashlar Square, Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes towards Lin Ming. Without saying a word, his complexion had returned to normal, but in the glint of those narrow eyes was an icy chill. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan looked at each other with outwards indifference. Their conflict would end in combat sooner or later, but Zhu Yan had not thought that the day would be arriving so quickly. Lan Yunue was quietly standing in a corner of the sword bamboo grove. She was at a complete loss looking at that incomprehensible number on the ranking stone. She looked at the confrontation between Zhu Yan and Lin Ming and was totally confused. How could things come to this? Many people in the audience were still shocked silly by the result. By now, the deacon responsible for the 10,000 killing array opened his mouth and suddenly said, Lin Ming, congratulations for reaching rank 62 in the 10,000 killing array. According to the regulations of the martial house, as soon as you enter into the top 80 rankings among the disciples, you have earned the qualifications to challenge any disciple of the heavenly abode. The winner will enter the heavenly abode, and the loser will be eliminated and enter the earth hall. The 7 profound martial houses' heavenly abode had exactly 72 people. These people were there because of their combat prowess, but their strength might not be ordered on the 10,000 killing array rankings. Although the ranking stone rankings judged the basic strength of an individual, sometimes there existed discrepancies. For instance, specific specialties such as an assassin, who do not excel in the forward-rushing fighting style of the 10,000 killing array. But in terms of killing a human, they can often surpass their ranking to defeat someone. Therefore, the 7 profound martial house regulations stipulated that once one entered the top 80 rankings of the ranking stone, they obtained the qualifications to challenge a disciple of the heavenly abode. Generally speaking, for this challenge, the one most often chosen was the worst-ranking person in the heavenly abode. Lin Ming looked at the ranking stone. On the ranking stone, the names of the heavenly abode disciples were slightly larger than those of the earth hall. It was easy to see that the one worst ranked in the heavenly abode was a 17-year-old girl named Bai Rongrong, rank 75. Bai Rongrong just happened to be present during this ranking war. She looked extremely pitiful as she saw Lin Ming turn his eyes on the ranking stone. She knew that she had no chance at all facing him. To reach rank 62 in 4 incense sticks and a breath of time. Even if there were 2 of her, she had no fancy dreams she could overcome such a monstrously evil genius. She had to at least symbolically fight him. She just couldn't throw in the towel and admit defeat. She had to fight him honestly and fairly. She could only hope that this abnormal fellow showed some mercy and wasn't too ruthless. Bai Rongrong was self-aware of her own situation. She had already resigned herself to fate. The eyes of many of those present fell on Bai Rongrong. They all expected that this Bai Rongrong would lose. A girl was able to win sympathy from others, especially this Bai Rongrong who was always diligent in her cultivation. If the one who met such a calamity this time was a boy, chances were that most people would have the feeling of taking pleasure in others' misfortune. Have you decided? The deacon asked. I've decided. Lin Ming replied. I have a question though. Are there any restrictions on the time setting of this challenge? The time is decided yourself, but preferably within a month. If your ranking falls out of the top 80, then you also lose the qualifications to challenge. I see. Thank you, Deacon Senior Apprentice. You've chosen? I need the name to report to the Heavenly Abode Elder responsible for these matters. I've chosen. The time is in 1 month. As for who? Lin Ming turned his head. He lifted his spear and pointed it directly at a man who was staring at him with narrowed eyes. I choose Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan? Everyone who heard this name froze, especially Bai Rongrong, whose face filled with an incredulous expression of disbelief. The entire Ashlar Square fell into absolute silence. The one this Lin Ming chose was Zhu Yan? Many people at first thought they heard wrong, but looking at who Lin Ming's spear was pointed at, it was clearly directed at Zhu Yan. Provocation. Challenging someone at spear point. This was simply unconcealed provocation. Ranked 32. Zhu Yan. This Lin Ming just wouldn't stop astonishing everyone. This Lin Ming. He's gone insane. Morong Zi's lips twitched. She mumbled, "No, I'm the crazy one. If this Lin Ming is crazy, and he does crazy things and creates crazy miracles, then if he is not crazy, I am crazy." Bai Jingyun was also amazed. This Lin Ming was bold. What courage! He was prepared to surpass Zhu Yan in 1 month. From 62 to 32, it had to be known that the ranking was exponentially more difficult the higher one went. From 162 to 132 would not be difficult, but from 62 to 32, the hardship would increase by several times. She had used an entire year to go from 65 to 26. This growth seemed high, but the truth was it was limited, because this year 20 disciples who had been in front of Bai Jingyun had graduated from the martial house. So Bai Jingyun had only actually advanced 19 ranks. This has become interesting, Taku said with a wry smile. I did not come today in vain. This Lin Ming seems to have a grudge with Zhu Yan. Otherwise, why would he aim so high? Really a horrible relationship. I felt Zhu Yan's body flash a moment ago with murderous intent, but it was instantly hidden. Lin Ming challenged Zhu Yan at spear point. That, in itself, was also a kind of provocation. Ling Xin said, although that moment when Zhu Yan had broken out in murderous intention was not obvious. Ling San was able to sense it from the many years he had spent on the battlefield. He also had his Ashura martial intent, so he was particularly sensitive to murderous intent. Zhu Yan is a ruthless person. Although he has an aristocratic background, he is actually someone who sinks his entire heart into diligently cultivating. He is very strong, and not only that, but this kind of person has no lack of ambition. In the future, he will probably join the government. Even I have kept several points of attention on him. Now this Lin Ming challenged Zhu Yan. I really want to see. Taku licked his lips in excitement. He was a subordinate of the army, and would most likely return in the future. It was better for him not to be involved in these struggles. What would the result be after 1 month? No one dared to guess. If it was before, then they would say that Lin Ming was a fool who had bitten off more than he could chew. But at present, Lin Ming had created miracle after miracle, and no one dared to look down on a single hair of his. What? Lin Ming challenged Zhu Yan? And he challenged him at spear point. Is it possible that he has some enmity with Zhu Yan? In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince had just gotten the news that Lin Ming had challenged Zhu Yan. He called out his name and also referred to him by spear point. It really is unusual. Between these two people, there should be some matters. Mui also said, if there really is a grudge, then my chances just increased. This Zhu Yan is a cousin of my 10th brother. Zhu Yan is already joined together with my 10th brother as one. They share glory and also defeat. I don't know what sort of relationship exists between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan. It seems there are some oversights in my information. For the matters between Lin Ming and Lan Yunue, except Lin Xiaodong, few others knew. The intelligence that the Crown Prince collected was mainly about Lin Ming's background and parental situation. It wasn't a completely exhaustive report. Pong! The teacup in the Cloud Prince's hand was crushed. He had received the sound-transmitting talisman at the same time the Crown Prince had. Naming Zhu Yan in a challenge, referring to him by spear point, this was definitely not a good sign. If there was no hatred between them, why would Lin Ming jump over so many people to find Zhu Yan? This Zhu Yan, he's really making trouble for me. The 10th Prince's 2 eyebrows slanted upwards like scimitars and twisted together. Zhu Yan belonged to his mother's side. About relatives from the wife or mother's family, generally speaking, regardless if it were a prince or an emperor, they would exclude most from the mother's side. Since ancient times, it had been far too common for the wife's family or mother's family to take power. For instance, the empress or empress dowager would entrust heavy responsibilities to their family and cause their power to skyrocket. But once their influence inflated, then there would also be conspiracies and plots to control the court. There would be rebellions and plots from the women's side to seize power. But this was a crucial phase for the Cloud Prince in his struggle. Anything that could give him a boost was good. Zhu Yan was a talented person, and the Cloud Prince was willing to let him work as his subordinate. But he would not take Zhu Yan as a trusted follower. Someone like Zhu Yan was simply too ambitious. Pass the order. I want Zhu Yan to come see me tonight. The 10th Prince wanted to inquire about the reason behind the feud between Zhu Yan and Lin Ming, and see whether he could convert Lin Ming from an enemy into a friend. After Zhu Yan returned to his residence, a ball of flame burst into sparks in front of him. This was a message sent by a sound-transmitting talisman from the 10th Prince, Xianxia. The 10th Prince wanted him to come see him tonight at his palace. Zhu Yan could hear his underlying tone. The 10th Prince did not sound happy. Zhu Yan knew for certain that if the 10th Prince wanted to see him, it was because of that moment when Lin Ming had openly challenged him. The scouts he had sent to observe the situation must have reported back to the 10th Prince. Win over Lin Ming? Stop dreaming. Zhu Yan reached out a hand and crushed the smoldering ashes in front of him. The voice of the 10th Prince came to a screeching halt. Zhu Yan slowly rose up and poured himself a glass of wine. He raised the glass and drained the whole thing. Slowly, his eyes became quietly cold, like a placid lake. There is still a month. Do you think that Lin Ming has already won? As Lin Ming returned to his residence, he also received sound-transmitting talismans simultaneously from the 10th Prince and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's message was from Mui. In the sound-transmitting talisman, Mui sent his congratulations and invited Lin Ming to the Crown Prince's palace to visit and have a drink. As for the 10th Prince, he also invited Lin Ming over and also asked if Lin Ming could take a view at a rare human step manual that he had. These two sound-transmitting talismans, in truth, had already violated the regulations of the 7 Profound Martial House. The Martial House had stipulated that any and all outside influences could not disturb disciples in the middle of the school period, even if it was a sound-transmitting talisman sent from the outside. However, the present events were of an important matter with the princes competing for the throne, so naturally the Martial House was able to bend the rules a little to accommodate them. It seems that both sides want to win me over. I have antagonized too many people and made too many enemies. My own strength is weak. I may be safe in the 7 Profound Martial House, but if I go out, I might be assassinated. Although I created a story that I have some formidable master at my back, this kind of fake thing might not necessarily deter others. If I take a side for the time being, then they can also protect me. Mui has been gracious and generous towards me, and we are friends, and the Crown Prince helped me one time, so I owe him a favor. If I join them, that would be a good choice. As for the 10th Prince, he is a child of the concubine empress of the Zhu family. Lin Ming didn't care much about politics, but he knew about the Zhu family's situation, and that the 10th Prince was Zhu Yan's cousin. The Zhu family had used this relationship to climb up the ladder. Their influence was growing day by day and rising in the ranks. It was impossible for Lin Ming to take the 10th Prince's side. He immediately declined him. As for giving face to Mui, that was something that he absolutely had to do, but now was not the time. I thank Your Highness the Crown Prince for your great and kind invitation, but I already have a promised date in a month and must seize every second and minute. Thus I cannot keep my appointment with you. 1 month later, I will come visit and pay my thanks to your hospitality at that time. In the Eastern Palace of the Crown Prince, Mui received Lin Ming's sound-transmitting talisman. He traced his beard and said with a smile, Lin Ming said that he would come to visit in a month. Oh, this Lin Ming is really so diligent that he doesn't have a free evening. Mui replied, Your Highness must know that the man that cultivates the path of martial arts must be fastidious and keep their thoughts and heart pure. Lin Ming wholeheartedly pursues the martial arts peak. If his heart doesn't have any distracting thoughts, then his growth will also be very fast. If he were to come for a drink even for a night, then there would be some unavoidable disturbances in his mind, and it would take perhaps a day or two to adjust back. So that's how it is. No wonder this Lin Ming's cultivation progressed so quickly. His heart of martial arts must be make up a large part of the reason. Yes, normally if someone's heart of martial arts is weak, when they only have some achievements, they have major powers from far and wide trying to win them over. They are very easily tempted by things like wealth and beauty. This kind of person will always lack great talent, and can only be a follower. However, that Lin Ming's strength improved so quickly is not just due to his pure heart of martial arts, but also because he has a formidable master behind him. Initially, Lin Ming had asked Muyi to keep his secret of being an inscription master private, but he had not said anything to Muyi about keeping this formidable shadow master of his a secret. In fact, with Lin Ming's current reputation, even if he were to publicize his status as an inscription master, it would not be dangerous. It would even add to the chips in his hand. Not to mention that he had the crown prince and Muyi's protection now. His status of being a talented disciple of the Seven Profound Marital House was already an enormous deterrent. Of course, what sort of master is this behind Lin Ming? The crown prince asked as his eyes lit up. Muyi saw this look of the crown prince and clearly knew what thoughts he had. He smiled and said, "Your Highness should not expect to count on this person. I guess that this senior is at least at the large success of Xiantian stage. He might have even already surpassed the Xiantian stage. The height of the realms he has reached is already beyond our understanding. He would not meddle in the earthly matters. Surpasses Xiantian." Yang Lin's heart shook as he heard this. What sort of realm is above a Xiantian master? Muyi forced a wry smile. He said, "I do not know the martial arts path beyond that. For those that do not come from an ancient clan or sect, the martial artist who learns by themselves is just like living in a dense fog. They simply do not know where or what to explore. After the Xiantian stage, I am not clear what sort of realm it is." Yang Lin let loose a light breath and said, "Teacher, please do not belittle yourself. You already have such achievements though you are not from a sect or a clan. You are already a rare talent. I only have one point that is unclear. If this Lin Ming has such a formidable master behind him, why would he go to the Seven Profound Martial House?" Muyi said, "Well, about this I also have some doubts. To the martial arts path beyond the Xiantian stage, I do not completely understand. Perhaps if one wants to reach the higher boundaries in martial arts, they need to experience for themselves the world and accumulate life experiences, and that is why Lin Ming then came to Sky Fortune City. Whether or not I can win over Lin Ming, I must at least become friends with him. Next month when Lin Ming comes, I will personally greet him and give him a proper banquet. This Lin Ming, he actually rejected me. At the Cloud Prince's palace, the 10th Prince Yongzhen received the sound-transmitting talisman that Lin Ming had replied with, and his face immediately sank. Zhu Yan, you really did a good deed. For a mere woman you have offended such a powerful enemy. You have really disappointed me. Zhu stood in front, silent and without words. Originally, when he had succeeded in snatching and obtaining Lan Yunue, Lin Ming had only been a little unimportant guy, nothing more than a bug beneath his heel. No matter what happened, he could easily deal with him. To take a woman from such an useless person, what could go wrong? Who could possibly expect that Lin Ming would grow so quickly into such a powerful enemy? Of course, he did not explain these matters, nor did he need to. Yang Zhen had asked him here today to let loose his volatile temper. Zhu Yan was very clear. His current status and his Zhu family's status was all because of the 10th Prince. The 10th Prince was his master, and in front of him he could not revolt. I borrowed your Zhu family's strength because I thought you could assist me in dealing with my hurdle, but now you have only added to the chaos. I had the absolute confidence to win over Lin Ming, but now, Zhu Yan, you followed me because you wanted to do great things and have great accomplishments. Only the stupidest, the absolute stupidest people would kill the world for just a woman. That Lan Yunue, you will divorce her. As the 10th Prince said this, Zhu Yan's brow slightly wrinkled. He said, Your Highness, even if I divorce Lan Yunue, it is impossible for me to ease my relationship with Lin Ming. Do you believe that Lin Ming will forgive this betrayal and join together with Lan Yunue again? This battle of mine and Lin Ming's was because of Lan Yunue. But now, it already has nothing to do with Lan Yunue any longer. I do not need you to preach to me. I already know that Lin Ming will not want Lan Yunue again. But, if you divorce her, it will be a sign of showing weakness and humbling yourself before Lin Ming. Afterwards, you can apologize. Only like this can we possibly sit down and discuss the future together. Only like this will I have the possibility to offer him generous conditions and bring him to my side. No longer an eternal enemy, only eternal benefits. I will choose for him beauties that far outstrip Lan Yunue. Heavenly beauties who are as obedient as a cat. I will give him great wealth and top cultivation methods. How could he not side with me? What the crown prince can give him is nothing compared to what I can. You want me to show weakness and humble myself before Lin Ming? Zhu Yan's mouth twitched and his fists clenched together until they were white. For someone like him who had an arrogant personality, to show weakness and humble himself, it was worse than killing him. What, you aren't willing? A real man is resilient and can adapt to the situation. What is this matter of showing a little weakness? Could it be that you want to create problems for me? Just because you and Lin Ming are complete enemies. Zhu Yan took a few deep breaths and then slowly relaxed his clenched fists. His eyes were cold as he slowly said, Your Highness, a dead genius is no longer a genius. Humph! You want me to assassinate Lin Ming? Zhu Yan, do you not know what sort of unparalleled existence the 7 profound martial house is in the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Lin Ming is a rare talent that hasn't been seen in 100 years of the 7 profound martial house. I can't believe that you wish for me to assassinate him. Even if he left the martial house, even if he hasn't grown, do not forget my elder brother, the crown prince Yang Lin. Although Yang Lin is stupid, he is not stupid to the point of being retarded. How could he not send protection for Lin Ming? His side also has a master, he even has Muyi. Once I make a minor miscalculation, once just a little bit of my plans are exposed to Yang Lin that I have killed Lin Ming, then I have lost. Let alone when the time comes to take the throne, I won't even be able to preserve my life. The authority of the 7 profound martial house is inviolable. Even if it is my father the emperor, he would also be useless to do anything. Just one Muyi is enough to give me a headache. I have spent many resources to raise 18 people into the court that are willing to die, and this is just to barely deal with Muyi. If this Lin Ming grows up and is added to this already complicated situation, then my chances will be significantly reduced. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched and both of his fists felt heavy. He spoke slowly and clearly. Your Highness, please give me some time. I will give you an adequate response. Fine. I will believe you this one time. But what if you disappoint me once again? Zhu Yan took a deep breath and bit out the words. If I am defeated, if Lin Ming can still grow with such a monstrously evil speed, then I will divorce Lan Yunue and apologize to Lin Ming. Humph. I hope it will not be too late at that time. Draw back. In a guest room at the Great Clarity Pavilion, the ambience was brilliant, and the prepared dishes were delicious, but Zhu Yan did not have the mind to eat the dishes as he stewed in his thoughts. Seeing Zhu Yan not eating, Lan Yunue hadn't dared to move her chopsticks. She had correctly guessed that Zhu Yan's worry today was related to Lin Ming's challenge. She was caught in the middle, embarrassed, and did not dare to even say a few words. Today, the 10th prince called me in to discuss some matters with me. Zhu Yan slowly said after being silent for a long time. Discuss, what did you talk about? Lan Yunue felt a faint sense of unease. She had never known what Zhu Yan was thinking. She could only feel his dark and terrible mood, as if there was this gently roiling calm, just before he would explode with sudden violent rage and run amok. His look was just like a vicious beast lying in ambush. At first it seemed tranquil and calm, but it was actually containing an inexhaustible murderous intent. When she was together with Zhu Yan, Lan Yunue had always felt an invisible pressure pushing down on her as if she couldn't breathe. It was unlike the past, during the time when she and Lin Ming had been together. When she was with Lin Ming, she could randomly act like a spoiled brat, or randomly lose her temper, but that boy would always smile at her like sunshine and satisfy all of her unreasonable demands. Unfortunately, those days were long gone and would never return. Lan Yunue sighed in her heart. She did not dare to show any feelings, because she always felt as if Zhu Yan's eyes were like an eagle that seemed able to completely penetrate into her innermost feelings. He told me to, Zhu Yan said, and then looked at her with both eyes and slowly continued. He told me to divorce you. In that moment, Lan Yunue became senseless. It was as if time had slowed down in that instant, and Zhu Yan's face suddenly seemed far off in the distance. All her senses, her hearing, her touch, all of it became blurred. Although she had always maintained the purity of her body, she had already become engaged to Zhu Yan. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if a girl was divorced after being engaged, this was an extremely shameful matter, and their remarriage would be affected. If Zhu Yan really divorced her, what course was left for her to follow? She looked at Zhu Yan with a twisted expression and clenched her lips, trying not to cry. Still, tears began to flow from her eyes. She knew what significance the 10th prince meant to Zhu Yan and the Zhu family. His words held much weight to Zhu Yan. You have agreed? Lan Yunue choked on her words, almost sobbing. Not yet. Zhu Yan replied truthfully. Why? Lan Yunue subconsciously held the chopsticks in her hand, but her knuckles had turned white. Because of Lin Ming. The 10th prince wishes to win over Lin Ming. But you have become an obstacle for him to win over Lin Ming. Obstacle? Lan Yunue could finally not bear the pain, and the tears she was holding back began to tumble down like rain. She was just an ordinary girl. How was it that one day she would be involved in the struggles of the throne and become an obstacle to the prince? Why was this happening? Zhu Yan said, I have 1 month, maybe 2. But I still don't know if there might be a chance. You don't need to despair. This matter isn't necessarily a foregone conclusion. After saying these words, Zhu Yan simply rose up, pushed open the door and left. Lan Yunue was left behind, sitting in her chair. She looked as if her soul had been lost. She knew her situation. Although Zhu Yan had said there was an opportunity, she was not naive enough to believe this. If she ever became an obstacle in his path, even if just a little, he would not hesitate to get rid of her. Thinking of this, Lan Yunue felt a surge of inexplicable sorrow. She absent-mindedly rose, opened the door and left. The main hall of the Great Clarity Pavilion always resounded with boisterous noise and chatter. A crowd of aristocratic sons indulged in their desires and were having fun, raising goblets to drink from. The delicate bronze goblets were covered with a lifelike design, as if it were the mouth of a monster that was opening its jaws wide to swallow her. Luxurious halls, velvet rugs, the gentle sounds of lofty strings and wind instruments, fine jade plates and golden bowls filled with the best delicacies. She had once longed for these in her dreams and pursued them, but now they only made her feel desolate. She walked down the staircase and out of the Great Clarity Pavilion. The autumn night had a breezy coolness to it, and the blowing wind had a touch of dew. It was somber and wistful. The truth was, Zhu Yan was not wrong. Lan Yunue understood the reason he said those few words tonight, and did not feel any resentment towards him. She had chosen Zhu Yan. She chose him because Zhu Yan brought to her great wealth, and thus a longer youth. If one day Zhu Yan lost his status to women, then even his wife might leave him. This truth, how could Zhu Yan not understand? If one chooses splendor, then they have to be able to withstand the bitterness and pain behind that splendor. But she understood this principle too late. She suddenly realized how precious those missing things were that she once had. She regretted, not because Lin Ming had metamorphosed into a golden-scaled dragon, but her regret was not knowing that the happiness she had once felt was a true blessing. The result that Lin Ming had created had shocked many people. The major powers had already set plans into action for Lin Ming. But even though Lin Ming had achieved such a great result, he had not even the slightest bit of complacency. He chose 1 month of time before challenging Zhu Yan. The truth was, he did not have the absolute assurance that he would win. Zhu Yan was the first decent enemy in Lin Ming's entire life. Once, Lin Min had set surpassing Zhu Yan as a lifetime goal. But now, in only a short period of 6 months, Lin Ming would be facing off against Zhu Yan on the same martial stage. Lin Ming could feel that Zhu Yan was tough and extraordinary. Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng were the same. Both were proud and had their own unyielding will. It was just that Zhu Yan was not so hard-edged like Wang Yanfeng, and was more restrained at heart. If Wang Yanfeng was an unsheathed treasure sword overflowing with cold air, then Zhu Yan was a slender saber hidden in the sheath. It was difficult to tell when he would leave the sheath, and that first strike would be virtually impossible to guard against. Zhu Yan would not be so easily crushed. He was the son of a concubine of the Zhu family. He relied on his own strength and diligent efforts to crawl up, step by step, to his current position. He even had the possibility of inheriting the Zhu family as the head of the household. Such a person was like strong grass and just as tenacious. Even if Lin Ming had the crimson gold dragon marrow pill that was enhanced by the medicinal inscription symbol, he didn't have full confidence that he would win. This month, Zhu Yan would definitely put in double the effort. But even knowing this, Lin Ming had still issued a challenge. Not only did he have to challenge Zhu Yan, he had to challenge himself and force himself into a corner to stimulate his potential. This month, the resources that Lin Ming would obtain were increased. He would be able to practice for 5 full days at the 7 major killing arrays, receive 5 soul-gathering pellets, and also 5 true essence stones. The soul-gathering pellets were nothing, but the true essence stones, in particular the 5 full days of cultivation time, were crucial for Lin Ming. 5 full days was equal to 60 hours he could practice. That was an average of 2 hours every day for a month. Although it wasn't indiscriminate practice, but the effects of 2 hours were already very rewarding. This early morning, Lin Ming carried the penetrating rainbow and went to the icy pond waterfall. But just as he was about to enter the cold pond, a distant voice called out to him. "Young cousin, wait a moment." Lin Ming paused his footsteps. It was Lin Wu. "Young cousin, congratulations. This time you have really gained face for our Lin family," Lin Wu cheerfully said as he ran over. The Lin family was one of the biggest families in Green Mulberry City. But at present it did not have the means to compare with the Zhu family. This was because the Zhu family had a concubine empress, and moreover the empress's son was awarded the title of prince. This was not too bad. One could only blame fate. However, most of the Lin family elders seethed with rage. The Lin family was always pressured by the Zhu family and Zhu Yan. They were like a mountain that stood in front of the Lin family. The strongest of the young generation in the Lin family was Lin Wu. He had already spent 2 years in the 7 profound martial house and had just barely entered the Earth Hall. Also, he was only in the lower middle section of rankings. The other 2 of the younger generation had not even entered the Earth Hall. They could not catch up to even half of Zhu Yan. How could the Lin family elders not be annoyed? But yesterday, 12 long-range sound transmitting talismans had been used, and the great news had been sent a great distance that night to Green Mulberry City. The common sound transmitting talisman could only reach several dozen miles in range, but the long-distance sound transmitting talisman could spread to several hundred miles. The price was of course far higher than ordinary. 1 slip cost several dozen taels of gold. To pass news from the Sky Fortune City to the Green Mulberry City required 12 sound transmitting talismans being sent in series. The cost to send this news was several hundred gold taels. If it were not important, then even a rich or respected family like the Lin family would not be so wasteful. 12 sound transmissions were sent in succession, with an urgent pure gold color. They only had a few simple sentences. Lin Ming has been at the 7 profound martial house for 34 days. During the second 10,000 killing array assessment, he reached rank 62 and obtained the qualifications to challenge the heavenly abode. He challenged Zhu Yan at spear point and declared that their match would be 1 month later. It is said that when the head of the Lin family received this sound transmitting talisman, he jumped up from his chair on the spot and even used dirty words. "This is fucking great." Of course this was great. Their Lin family had always been pressured by the Zhu family, and even the younger generation was being pressured by Zhu Yan. Now Lin Ming was able to mercilessly get justice for them, and even challenge Zhu Yan at spear point. To overturn this mountain that had always been suppressing the younger generation of the Lin family, how could he not be feeling great? There that night, 12 more long-range sound transmitting talismans were used in succession to return news to the Sky Fortune City Lin family branch. The instructions the Lin family head gave were, "Do not hesitate to use all supplies available to support Lin Ming. We must create the best and most ideal conditions for Lin Ming, so that he can defeat Zhu Yan 1 month from now." So today, because of the instructions from the head of the Lin family branch sent Lin Wu to bring Lin Ming resources to support him. This is... Lin Ming looked at a small porcelain bottle and a small jade box in Lin Wu's hand. The head of the Lin family sent an urgent message through 12 long-range sound transmitting talismans to the family branch. He wants you to train well and try your hardest to defeat Zhu Yan a month from now. Lin Ming took the porcelain bottle and the jade box. He opened the porcelain bottle. Inside were 10 pills. They were lustrous and round, with a delicate and gentle fragrance. As soon as one saw these, it was easy to tell they were superior medicines. High-level soul-gathering pellet? The main ingredient of an ordinary soul-gathering pellet was a 100-year-old yuan fruit. Its value was no less than a 100-year-old blood lingji. But a high-level soul-gathering pellet was made from a 300-year-old yuan fruit. Its value was at least 7 times more than an ordinary soul-gathering pellet. Moreover, it was not easy to buy. A soul-gathering pellet could not directly increase a martial artist's strength, but it could enhance a martial artist's ability to condense true essence and thus increase their cultivation speed. Although these types of pills' effects of increasing strength were slow, they did not have any side effects and one could take them constantly. Because of this, of all the pills that martial artists had, the consumption of soul-gathering pellet was the highest. This bottle that the Lin family gave of high-level soul-gathering pellets was worth nearly 20,000 gold taels. The family had really used all their resources. Lin Ming looked at Lin Wu and then opened the jade box. After opening it, he saw neatly placed inside were 2 layers of crystal-clear stones that looked as if they were carved from ice. True essence stones. Lin Ming could see with one sweep of his eyes that this box held 30 true essence stones. 30 true essence stones was not a small number. And these true essence stones were glittering as if they were carved from translucent glass. If compared to those given by the 7 profound martial house, they were somewhat purer. These true essence stones. Their value was also not low. Seeing this bottle of soul-gathering pellets and this box of true essence stones, Lin Ming understood that if he received this great gift, it was equivalent to his tacit approval, and that he was willing to become a direct descendant of the Lin family. Lin Wu realized that Lin Ming's look had changed, and he faintly guessed in his mind what he was deliberating. He said with some embarrassment and a hint of apology, "Young cousin, I know that this icing on the cake is not of a timely nature to truly help. I know that when you first came down to Sky Fortune City, not even a shadow of the family was here to help or assist you. Now that young cousin has become a dragon among men, the family only then delivers medicine and true essence stones. It really does not honor you or do you justice, but there is also a reason we do the things we do. The family's resources are limited. There are just too many children of the Lin family. If each generation equally divided the family property, then the Lin family would have already disappeared." Lin Ming understood what Lin Wu meant. Lin Ming's own great-grandmother was the matriarch of the family office, Madame Fong. This relation was passed down to Lin Ming. The children of a large family tended to have many wives, and thus they flourished. The number of heirs and descendants exponentially increased with each new generation. The property had to be concentrated together in order to ensure that the family traditions could continue. The family gave some businesses to the branch family juniors to manage, and to let these distant families earn a salary. This was already a kindness to the branch families. In fact, this was very generous. If it wasn't for Lin Ming practicing martial arts, his family's life could also be very wealthy. To the Lin family with which he shared the last name, Lin Ming felt a little thanks, but he did not have any real sense of belonging to them. But Lin Ming knew that his parents had very traditional and serious mindsets, and they had always dreamed that one day they could return to the main family. In his parents' eyes, recognizing their ancestors and returning to the main family was the orthodox. This was because his parents' status in the family would rise, and they would even receive the respect and veneration of the family head. To the parents, this was a glory, and this glory would be brought because of him. Which parents did not hope for their children to have great accomplishments in the future, and return home with riches and honor. Lin Ming was a rare talent that had never been seen in the last 100 years of the Seven Profound Martial House. His rising star was enough to bring honor to his ancestors, and to give shade to his descendants. Thinking this, Lin Ming accepted the pills and true essences stones, and said to Lin Wu, "Thank the family head for me. Young cousin is too humble. The Lin family thanks young cousin, and we hope you win for us." Seeing Lin Ming accept these gifts, Lin Wu relaxed and let loose a deep breath. He also had feared that Lin Ming had a cold and lonely heart towards the Lin family. It was only a few more months until the end of the year. Lin Ming was already calculating in his mind. There was a vacation period at the end of the Seven Profound Martial House school year. The Martial House disciples usually went home to celebrate the new year. He himself had to take advantage of this opportunity to visit his parents. His father and mother had worked hard enough for a lifetime. They deserved an easy and comfortable retirement in old age. Bidding Lin Wu farewell, Lin Ming took the pills and the true essence stones with him, and carried penetrating rainbow to the icy pond waterfall once more. Junior Apprentice Lin. As soon as the deacon's senior apprentice responsible for the icy pond waterfall saw Lin Ming, his whole face had lit up with a welcoming smile. Junior Apprentice Lin is truly basking in the limelight. But, it is just too wonderful. Ranking stone rank 62. Terrific, and certainly unprecedented. Lin Ming smiled and didn't respond. These last 2 days he had heard far too much similar flattery. What difficulty does Junior Apprentice Lin want? 9 levels. The highest difficulty in the Icy Pond Waterfall array was the 12th level. The deeper one went, the higher the level one went, the more difficult the array would be. The only person capable of just barely withstanding the 12th level of difficulty was Ling Sen. Even he could only last for an incense stick of time, and then he too had to surface and meditate. Therefore Ling Sen only practiced at the 11th level of difficulty. In 1 month, Lin Ming had jumped 2 levels of difficulty, and gone from the 7th level to the 9th level. This was a truly unbelievable matter. But Lin Ming's ranking spoke louder than words. "Okay," the deacon's senior apprentice said without hesitation, and immediately opened the 9th level of difficulty. Lin Ming swallowed a high-level soul-gathering pellet to help him increase his cultivation speed, and then he carried the penetrating rainbow with him as he dove into the icy pond. As soon as he entered the icy pond, Lin Ming felt once more a bone-chilling cold that was like tiny ice needles piercing him from all directions. The difficulty had kicked up a notch. Of the 7 profound Martial House's resources, the soul-gathering pellets and true essences stones couldn't be considered true treasures. Only these 7 major killing arrays could be considered such. Each second and each minute was incomparably precious. He could not even waste a smidgen of time. He only had 2 hours of time. Lin Ming stood on the big rock underneath the waterfall. He kept penetrating rainbow even and steady. In the 9th level of difficulty, the waterfall's pulsing impact had increased tremendously. When Lin Ming had gripped his 8-foot 8-inch spear underneath the waterfall, he immediately felt the huge impact force of the waterfall, as if at any moment his arm would break under the weight. Underneath the effects of the waterfall array, it was not easy to stand, and the water was also freezing cold. The unending flowing water constantly slicked off of the body's heat. Adding an 820 gene spear that he kept horizontally underneath the waterfall, even with his own thick true essence and amazing strength, he could only support this consumption for a blink of an eye. Even if it was Lin Ming, he had to absorb the true essence in a true essence stone to support himself. The absorption speed of true essence went up by 50%. Lin Ming was startled, but he immediately understood. This was the effect of the high-level soul-gathering pellet. An 1800 gold-tail high-level soul-gathering pellet. Eating one was a true treasure. The effects of this kind of luxurious and amazing pill were especially good. By relying on the true essence stone and the high-level soul-gathering pill that was difficult to buy no matter how wealthy one was, Lin Ming was unexpectedly able to persist in this extremely violent situation. Originally, Lin Ming had thought he could hold his breath for 3/4 of an hour at most. But now, even though his true essence was depleted, he could still rely on the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stone to supplement his body and barely continue. Although Lin Ming felt that the pain was difficult to endure, he was still standing. The advantages were immense in maintaining this condition. Not only did it rapidly enhance his spear skills, but it also tempered his body with true essence and increased the synchronization of the tiny units in his body. Each point of his muscles and organs independently absorbed true essence. His body continually resisted against the severe cold. When a common martial artist practiced martial arts, it was inevitable that their body would have a spot that they did not cultivate. But when every inch of the body was independently absorbing true essence, then this situation would not occur. Lin Ming's one breath had already lasted for half an hour. Because of the biting ice-cold chill, Lin Ming's body temperature had already dropped to an acutely low degree. An average man would have already died. But a martial artist relied on the protection of their true essence to maintain their blood flow. Because of the long time he had been under this condition, Lin Ming's consciousness began to fade away from his body. Slowly, the thunderous sounds of the waterfall began to fade away and vanish into nothing. Lin Ming's mind entered a completely quiet and tranquil time and space. Here it was as if he could clearly feel the flow and sound of each impact, and he could hear his own slow heartbeat as if it were frozen. This heartbeat beat with a rhythm of a booming drum. At that moment, Lin Ming felt his soul leave his body once more. In his body, he once more felt that elusive state that he had been in before. Because he was unable to consciously control his body, the true essence in his body moved in accordance of its instincts. This sort of circulation route, compared to when Lin Ming was controlling his true essence himself, was far more perfect. Lin Ming didn't know, but this state was the rudimentary form of martial intent. Lin Ming didn't know, but this state was the rudimentary form of martial intent. The last time that Lin Ming had entered into this mysterious cultivation state, he had reached the perfect first layer of the true primal chaos formula. Afterwards, Lin Ming had not been able to enter this cultivation state again. But this time, relying on the effects of the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stone combining together, and having stayed in Icy Pond Waterfall's 9th level of difficulty for a long time so that his consciousness expanded, Lin Ming had once again entered this rudimentary form of martial intent. Although Lin Ming's martial intent was imperfect and it wasn't so exaggerated as the sudden enlightenment described in the ancient texts, but it was still able to bring great benefits to Lin Ming. Under this kind of martial intent, his cultivation and level were rapidly rising. Martial intent itself was an evasive state. It had nothing to do with one's own intelligence or qualifications. It was only about one's own conscious will. Lin Ming had an incredible and rare heart of martial arts. By virtue of this, he was able to slowly trace the opening method of martial intent. Like this, 2 hours passed. The time of Lin Ming's appointment was up. Xiedong saw that Lin Ming still hadn't exited by the time his appointment was up, so he entered the array in order to remind him. As he entered the array, he only found Lin Ming was sitting quietly under the waterfall with both eyes shut tight. His breath was long, almost stagnant. He was motionless like the dead. As soon as he saw this, Xiedong's eyes jumped. He had spent many years at the Seven Profound Martial House, and had read a great number of ancient texts that covered a broad variety of topics. He knew that Lin Ming should currently be cultivating martial arts to an extreme degree. In that case, if he cultivated martial arts under these circumstances, his growth would be exponential. No, something's wrong. Even if he cultivated martial arts so fervently, his breath shouldn't almost be stalled. This is definitely not normal. Junior apprentice brother Lin's situation is... Xiedong's eyes were sharp. If he didn't see the thick and rich true essence that emanated from Lin Ming's body, he would have thought that Lin Ming had frozen to death. Is this a martial intent? Xiedong suddenly remembered the records about martial intent in the ancient texts. In the legends, certain individuals were able to enter into their own state of cultivation called martial intent. When they cultivated in this state, they could progress 10,000 miles in a day. Ling Sen had comprehended a martial intent. The kind of person that usually had a heart of martial arts that vastly outstripped that of a normal man's. Thinking of this, Xiadong was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Lin Ming's strength had progressed so rapidly. Lin Ming had his own martial intent. This was extraordinary. It had to be known that those who had comprehended a martial intent generally had a supreme heart of martial arts. But it wasn't guaranteed that someone with a supreme heart of martial arts could comprehend a martial intent. To comprehend martial intent, one must have the greatest luck. It must come to them, they cannot seek it. At this moment, another disciple had arrived outside of the icy pond waterfall. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If the array is vacant, please trouble to help me open up the 7th level of difficulty. My condition recently has been very good and I've made much progress. Today, I think I want to challenge a higher difficulty. Even though he was responsible for the icy pond waterfall, Xiadong was a bit reluctant. Junior apprentice brother Sun, the array has not yet been vacated. Sun Xing slightly frowned. Time in the 7 major killing arrays was precious. An appointment was always exact. Not a minute or a second could be missed. Otherwise people would suffer a major loss. Xiadong's prime task was to remind disciples so that they came out earlier. Senior apprentice brother, this is a bit too excessive. What am I going to do if I lose time? Who is inside? Sun Xing asked with some dissatisfaction. It was obvious that this Xiadong favored the opposite party, but he didn't want to show a bad side to him. Xiadong was responsible for the icy pond waterfall. If he offended Xiadong, then he might have trouble in the future. This inside is junior apprentice brother Lin Ming, Xiadong said. Lin Ming. Sun Xing suddenly stared with eyes wide open, and he gulped. Lin Ming's name had spread through the entire Sky Fortune City like a heavenly thunderclap that reverberating in everyone's ears in the 7 profound martial house. He was even more famous than Ling Sen, Taku, and the others. If he could really defeat Zhu Yan in 1 month, then he would be the most abnormally monstrous genius that the 7 profound martial house had ever seen in the past 100 years. Who would even dare to think about provoking this kind of person? Sun Xing hurried to hide his discontent. So it was junior apprentice brother Lin. Haha. If I may ask the senior apprentice brother, when will he come out? Although he was no longer angry, he was still inevitably anxious. Xiadong said, I'm not clear about this. Junior apprentice brother Lin has probably entered into some strange cultivation state. Well, today I am very sorry for junior apprentice brother Sunday. How about when junior apprentice brother Lin comes out? I have him recompense you for your time. Xiadong did not mention the matter of martial intent. After all, he was not assured of his judgment. Sun Xing nodded in agreement. Most people would be unwilling to abruptly change their appointment time, but since the person who was taking his time was Lin Ming, that was another matter. Sun Xing thought for a moment and then said, since junior apprentice brother Lin is so ardently cultivating his martial arts, I should lend him my time. If senior apprentice brother could remember to mention my name later, that would be wonderful. Sun Xing wanted to curry some favor with Lin Ming. To let Lin Ming borrow some practice time could only be regarded as a small favor. Haha, naturally, Xiadong said. He certainly understood Sun Xing's thoughts. In this way, Lin Ming continued cultivating in that special state. That one breath had been extended to 4 hours. As he suddenly woke from that mysterious cultivation state, Lin Ming was surprised. How long had he been cultivating for? As he exited the icy pond waterfall, the sun was already high in the western sky. Was this the afternoon? At least 3 or 4 hours must have passed. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you've finally come out. Xiadong hurried to greet him. I saw a while ago that junior apprentice brother Lin was in a deep cultivation state, so I did not call you. I didn't expect you to stay for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours? Then I passed my appointment time. Yes, I kept everyone back. But later junior apprentice brother Lin has to repay the time. Like that? I see. I really must thank senior apprentice brother for helping me out. Lin Ming didn't think that there would be a day where he would be given such preferential treatment. He sighed with emotion. In the 7 profound martial house, strength was everything. If you had strength, you had privilege. If you were weak, then everyone would step on you underneath their foot. Haha, it's just a minor matter. It's not worth mentioning. Junior apprentice brother Lin, it appears that a moment ago you entered some peculiar state. I realized that junior apprentice brother Lin's breath had almost stopped. Did it? I did not have much of a feeling of anything. Lin Ming did not have a complete understanding of that ethereal state he had been in a moment ago. He only knew that the cultivation state he was in had been of great benefit to his own cultivation. Xiedong hesitated for a bit before he said, Junior apprentice brother Lin, if senior apprentice brother did not guess wrong, then that strange state you were in might possibly be a kind of martial intent. Martial intent? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a concept. Martial intent. I am not very clear on this matter, but I know that there are very few martial artists who have martial intent. To comprehend it all depends on chance and opportunity. A martial artist with a strong heart of martial arts has a higher probability of comprehending it. Junior apprentice brother Lin has a truly unwavering and incomparably pure heart of martial arts. Not even junior apprentice brother Ling can compare with you. You must know that junior apprentice brother Ling has also comprehended his own martial intent, and that is why he is so fierce. Ling Sen can also enter this sort of cultivation state. Lin Ming was surprised, but then he immediately became aware. No wonder. Although Ling Sen's talent was only an inferior 4th grade, he had been the number 1 rank on the 7 profound martial houses ranking stone for a long time. Even the 5th grade talent Zhang Guanyu was steadily suppressed by him. Lin Ming knew that having a strong heart of martial arts was good for cultivation, but Lin Ming hadn't known that besides letting a person be more diligent and persistent in their training, it also had other substantial advantages. If it was solely allowing a person to work harder, then it seemed a bit lackluster and useless. The time of a day was limited. Even if you cultivated as you ate, how much more time would you have over others? Now he knew a bit more. A strong heart of martial arts would let one be able to comprehend martial intent. With this ability, one could greatly improve. Does senior apprentice brother happen to know what senior apprentice brother Ling's martial intent is? Lin Ming didn't know anything about these strange cultivation states, so he asked now to gain a better understanding. I do not know much. I only know that junior apprentice brother Ling's martial intent is named Ashura. I think it is related to concepts of death and slaughter. He can willfully enter this state of cultivation. That's why his strength grows so quickly. He is much stronger than the 2nd-ranked junior apprentice brother Taku. However, his cultivation is actually inferior to junior apprentice brother Taku. Junior apprentice brother Taku has already entered the bone forging stage, but junior apprentice brother Ling is only at the peak altering muscle stage. So that's how it was. It seems there were many types of martial intents and they varied from person to person. Lin Ming wondered how his ethereal martial intent compared to Ling Sen's Ashura. Would it be better or worse? As he returned to his residence, Lin Ming felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. The 3.5 hours of continuous high-strength cultivation hadn't left him with any feeling of exhaustion. Carrying the penetrating rainbow on his back also felt light, and didn't hinder any of Lin Ming's motions. During my 3.5 hours of training, I wasn't able to break through to the 2nd level of the true primal chaos formula, but I felt I had touched the threshold. If I can enter the ethereal martial intent state again, then I should be able to make a complete breakthrough. When that time comes, my strength will experience a huge leap, and I probably won't be too far off from Ling San. Because I cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians, strength is my strong point, but strength does not represent the entirety of one's battle prowess. I wonder what Ling Sen's strong point is. Since Ling Sen can enter into the Ashura martial intent state at any time, I wonder when I too will be able to enter into the ethereal martial intent state when I want to? As Lin Ming's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, Zhu Yan was similarly carrying out a hellish cultivation regimen. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the match he would have a month from now would be his life's most important battle. He absolutely could not lose. Zhu Yan held a long sword, and the sword light was like a bright spider web around him. In front of him, the golden soldiers formed from energy exploded one at a time as they came. From the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. This array represented metal. This was the Golden Soldier Hall. In the 10,000 killing array and the exquisite pagoda, the enemies one faced in the trials were only illusions. Outside, one wouldn't actually be disturbed or even moved. But the 7 major killing were different, they were true killing arrays. All of the golden soldiers were real forms given shape by energy. In here, if one was not careful, they could be injured. The array itself had a limited conscious and ability to judge the situation in the array. If they judged, then the situation in the array was too dire, then it would automatically cease attacking. But in the history of the trials, there have been those that were severely wounded, and even those who were killed by accident. Of course, those who died were in the minority. Therefore, the Golden Soldier was not as effective in improving cultivation as Ling Sen's Ashura. Senior apprentice brother is just too fierce. He was at the 10th level of difficulty, but he also persisted inside for such a long time. It's already been 3/4 of an hour. The array doesn't have any sign that it's weakening, which proves that senior apprentice brother Zhu hasn't yet been injured. Nor is he having troubles with his true essence. This Lin Ming actually wants to defeat senior apprentice brother Zhu in 1 month. I think it will be too difficult. This Lin Ming is truly a monstrous genius. But senior apprentice brother Zhu isn't some vegetable to be pushed around. I think senior apprentice brother Zhu will win. This is the 10th level of difficulty. As soon as I entered, I would be killed. Time passed day by day. The ruckus over the match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan in 1 month did not only not cool down, but the mood and atmosphere was increasingly fierce. During this period, there were some interesting phenomena happening at the 7 Profound Martial House. The set of cultivation methods that Lin Ming had chosen at the 7 Profound Martial House depository had suddenly become the hottest items around town. Underneath the foundation spear technique was written 4 names, and underneath the foundation movement technique was written 3 names. Because of Lin Ming's amazing performance, there were 4 junior disciples of the Human Hall that had decided to take up a spear as their own weapon. However, no one questioned the martial skill that Lin Ming had chosen, the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. This was because these new disciples had not seen Lin Ming use or practice the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was itself above a high-grade earth-step martial skill. Even if it was complete, it would still be extremely difficult to practice, not to mention that it was currently missing 70% of its contents. If Lin Ming had truly managed to cultivate this martial skill, then monstrously evil genius would be inadequate to describe him. As the phenomena of some of the junior disciples choosing the foundation cultivation methods occurred, the depository elder could only nod at them with a forced smile. This stemmed from many junior disciples worshipping Lin Ming. As they said, love for a person extends even to the crows on his roof. These worshippers pursued Lin Ming's cultivation methods and had even chosen his weapon. However, Lin Ming was strong not because of these things but because of himself. How many junior disciples would choose a spear, and how many would be able to display the true glory of a spear? Early in the morning, the air in the world was rich with a fresh breeze. Lin Ming grabbed the end of penetrating rainbow with one hand. His arms stretched out horizontally to his sides and he closed his eyes. He opened his mind to the mountains and trees, and became calm and free of feeling. He realized he could not use high-level soul-gathering pellets of true essence stones to help comprehend this ethereal martial intent state. As long as he was able to enter the ethereal state whenever he wanted, then that would be considered small success of Lin Ming's martial intent. In this silent and peaceful state, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment he had felt the presence of someone. Although he was in the relatively secure 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ming still kept vigilance. After all, he had made too many enemies. Your alertness is good. A vigorous and deep voice came from nearby and resounded into Lin Ming's ear. A man carrying a spear and wearing red armor appeared like a ghost, and both his feet fell on Lin Ming's spear point. As soon as the man fell on the spear point, penetrating rainbow curved downwards a bit. However, Lin Ming still held the spear end steady. "Good arm strength," the person exclaimed. "Instructor Hong?" Lin Min asked with a hint of surprise. The man who fell on his spear point was his Earth Hall instructor, Hong Shi. "You really gave me good face during the 10,000 killing array. Rank 62 and you challenged Zhu Yan. You really are bold." Lin Ming said, "Thank you Instructor Hong for the praise. But as for Zhu Yan, I'm not fully confident I can win against him. This Zhu Yan is not a simple character. When he had entered the 7 profound martial house, his display of ability was just like Wang Yanfeng. Although he is far inferior to your monstrous talent, he has still been in school longer than you by 2.5 years. In these 2.5 years, he dramatically rose from the same strength as Wang Yanfeng to his present ranking. In another 1 or 2 years, when Ling San and those others have graduated, Zhu Yan will undoubtedly be in the top 10 of the 7 profound martial house rankings, and maybe even in the top 5. Your opponent is a future contender for the top 5 ranks in the 7 profound martial house. You have chosen yourself a powerful enemy." Lin Ming naturally knew why Hong Shi was saying all this. He said, "Instructor Hong, I understand Zhu Yan's strength. I also know that to surpass him in 1 month will be decidedly difficult. It was only that when the Deacon Senior Apprentice brother asked me who I wanted to challenge and when. In my heart, I had an intense desire to challenge Zhu Yan. I did not want to suppress this idea, so I decided to follow my nature and challenged Zhu Yan. Haha, good. What a good go with my nature. Those that practice martial arts must follow their nature and desires. Only when you are satisfied with your mind and thoughts will your meridians be cleared, and your true essence flow unimpeded. Your choice is good. It has boldness. Starting today, I will teach you spear skills. If I am your instructor, then I do not want to see any soldier under me lose to others." Lin Ming listened to Hong Shi's words and his heart filled with joy. Until now, he only had the foundation spear technique and could only study the foundation. If he were to have guidance, then his progress would be much quicker. Hong Shi said, "I once joined the army for 10 years. I only started learning the spear in my 10-year career. Before that, I used the sword. The spear is the king of 100 soldiers. I have not reached the stage of large success in spear play, but what I have learned, I can teach you. However, before we begin, I have a question. Were you able to comprehend a special cultivation state?" Lin Ming paused. He didn't expect that Hong Shi knew about this matter. He nodded and said, "Yes. I thought so. Your perception is good. This cultivation state of yours can probably be compared to the best among its kind. Otherwise, with your talent, it would be impossible for you to have such great results in such a short time. This is a benefit of your pure and strong heart of martial arts. But even if you have an extraordinary heart of martial arts, you still might not have that lucky opportunity to comprehend such a cultivation state. This state is called martial intent. Those who have a martial intent are very few. Even in the place like the 7 profound martial house where talents gather, in the last several dozen years there has only been Ling Sen. I did not expect that now there would be you also." "Oh? So few." Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he had never heard of this before. Yes, that is why the existence of martial intent is so mystical and mysterious, because there are too few people who are able to comprehend it. There aren't many descriptions of it in the ancient texts, and not only that, but each martial artist's martial intent is not the same. Each has a different effect. Lin Ming said, "Instructor, I don't understand. Since Senior Apprentice Brother Ling has comprehended such a rare skill like a martial intent, and his strength is known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his cultivation stage, why was he not selected as a core disciple? What kind of monstrous geniuses are the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house?" Hong Shi said, "Those of the 7 profound valleys have paid careful attention to Ling's senator, however. For him to be selected as a core disciple, he has to pass a test. Ling Xin was eventually unable to pass the inspection, so he was rejected. He had missed only one step. Test. Lin Ming's heart moved as he heard this. Yes, some do not conform to the rigid standards of the 7 profound martial house, and wish to become a core disciple through a test. When Lin Sen had faced the test, he had to defeat someone of the same age, or an older core disciple, and also reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation by the time he was 17. Ling San was able to defeat a core disciple who was half a year older than him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was unable to reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation before he was 17, and therefore he failed due to this. Is this because senior apprentice brother Ling's cultivation talent was not good enough? Yes, as I said, there are many different kinds of martial intent. Ling Sen's martial intent is Ashura. In the Ashura battlefield, he can experience endless slaughter and battle. With this kind of martial intent, the main function is to enhance a martial artist's instincts, explosive force, and killing ability. However, it is not really that useful to improve a martial artist's cultivation. But it does provide a few benefits in breaking through bottlenecks. She said this with a look of regret. A martial artist's combat prowess and cultivation were two different matters. Combat prowess was their strength, but cultivation was judged through stages, for instance, body transformation's 1st stage, 2nd stage, pulse condensation period, and Hotian stage. Cultivation was the most important factor in a martial artist's combat prowess, but it was not the only factor. Martial skills, fighting instincts, combat skills, field experience, the degree of true essence thickness, all of these could affect one's combat ability, therefore one could fight one above their cultivation realm. But, to a martial artist, their cultivation was the fundamental basis for all. If they could not improve their cultivation, then whatever your combat power really was, it would not matter. A martial artist at the 1st stage of body transformation would never defeat someone at the pulse condensation stage. This was the absolute disparity that was created through cultivation. Moreover, to a martial artist, their lives were inextricably linked to their cultivation. Ling Sen's main strength was his combat ability. His cultivation was actually not very high. If he had no chance of reaching the Xiantian stage, then to the large sects he had no value whatsoever. Therefore, Ling Sen was rejected. She said, if Ling Sen's talent were increased half a step, for instance to a medium 4th grade talent, then he would have an enormous chance of being selected to enter the 7 profound valleys. His Ashura martial intent can let a person dance on the edge of life and death for a long time, and it also favors breaking through bottlenecks. This is of value to the 7 profound valleys. Unfortunately, the Ashura martial intent has no advantages in helping one accumulate true essence. Lin Ming asked, Instructor Hong, does senior apprentice brother Lingxin not have any more chances of being selected to enter into the 7 profound valleys? There is, but it is just far too difficult. One possibility is that he must break through to the pulse condensation period before he is 22 years old. This is the most rigid criteria of the 7 profound valleys. As long as you are able to break through to the pulse condensation period before 22 years of age, you may enter the 7 profound valleys. However, with Ling Sen's current cultivation progress, it is impossible. The second possibility is if Ling San is able to comprehend another kind of martial intent. It would be better if this was one which helped increase his cultivation progress. If such a thing happened, then the entire 7 profound valleys would value Ling San. A person that can comprehend 2 kinds of martial intent is just too rare. 2 kinds of martial intent? You can also have 2 different kinds of martial intent. Lin Ming was surprised. But it is very difficult enough to cause anyone to lose all hope. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire realm of the 7 profound martial house and its surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, there isn't a single one. I have heard about them in the ancient texts. For instance, legends passed down that told of sudden enlightenment. There is a story of a mighty power who was called Emperor Xianxia that had 7 different kinds of martial intent. 3,000 years ago, he meditated under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights. In his body, these 7 kinds of martial intent actually fused together, and Emperor Sakya underwent a great awakening and achieved supreme enlightenment. He broke the countless shackles of martial arts and reached nirvana to become a golden immortal, piercing through the martial void. As Lin Ming heard Hong Xi's story, he felt a great shock. 7 kinds of martial intents. What concept was that? Moreover, these 7 kinds of martial intents had even fused into one. This kind of person was truly a mythical heavenly being. As he listened to the legend of the Bodhi tree, Lin Ming held an ounce of disbelief. To sit in meditation for 7 days and 7 nights and achieve supreme enlightenment, break the countless shackles of martial arts and pierce through the martial void, that just seemed a bit too exaggerated. It had to be known that in the path of martial arts, the higher you went, the more difficult it was. Some people often needed upwards of 100 years to break through a bottleneck. But this Emperor Sakya had actually broken through the bottleneck of martial arts and rose up countless stages at once. Wasn't this just nonsense? But as he listened to Hong Xi's story, Lin Ming began to believe. To combine 7 kinds of martial intent into one, that thought alone was just far too terrifying. Hong Xi said, "Lin Ming, describe your martial intent to me, so I can determine what sort it is. This will be very important to your future development." Lin Ming nodded and began to describe his ethereal martial intent. Hong Xi mulled over this, and then said, "This ethereal martial intent that you have should be a kind that increases your cultivation. Your consciousness leaves your body and your true essence begins to spontaneously revolve according to its own instincts. With this, the true essence can achieve a perfect circulatory path within your body. There are too many kinds of martial intent, and they are different from person to person, and there aren't also many records. This is the first time I have heard of your kind of martial intent. I cannot judge its specific effects, but looking at how your cultivation increases by leaps and bounds, the effect should be very good. Your martial intent should also be superior to Ling Sen's. You maybe even have the possibility to be elected as a core disciple in the 7 profound valleys. Certainly, like Ling Sen, you must pass through the test. This test is difficult. It will depend on your martial intent to go against heaven's will." Core disciple. Lin Ming silently thought. Core disciple. Lin Ming silently thought. Lin Ming felt that the 7 profound valleys was like a giant blood-sucking vampire that squeezed out all the cultivation resources in a radius of several 100,000 miles. They caused the martial artists of small countries to be lacking in all cultivation resources, and thus a martial artist found it difficult to enter a tiny step into the Hotian stage. After the 7 profound valleys had opened 7 profound martial houses in all of the various countries under their control, with their superior position, they bestowed resources and they bestowed cultivation methods to the most outstanding talents so that they could use them. But the royal families of these small countries knew this well. Even so, while they dreaded the specter of the 7 profound valleys, they simultaneously hoped for the support and protection of the 7 profound valleys. That is why they were willing to offer their country's resources, bowing to them with both hands. This caused the remaining few resources in these countries to skyrocket in price. In Lin Ming's situation, even if he had talent, with his family circumstances he did not have the money to cultivate martial arts. Between the parasitic relationship formed between the 7 profound valleys and the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming had a fully uncomfortable feeling. If it were not for the 7 profound valley, then if I wanted to practice martial arts, it wouldn't have placed such a big burden on my family. The 7 profound valleys, so detestable, Lin Ming thought. He wanted to say so, but he held his tongue. If I want to reach the higher realms of martial arts, I actually must become a core disciple. Otherwise, I will not have the resources to do so. All will wait until I have the strength to speak out. Well, Lin Ming, the points that I wanted to remind you of have already been mentioned. Your superiority lies in your heart of martial arts, but, in terms of current combat ability, you cannot compare to Zhu Yan. Most importantly, you do not have a martial skill. You defeated Xianxia with the most basic, Flood Dragon goes to sea. At first I didn't want you to choose the body-tearing, bone-shattering first, but you were very insistent. Now it is too late to learn another martial skill. But what's done is done. A martial artist should freely follow their nature and desires. No matter what, you should not regret your decisions. If you had changed your mind, then your heart would not be satisfied. Then it will also not be open. Now, I want to hone your foundation spear skills, and have you used those foundation spear skills to defeat Zhu Yan. However, I will tell you this now. Zhu Yan has already mastered 3 kinds of martial skills. You must be prepared. Lin Ming nodded and said, Understood, Instructor Hong. Now attack me. Let me take a good look at your spear skills. Then I shall be impolite. Lin Ming flicked his hand and penetrating rainbow jumped into his grip. With a shake of his power, the spear point began to unexpectedly tremble and hum. Dark purple elastic iron was immeasurably tough and resistant. Even if it was only a slight tremor, it was enough to twist muscles and break bones. Oh? You can shake dark purple elastic iron so easily? Good strength. Hong Shi laughed, and also flourished the long spear that he carried on his back. Flood Dragon goes to sea, Lin Ming shouted. Both hands held the spear, and with a sudden movement, he thrusted the spear forwards. As the spear thrust went out, Lin Ming's imposing aura suddenly rose. The airflow around him began to change, as if there was an invisible current flowing around him and converging upon this aura and melting into Lin Ming's long spear. Hong Shi exposed a look of appreciation. He leaned a step forwards, gripped his spear shaft and aimed his spear point at Lin Ming's spearhead, and then gave a fierce jab. However, the power of this jab hadn't managed to stop Lin Ming's spear. That spear seemed to be cast from gold and iron, and did not change directions, still thrusting straight towards Hong Shi. This was the result of Lin Ming practicing his spear thrust countless times underneath the icy cold pond waterfall. It had achieved the state of being immovably steady. Hong Shi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Good spear. Ho! Hong Shi suddenly burst with strength. The true essence in his long spear began to stir. Lin Ming's spear was stiffly swung aside by the brute force. He grasped his long spear and took a sudden step forward, and the spear point approached Lin Ming's throat like a poisonous snake. Hong Shi's spear was twice as fast as Lin Ming's. By the time Lin Ming had used one spear move, Hong Shi had used 2. Hong Shi thought that this one move would be the finisher. With his cultivation at the peak pulse condensation of body transformation, to deal with the 3rd stage of body transformation Lin Ming should have been easy. Even if he used 30% of his strength, it should have been a simple task, but he did not think that he would have been wrong. Seeing the spear reflected in his eyes as it came at him, Lin Ming's long spear was out wide, and he would not have enough time to receive it and defend against this move. He immediately reached out with his right hand towards Hong Shi's spearhead. At that moment, all of the tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe in unison. True essence began to vibrate in his body and was concentrated into his right hand. Hong Shi saw Lin Ming move his bare hand towards the spear point that was thrusting forwards at high speed, and he suddenly hesitated. This Lin Ming, MMM? As soon as Lin Ming's palm touched the spear point, Hong Shi felt an intense vibration transmit down the spear shaft and cause his spear to be unsteady. What was going on? Hong Shi had naturally heard that before when Lin Ming was fighting Xianxia. He had used his open hand to receive Xianxia's saber at that time. Hong Shi had thought Lin Ming had merely predicted Xianxia's attack pattern and had avoided the saber's blade edge, so it had succeeded. But now it appeared that it wasn't so simple. Ho! Hong Shi was a master at the pulse condensation stage. With a sudden effort of both hands, he jerked hard and counterbalanced the trembling of the spear shaft. But now, Lin Ming's second spear had arrived. Total annihilation. Hong Shi had just enough time to dodge, and he leapt backwards from the strike. Even so, a strong heavenly wind followed Lin Ming's spear as it swept past. This strong wind contained a strange vibrating power. As Hong Shi was swept by this strong wind, he felt his heartbeat and blood flow be affected, and a tightness in his chest. This move completely startled Hong Shi. He was a martial artist who had reached the large success stage of pulse condensation. His meridians had already been opened and connected, and true essence had tempered his entire body, without a single weak point. In this situation, he had still felt a slight uncomfortableness when Lin Ming's spear wind swept past him. Although he wasn't injured, If it were a viscera training stage martial artist who had been touched by this wind, they might have suddenly spat blood. This kid, what kind of cultivation methods has he been studying? I thought that I would catch him with one move, but he's managed to last 3 rounds. If I can't handle him, how would I have face as an instructor? Xianxia raised his strength by another 20%. He twisted in midair, and his long spear fell down like a wild rainstorm. Pong! Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the approaching enemy, but this time he actually felt an inexhaustible strength contained in Xianxia's spear, as if he was unable to even think of contending with it, and his spear was swept away. The spear point appeared like an invisible ghost at Lin Ming's throat. The approaching icy coldness of the spear point made Lin Ming's hairs stand on end. The fight had ended. Xianxia withdrew his spear and said, "Good young man, your hidden skills are truly deep. No wonder Xianxia was defeated with just a palm, fist, and spear. My cultivation far surpasses yours, but today it seems I can still learn from you." Xianxia looked Lin Ming up and down, sizing him up. He recalled that strange vibration he felt. Where had Lin Ming learnt that from? This kind of fierce fighting style was impossible to be self-taught. It was certainly from studying some jade slip. Thinking back to the 3 jade slips Lin Ming had selected from the depository, they were the Foundation Spear Technique, Foundation Movement Technique, and the Body-Tearing Bone-Shattering Fist. Xianxia had already seen the Foundation Spear Technique before. In fact, every person who joined that army had to study the Foundation Spear Technique. But even if the Foundation Spear Technique from the army differed from that of the 7 profound martial houses depository, it was only some more concise ways of cultivating true essence. There was nothing different in the spear skills themselves. This kind of scary vibration did not originate from the Foundation Spear Technique, and it couldn't be anything from the Foundation Movement Technique. That meant that body-tearing, bone-shattering fist? This thought caused Xianxia to suddenly freeze. He remembered glancing at the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, and recalled that the essence of this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was vibration. Vibration. Heavens! This boy. Xianxia's Adam's apple spasmed. This kid should not have learned the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. It was impossible. Although true essence vibration was mentioned in the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist jade slip, it had not said how to train this true essence vibration. It had lacked the most essential basic part. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was 70% incomplete, and it was also an earth-step martial skill. Even an immortal would be helpless to do anything. If Lin Ming was really able to cultivate this ability, then even those evil monstrous geniuses would be nothing but weak and pale in front of him. He would simply be the reincarnation of immortal gods and infernal demons. Boy, that vibration technique you had used a moment ago, where did you learn that from? Xianxia's voice held a hint of trembling. Obviously, he was very disturbed and restless. He could not calm down after experiencing something like this. This meant that not only did Lin Ming have a superior heart of martial arts, but he was also able to comprehend his own martial intent. Not only that, but he was a beyond brilliant monstrous genius prodigy with perception that defied the will of the heavens. To this kind of evildoer genius, any talent was simply floating clouds. That these monstrous geniuses could accomplish the impossible with their own hands, what sort of concept was that? Xianxia did not even dare to imagine. Lin Ming truthfully said, "They were some hints that I picked up from the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist jade slip." He had not planned to conceal anything to begin with. In fact, he could not even try to hide it. Sooner or later it would be exposed unless he never used this skill. But the truth was that even if he was exposed, it was impossible to teach or explain things like martial skills or cultivation methods without the jade slip. Only someone who has reached the large success stage of that martial skill or cultivation method would be able to copy it down, so Lin Ming simply did not worry that anyone would covet it. Mentioning the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist would only increase the number of chips in his hand, and cause the 7 profound martial house and the crown prince to be even more protective of him. This way, he would be even safer. After hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Xianxia could not speak for a long time. He merely stared at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a monster. whose mother would dare mention or look down upon Lin Ming's martial talent again. This Lin Ming was the most abnormal talent in the last 100 years of the Seven Profound Martial House. There was only Qin Xingxuan who could compare with Lin Ming. Moreover, she wouldn't necessarily be better. Peerless, monstrous genius. Hong Shi finally gave his evaluation after he was speechless for a long time. Lin Ming, in my Hong Shi's entire life, you are the best and most outstanding and talented martial artist that I have ever witnessed. Although your talent is only a medium third grade, you can make up this deficiency with your ethereal martial intent. With just that, you can be considered a fourth or fifth grade talent. Still, that would not be anything special enough to attract the Seven Profound Valleys' attention. But your perception is just too terrifying. You can practice any skill with twice the result and half the effort. In addition, with your pure and strong heart of martial arts, you may even be able to comprehend a second martial intent. In that case, even the Seven Profound Valleys will not be able to hold you. You will at the apex of the entire Sky Spill continent's younger generation. Your future is limitless. What I can teach you is limited. All I am capable of at present is being your teacher. I was prepared to teach you the spear skills that I had learned, but it seems that it is not necessary anymore. You have your own understanding of spearplay, and I am afraid that my own comprehension will negatively affect you. All I can teach you now is the basis of spear skills, as well as the spear cultivation method. A moment ago when I fought you, I discovered that your spear is already very steady. You could say that you've reached the boundary where your spear is still like a cast metal statue. But your spear is not quick. In my two spear moves, you were only able to return one. With this kind of speed, you will be unable to catch up to Zhu Yan. The steady spear that cannot catch up to an enemy's shadow is useless. Lin Ming, just watch. Hong Shi turned and punched a tree trunk. The autumn leaves that had already begun to turn yellow and wither immediately began to rustle and fall down. Hong Shi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. The spear in his hand shot out just like a deadly snake. Cha-cha-cha. Spear shadows covered the sky. Even with Lin Ming's excellent eyesight, he could not clearly see Hong Shi's spear point. He could only use his soul force to catch up to Hong Shi's movements. With each stab of Hong Shi's spear, the spear point pierced a fallen leaf, rapidly turned back, and then pierced another leaf. Like this, there was a string of fallen leaves on the spear point. As the spear shadows flashed everywhere, the fallen leaves began to rapidly disappear with a speed obvious to the naked eye. In the span of a few breaths, Hong Shi had strung together a thick stack of fallen leaves on his spear point. Finally, there was not a single fallen leaf that touched the ground. Lin Ming could not help but exclaim at such wonderful spear skills. It had to be known that Hong Shi's spear point was very wide. The widest part was 4 finger widths wide. But these fallen leaves were elliptical in shape. Only the long axis was over 4 finger widths in length. The short axis was only 2 finger widths. Thus, all the fallen leaves have been pierced by spear point through their long side. Otherwise, the leaf would be cut in half. Lin Ming looked at Hong Shi's spear point, and really did see that the several dozens of leaves that were strung together were in consistent order. It was as if they were especially organized to be that way. The leaves were small, and their longest side was only a bit over 4 finger widths. But Hong Shi had managed to accurately pierce through all of the fallen leaves in this area, and did not cut any of the leaves apart. This control of strength caused Lin Ming to feel amazed. Hong Shi's spear was not only quick, but he had great control of his strength. As the saying went, a month to use a stick, a year to train a fist, and longer to practice a spear. The difficulty in wielding a spear was high. It was meant to thrust, the shaft was long, it was hard to grasp and hard to control. If Hong Shi had been doing this with a sword, it would have been much easier. The sword was faster than a spear, and it was also more accurate. But a sword could not compare with the might of a spear. For Lin Ming, this was an eye-opener. Hong Shi said, "Cultivate your spear like this. Practice your spear skills so that you may use several dozen spear thrusts in the time of a few breaths. These several dozen spear thrusts must not be blind. But each and every spear move must be accurate. Control your strength until you can attack and withdraw freely. This fallen leaves are the appropriate practice method. These falling leaves are very fragile. They will be cut apart if you use too much strength or if your aim is poor. If you can have these several dozen leaves completely strung together on your spear point, then your spear skills will have arrived at the small success stage. But you only have 1 month of intensive practice. It will take a much longer time to practice the spear. Do not irresponsibly talk nonsense and bite off more than you can chew. At this moment, do not seek to control the force, but instead you must do everything you can to maximize your spear speed to the limit, so you can chase down Zhu Yan's sword. I understand. With this brief meeting with Hong Shi, Lin Ming had benefited greatly. Good. Practice by yourself. This will be enough to have you occupied for some time. Later I will come back to teach you the next move. Thank you, Instructor Hong. No need to thank me. Right now I'm teaching you, but later I won't even be able to stand in line to teach you. Hong Shi laughed, launched a movement technique, and vanished into the forest. After Hong Shi had vanished, Lin Ming watched the yellow leaves on the tree. He shook penetrating rainbow in his hand. His spear speed truly wasn't good. Even if his spear skills were swift and fierce, they would have no meaning if they weren't able to reach Zhu Yan. Bang! Lin Ming punched the big tree, and thick leaves began to fall. Lin Ming looked at these leaves and the spear in his hand began to stab out rapidly. The leaves were shredded apart by Lin Ming's spear. Though he wanted to string these leaves on his spear, it was not a simple task to constantly do this. During the time when the leaves were gently falling, they were often tumbled around in circles. During that brief period of time, he had to thrust out his long spear in the center of a leaf, and have the spear edge pierce through the long axis of the leaf. Only then could he string them on the spear. But as of now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this stage. After several dozen leaves had fallen, Lin Ming had split some in half, and some had fallen to the ground. There was only a few that hung on Lin Ming's spear point. Maybe I should start small. I should not use such a tiny elliptical leaf to practice, Lin Ming thought. The small elliptical leaves were just too difficult right now. He chose another, different tree. This tree's leaves were heart-shaped, and were the size of a palm, regardless of any angle. As long as the spear pierced through the center, he could string the leaves on the spear tip. This tree is good. I'll practice with the one. Day after day, Lin Ming went to spend his mornings tempering his body at the icy pond waterfall. He set the difficulty to the 9th level to push his body to the limit, so that he could experience his ethereal martial intent. During the afternoon he would spend his time training his spear, and in the evening he would train the flow like silk boundary, and cultivate his true primal chaos formula. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent was becoming increasingly stable. To enter it at first, he would push his body to the limit, and then by supporting himself with the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stones, he could slowly enter the ethereal martial intent under these harsh conditions. Afterwards, as long as Lin Ming meditated under the icy pond waterfall, he could spontaneously enter the ethereal martial intent state. After cultivating in the ethereal martial intent state for a long time, Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula had finally entered the 2nd level. His true essence became even thicker, and his strength and speed also increased. During that evening, Lin Ming sat alone in his room and meditated for a long time. He adjusted his mind to the most peaceful and tranquil condition he could achieve. Then, slowly, he pulled out the reward he won from taking first place in the entrance exam, the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. The Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was created by mixing the bone marrow of a crimson gold dragon with many precious medicinal herbs, and then refining them all together. The Crimson Gold Dragon's dragon marrow was inestimably precious and difficult to find. The other rare and precious medicinal herbs were also high quality and rare. Not only had that, but to refine this pill required a top-tier alchemist. An alchemist of this level usually came from a large sect. It was impossible for a common person to even catch a glimpse of them, let alone ask them to come out create such a pill. Even if they did come out, the fees alone would be overwhelmingly expensive. Therefore, the Sky Fortune Kingdom had never produced a Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Not even the royal family could buy it, as its value could simply not be measured with gold. Then, Lin Ming took out a lower spirit cure symbol paper that he had prepared in advance. He had trained hard for a half-month to create these 2 lower spirit cure symbols. The first had already been used on the golden snake scarlet pill, and the second was to prepare this crimson gold dragon marrow pill. Normally, a martial artist could only absorb a small part of a pill's efficacy, and the rest would dissipate. But the symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up could control and stimulate this pill. With it, the effects of the pill would not dissipate in a martial artist's body, and instead infiltrate and be absorbed. This way, the pill's efficacy would increase by several times. Lin Ming crushed the lower spirit cure symbol in his hand. The symbol paper turned into a bright red flame that immediately flew to the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and began to integrate with it. In a few breaths of time, a flame-shaped inscription symbol had appeared on the center of the pill. The crimson gold dragon marrow pill was a potent and dangerous medicine. After having its efficacy increased several times over, it could be said to be poison to the body. So even after Lin Ming had completed the inscription symbol, he did not rashly take it. But now, he had entered the second level of the true primal chaos formula. The impure true essence of the golden snake scarlet pill that he had taken before had already been completely refined into his body. Lin Ming felt that he was ready to take the next step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The pill quickly slid into his stomach where it settled down without a response. But Lin Ming knew this was only the calm before the storm. Once the efficacy of the pill melted, it would immediately attack his insides. That would be the beginning of the pain. Lin Ming had prepared a bath barrel full of water. He jumped into it and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. The water was able to help him feel relaxed and calm. After half an hour passed, Lin Ming felt a feverish heat begin to form in his stomach. At first it was like drinking a full glass of strong liquor, but before long, it was similar to a lit flame. The heat fled in all directions in Lin Ming's body, and it was like he had fallen into a stove. The surface of his flesh began to steam, and it dissipated along his pores. At this moment, it was as if there was some invisible force shackling this angry heat and stiffly holding it in Lin Ming's body. This was the effect of the medicinal inscription symbol. If not for the medicinal inscription symbol, the efficacy would dissipate. But the medicinal inscription symbol was forcefully fettering these forces in Lin Ming's body. Another effect was that this increased Lin Ming's suffering. The golden snake scarlet pill was cold like Arctic ice, and eating it had made him feel like he had fallen into the 9th level of a deep, icy abyss. But this crimson gold dragon marrow pill was hot like fire, and eating it made him feel like he was committing suicide by running into 10,000 raging infernos. The burning pain was difficult to endure. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was burnt until it was overcooked, and then he felt a pain like there was a hard brush brushing back and forth all over him. This excruciating misery nearly made him collapse. At first, he was able to forcefully revolve the true primal chaos formula. But now, he was actually unable to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Such a debilitating pain was not something a human could endure. Even if Lin Ming had a strong heart of martial arts, he was unable to forcefully exercise his strength under these conditions. The water in the tub began to get hotter and hotter because of Lin Ming. Soon, it began to boil and emit a massive white cloud of roiling steam. The bath barrel of water was boiling. In the throes of such searing pain, Lin Ming was unable to comprehend the situation he was in. But at this moment, the innumerable tiny units in his body began to spontaneously exhale and inhale to absorb Lin Ming's body heat. The breathing of these tiny units quickly formed into the resonance of true essence. With this resonance, the trapped clouds of hot gas and heat in Lin Ming's body began to disperse due to vibration, and Lin Ming's pain began to lighten. This is also when Lin Ming had taken the golden snake scarlet pill. The tiny units in Lin Ming's body had also spontaneously entered into the flow like silk boundary, and their vibrations had dispersed the masses of cold air and energy in his body. As the cold air and energy was shaken up, it was easily absorbed into his body. Under these circumstances, it seemed the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was in the same situation. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body had already formed a cohesive resistance against this foreign enemy. This was their instinct. Lin Ming did not need to consciously direct them. Without a doubt, this was an advantage of strength training's flow like silk. The chaotic virtues combat meridians is truly a god-level cultivation method. Lin Ming did not know how many times his heart had already given birth to such grateful feelings. If it were not for the flow like silk boundary, then the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill would have been so burningly painful that Lin Ming did now know if he could have endured that long. When that happened, even if Lin Ming had fully managed to absorb the efficacy of the pill, if the toxic heat was retained in his body for too long, then it would cause damage to his meridians and Lin Ming would need to take a long time to recover from that. But now, under the help of flow like silk, Lin Ming's body was able to absorb just like when he had taken the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, and perfectly refine the efficacy of the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. All that was left over was the absorption and consolidation process. As time passed slowly, Lin Ming had already been in the bath barrel for 2 hours. During this time, the barrel water had been steaming hot. With the refining of the drug in his body, Lin Ming's inner true essence took a new step and permeated through all his organs. This was the large success stage of viscera training. Lin Ming opened both his eyes and exhaled a long breath of steam. This breath mixed with the white steam that filled the room and formed a small whirlpool. With the whirlpool in the air, he kept breathing like this for several moments, and still did not show any signs of slowing down. To breathe like a snake and aspirate like an arrow was already the sign of viscera training's large success. But I had achieved that in the early viscera training stage. Now that I have taken the next step and reached large success of viscera training, my breath is like a vortex. In the memories of that elder, the person who practiced the true chaotic virtues combat meridians to the pinnacle was able to create storms that wreaked havoc with a single breath, and give a shout like the angry thunder of a god. They were truly a power that could pierce the heavens and shatter the earth. After reaching large success in the 3rd stage of body transformation, Lin Ming didn't forget to test out his fist strength. These days, whenever Lin Ming's strength had evolved further, he had checked his fist strength to compare how far he was from Ling Senator. This time was not an exception. It was already late at night. The strength measuring room was empty. Lin Ming randomly picked a strength measuring stone pillar, and then shut his eyes and made a small prayer. He gathered his momentum, and then suddenly let loose a punch. Pong! There was a dull sound, and the stone pillar began to wildly rock back and forth. The light beam jumped crazily, past 5 feet, and kept rising. 5,000 genes. 5,100 genes. 5,200 genes. Finally, the light beam stopped at 1/4 to 6 feet. His strength was 5,300 genes. Seeing this number, Lin Ming let out a long breath. His free punch had finally surpassed Ling Sen. The true primal chaos formula had broken through to the 2nd level, and matched with the large success of viscera training, Lin Ming's fist strength had finally passed the critical mark of 5,000 genes. At first, when Ling San had demonstrated his strength on the stone pillar for new disciples to see, he had let loose a random fist that was 4,900 genes. But with Ling Sen's personality, that fist he used to display his strength was at least 80% serious. Ling Sen's highest fist strength should be higher than 5,300 genes. But regardless of how near my fist strength is to Ling Sen's now, Ling Sen's superiority doesn't lie in his strength. His terrifying aspect lies in his fighting instincts and killing ability that he had cultivated from his Ashura martial intent. But my superiority is actually my strength. Not only is my strength inferior to his, but my combat prowess is far short. Those who had resolved their determination to pursue the peak of the martial arts path would often run into other powerhouses who would take them as enemies. They would analyze these powerhouses' respective strengths and weakness, to see if they would win or lose if they were in a life and death battle. Lin Ming was no exception. 10 more days passed. Bang! Lin Ming punched the base of a thick, big tree. The leaves sprinkled down as they fell. Lin Ming flicked penetrating rainbow and moved his hands like lightning. Cha-cha-cha. In several breaths of time, Those dozens of leaves had been completely pierced by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming could not be like Hong Shi, where the fallen leaves had been so beautifully strung on the tip of his spear. He was able to grasp speed, aim, but not yet control of his strength. Lin Ming simply did not pursue the control of power. What he was pursuing was directly the ultimate destructive power. He let the vibrations of flow like silk travel up the spear. The true essence vibrations of the treasure spearhead touched the falling leaf and directly pulverized the falling leaf. He was able to achieve this step because he had reached the large success in viscera training. His true essence had become thicker, his strength stronger, and his speed quicker. During the short time that he had digested the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow pill's efficacy, Lin Ming had used most of the timeshares he had left for the 7 major killing arrays. All he had left was about 6 hours. Not bad, Hong Shi said from his side. Not even the disciples that had requested the strict Hong Shi were able to make him feel such appreciation. In these last 20 days you have managed to reach the large success of the 3rd stage of body transformation. Your ethereal martial intent really makes one envious. The last time Hong Shi had taught Lin Ming spear skills. After he had taught him how to improve his spear speed, he had left for 10 days. After coming back, Lin Ming had unexpectedly reached the large success of viscera training. This made Hong Shi feel genuinely startled. Lin Ming replied, "Instructor Hong, before now I had not taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow pill. I had only eaten the Golden Snake Scarlet pill. Several days ago I ate the Crimson Gold Dragon pill. That is why I have had such progress since then." Hong Shi listened with a bit of surprise. It turned out that this Lin Ming had relied on just the Golden Snake Scarlet pill to break through to the 3rd stage of body transformation and defeat Xianxia. Everyone, including him, had thought that Lin Ming had eaten both pills together. This Lin Ming was just too difficult to explain with common sense. Hong Shi said, "I would not have guessed that before now. You had only used a Golden Snake Scarlet pill to break into the viscera training stage. If I'm not guessing wrong, then your body is very suitable to ingesting and absorbing valuable materials. Coupled with your ethereal martial intent, your future achievements really will be limitless. And that's only because your natural talent is poor. If your talent was increased by 2 levels, then I really can't dare to imagine what it would be like. Well, starting today for 10 days, I will always be accompanying you as you train your spear. Your basic spear skills are already fast, accurate, and stable, but you are still missing one point, and that is change. Although spear play is not as tricky or crafty as sword play, but a spear has many more moves and varieties than a sword. The main attack methods of a sword are nothing but stabs, cuts, and slices. But a spear can do much more. A spear can stab, divide, sweep, circle, dance, and so on. I will not teach you fixed moves and routines. I will only have you achieve faster foundation spear skills through comprehensive practice, so that they are constantly changing. Begin. I will suppress my true essence to be on a similar level to you. I will not show mercy." As Hong Shi said this, he flicked his long spear, aimed it at Lin Ming's chest, and thrust it. Hong Shi had only suppressed his true essence. He hadn't suppressed his volatile strength. Lin Ming could not compare with Hong Shi, whose body was at the large success of the pulse condensation period. Hong Shi's spear speed was as fast as lightning. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ming. Fast! In that moment, Lin Ming had a clear feeling of the spear edge's dense chill wavering in the air. It made the fine hairs on his body stand up. Pong! Lin Ming grasped penetrating rainbow and swept out. His spear met Hong Shi's reckless attack and they collided. Even though Lin Ming's strength surpassed 5,000 genes, his hand was still shaken numb by Hong Shi's strike. The strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist was just too abnormal and perverse. If Lin Ming hadn't channeled the vibrations of flow like silk into penetrating rainbow, with just this strike, he would have already been defeated. However, Hong Shi was even more startled. Even though he had not used true essence, he had still used his full and complete strength in this strike. But Lin Ming was able to block it head-on. Hong Shi had already known that Lin Ming's strength was otherworldly, but he did not think that after achieving large success in the 3rd stage of body transformation, that his strength would undergo such a dramatic rise. This strength must be no less than 5,000 genes. His body was simply like a vicious beast. Although he was surprised, Hongxi's movement hadn't slowed in the slightest. He took advantage of Lin Ming's blowback from his spear strike and aggressed on him. He thrusted his spear out 3 times, and each strike cut off all of Lin Ming's dodging paths. Lin Ming could only raise his spear to defend. Dong! As they collided, Hongxi's spear fell upon the spear shaft of penetrating rainbow. The dark purple elastic iron spear shaft was hammered by Hongxi and forcefully bent like a bow. Lin Ming's feet sank into the ground, and his right foot was trapped in the thick soil. He pushed back with all his strength on penetrating rainbow, and just managed to force back Hongxi's spear. But Hongxi had backflipped into the air, and as he was airborne, his long spear drew a perfect arc, and he did a straight thrust from under his belly towards Lin Ming's throat. The spear came flying at him too fast and too suddenly. With him having recklessly forced back 2 of Hongxi's blows, he had exhausted his true essence, and the blood in his chest was roiling. He was not able to block this strike, and Hongxi's one spear thrust came perilously close to Lin Ming's throat. At that moment, Lin Ming could clearly feel the bone-chilling wind from the spear, painfully flowing against his skin. But in a flash, Hongxi had withdrawn his spear, and the spear point stopped a half-inch away from Lin Ming's throat, not injuring him in the least. What accurate control of force! Even knowing that Hongxi's spear would not pierce him, Lin Ming's breath had stopped in that instant as the spear wind blew against his skin. This spear thrust that was like a bolt of lightning was just too scary. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Lin Ming was defeated. As Hongxi received his long spear, he said, "Lin Ming, although I suppressed my true essence, I did not suppress my strength. Still, you were able to last until the 3rd spear move, which is already far beyond what someone of your level can accomplish. Your strength really goes against heaven's will. I guess it must be more than 5,000 genes." 5,300 genes. Lin Ming replied truthfully. 5,300 genes. Hongxi clicked his tongue. A martial artist at your cultivation would have been thrown 18 streets away by you. Your strength is truly appropriate to wield the spear. Using a sword would have been a waste. When you had received my 3 strikes, you were actually not at your best level. When you were defending, you had one very weak point. That is your momentum. Momentum. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Early on, his moment had really been overwhelmed and crushed by Hongxi's swift and fierce spear moves. When you had fought against Xianxia, you had used the most basic foundation moves, Iron Bridge blocks the river, and Flood Dragon goes to sea, to break apart Xianxia's sunset cut. This was because your spear carried with it a tide of surging momentum. But a moment ago, because my spear moves were too quick, you did not have enough time to gather your potential. Yes, although the momentum of your spear is strong, but it actually has a fatal weakness, and that is that its start is too slow. Zhu Yan uses a sword, and he has great attainments in swordsmanship. His attacks are extremely swift and aggressive. If you are suppressed by him, then his moves will be faster than yours, and you will not be able to gather your momentum. When that happens, you will be led into his rhythm, and finally be defeated. Hongxi was indeed an instructor of the 7 profound martial house. He had quickly discerned and pointed out another weakness of Lin Ming's. Indeed, no matter how good a skill was, if one did not have time to begin unleash it, then it would be useless. Now you must learn how to gather your momentum while you are attacking. Have you ever heard of some martial skills that are in a set? For instance, something 18 palms, or whatever 9 swords, or something silly like that. Lin Ming nodded. Hongxi said, "This set style often starts from the first, weakest move. A move will follow the previous move, and each move will be stronger than the last." You might ask, why would someone waste their energy doing this and not use their strongest final attack on the first move? The truth is, it is not that they don't want to, but that they cannot. This is a question of gathering their momentum. They need to begin at the start and save up their potential and finally explode with power in that last move. This is what it means to gather your momentum. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. I understand. If you want to learn how to gather your potential, then it is very simple. All you have to do is fight. Starting from today, except eating and sleeping, the rest of the time we shall fight. I want to see how long you will be able to stand it. For the next 10 days, Lin Ming started a hellish combat training routine. Although Hongxi had said that they would fight each other whenever they weren't eating or sleeping, but he hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be able to persist through it. Although a viscera training martial artist had vitality and endurance, and their hearts and lungs were powerful, it was impossible for them to maintain such intense fighting for a long period of time. However, Hongxi quickly discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ming. This Lin Ming was simply a perpetual motion machine in human form. His endurance was abnormal and outrageous. His true essence was thicker than other martial artists of his cultivation by several times, and it was also purer. It could almost be said to be growing without end. Even Qin Xingxuan, who cultivated the rare and forbidden cultivation manuals of the Seven Profound Valley, was not as exaggerated as this. Hongxi didn't have any words to comment. He only chalked up this sort of bizarre situation to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent and inborn divine strength. They could fight for an entire 8 hours with only a single breath. Even Hongxi was sweating profusely. His armor had already been tossed off to the side, and he was shirtless. But Lin Ming's entire body was wet and sticky with perspiration, and he took great panting gulps of breath. Every time he exhaled, the hot air would form steam, and every time he inhaled, the air would form a mini whirlpool. Even flying leaves near Lin Ming were blown away. Hongxi noted this phenomenon of nature. This boy, his breath was so long. No wonder his endurance was so good. Were his lungs a pair of bellows? Instructor Hong. Let's go again. Although Lin Ming was dead tired, his eyes still shined brightly with fighting spirit. In merely 1 day, his progress had been beyond astonishing. At the start, he had only been able to meet 3 spears from Hongxi, but now he could take 7 or 8 moves from Hongxi and still not be defeated. One time, he even met 10 moves. These were attacks from a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. By fighting in such a manner, Lin Ming began to gradually discover what it meant to gather his potential and momentum during a fight. If in the past Lin Ming had depended on his strength and superior thick true essence to defeat his opponents, then now Lin Ming's combat skills were gradually catching up. Good. Come again. Hongxi's spirit was also aroused by Lin Ming's hot-bloodedness. In this day of fighting, even though Lin Ming's strength was far weaker than his own, he was still fighting with his full strength. For 10 days, whenever Lin Ming wasn't eating or sleeping, he was fighting with Hongxi. By relying on his second layer of true primal chaos formula, and the resiliency given by his long, bellow-like breaths, Lin Ming was able to adhere to this practice regimen every day. From the beginning, he had only been able to persist up to 3 moves, but afterwards he was able to last for more than 20. Lin Ming's flow of momentum and potential was becoming more and more skillful. He could send his momentum out with every strike of his spear. Even the momentum of his old self was less imposing. Each move he made with his spear was able to constantly accumulate momentum, getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Ming's movement also made considerable progress. The foundation movement technique was not some sort of profound movement technique. Its movement was very simple and basic. However, Lin Ming was able to forcefully rely on this technique to slowly catch up to Hongxi's movements. Bang! After the continuous momentum of 20 moves had gathered, Lin Ming's spear cleaved downwards. It brought with it a surge of torrential rivers and streams, and hacked towards Hongxi. Everywhere the spear wind touched was blown away like sand. Good spear. Hongxi lifted his spear to meet the oncoming blow. Although he was able to block the spear, he was forced back a step by the backlash from the formidable momentum and intense vibrations that ran up Lin Ming's spear. This was the first time that Lin Ming had forced back Hongxi, a viscera training stage martial artist that could force back one at the pulse condensation period. Even though Hongxi had suppressed his true essence, this result was enough to frighten anyone. And Hongxi was not an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming, no matter what happens to your body, I don't think I can ever be surprised again. Xianxia smiled and received his long spear. This was only 10 days. If there was perhaps a month, then I don't think I would be able to defeat you without using more of my true essence. Although Xianxia was praising him so, Lin Ming had no room for complacency. He knew that for a martial artist, the higher one's cultivation was, the more important true essence would be. Someone using true essence versus someone not using true essence. The gulf between them was too vast. Especially in the body of a martial artist. Once they had connected their meridians and opened them, then their true essence would be incomparably smooth and unimpeded. Attacks with true essence were the strongest methods of attack. If Xianxia had used his full strength, then there was no doubt Lin Ming would die in less than 3 moves. Lin Ming said, I fall far short from Instructor. If Instructor Hong was serious, then being able to withstand 1 move would already be the edge of my limits. Hey, you boy, you want to rely on your viscera training stage strength to wholeheartedly compare with someone at the peak pulse condensation period? That you can force a pulse condensation period martial artist to take a step back is already very good. Are you dissatisfied with that or something? Listening to Xianxia say it like that, Lin Ming also smiled. His cultivation was simply too low. He was 3 stages worse compared to the pulse condensation period. Moreover, for the boundaries of a martial artist's cultivation, the higher one went, the harder it became and the bigger the gulf between each realm. Xianxia said, Tomorrow will be the day of your match against Zhu Yan. Today we will stop here. You go and take a good rest and adjust to your peak condition. If you lose, I won't forgive you. Lin Ming grinned and laughed as he said, At first when I challenged Zhu Yan, I really wasn't sure of my chances. But after practicing with Instructor Hong for so many days, I think my odds are pretty high now. Ha! I'll take this as you having learnt something. Lin Ming's large success of viscera training stage against Zhu Yan's early altering muscle stage. Although there was only a difference of half a stage, this was a fight between the apex of talents. A half-stage difference was already amazing, and that wasn't even counting Zhu Yan having spent more time at the 7 Profound Martial House for 2.5 years more than Lin Ming. In this time, he had been able to use the 7 major killing arrays for much longer. Zhu Yan was truly a formidable and daunting opponent. In the entirety of the 7 Profound Martial House, one could say his talent was only inferior to the 3 people. Ling San, Taku, and Zhang Guanyu. Time passed quickly, and it was soon to approach 1 month. This was the 64th day since Lin Ming had arrived at the 7 Profound Martial House. Today was also the day of Lin Ming's and Zhu Yan's duel. The location of this duel was the 7 Profound Martial House's martial stage. In the 7 Profound Martial House, there were places that were off-limits to outsiders. For instance, those that involved secrets, heritages, and legacies. These were places such as the Depository, the 7 Major Killing Arrays, the 10,000 Killing Array, the Exquisite Pagoda, and so on. All of those areas were restricted, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. When the servants of the 10th Prince and the Crown Prince had entered the mountain valley to observe the ranking war at the 10,000 Killing Array, it was only because the stage was distant and it was hard to see clearly. Outside of these places, the other areas of the 7 Profound Martial House were not so strict. For instance, the lecture hall, Martial House Square, and so forth. When Lin Ming had borrowed a pass card to enter the zither department to look up information on materials, this was also a place that was generally open to outsiders. As long as one had a pass or were of aristocratic status, they could enter these places. The martial stage was also one of these places. The disciples of the martial house occasionally held martial arts contest, and there were a few people that often came to the martial stage to observe from the sidelines. But today, the martial stage was packed to the brim with people. These people were all extraordinary characters. There were the talents and geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House, the heroes of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, the nobility and aristocrats of Sky Fortune City, various famous and respected families, and important political figures. But today, the martial stage was packed to the brim with people. These people were all extraordinary characters. There were the talents and geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House, the heroes of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, the nobility and aristocrats of Sky Fortune City, various famous and respected families, and important political figures. Lin Ming was an inestimably rare talent that would appear only every 100 years at the Seven Profound Martial House. His rising star and bright halo was enough to attract the attention of most martial artists. Zhu Yan was also a first-class master of the Seven Profound Martial House. He had the possibility to be one of the top 10 future talents of the Seven Profound Martial House. These two people's match symbolized a duel between the top geniuses of Sky Fortune City's younger generation. If it was just this alone, it would not have attracted the nobility of Sky Fortune City and the political figures to gather here. They did not belong in the circles of martial artists. No matter how strong Lin Ming or Zhu Yan were, this would be of no relation to any of them. The reason this match would cause them to pay special attention was because there was political significance behind it. The news of Lin Ming and Zhu Yan's match had spread out far and wide long ago. Everyone was aware that the 10th prince's mother, the imperial concubine, came from Green Mulberry City's Zhu family. This Zhu Yan also had a very high possibility of being the next head of the Zhu family. Zhu Yan was without a doubt a person of the 10th prince. But Lin Ming had rejected the 10th prince's advances when the 10th prince had tried to win him over a month ago, and instead was in favor of the crown prince. Moreover, according to reliable sources, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had some sort of enmity between them, and Lin Ming and Mr. Mui were friends between generations. By virtue of these points alone, Lin Ming had an almost absolute possibility of being a person of the crown prince. This match, while being a duel between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, also symbolized the struggle between the crown prince and the 10th prince. These past few years, the hidden conflicts between the crown prince and the 10th prince had occurred often, but the crown prince had lost nearly every time. Although most of these battles had not genuinely wounded the crown prince's strength, they had without a doubt weakened the crown prince's momentum. It was not a secret that the 10th prince wished to snatch the throne away. In this case, the crown prince had repeatedly suffered setbacks, and all of this perpetuated the notion that the crown prince was inferior to the 10th prince. Therefore, the people who supported the crown prince unavoidably panicked and were flustered, and less people supported the crown prince. Instead, the 10th prince's influence only grew by the day. Many of the nobility and aristocracy came today not to see the contest between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, but the contest between the 10th prince and the crown prince. The sooner these people supported the man they thought would be the dragon who would ascend the throne, the larger the advantage they could obtain in the upcoming throne battle. Because of the appearance of these nobles, there were special protections at the martial stage, and bodyguards to protect these important guests. Due to too many important people attending, the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House were pushed far away. This made them angry, and criticized these nobles in their hearts. Lin Ming had already arrived. He stood quietly on the empty martial stage, his body as straight as penetrating rainbow. Faced with the eyes of everyone looking at him, and so many of them being important people, Lin Ming closed his eyes and meditated, his mind calm and tranquil like a still lake. In a battle between two of similar strength, one's state of mind became very important. Even a slight change would affect the outcome of the battle. The best condition for a martial artist's mind before a battle was to be tranquil and still like water, not having even a single distracting thought. Though saying this was easy, a battle usually involved great significance. How could a martial artist settle down and keep their heart still under this condition? In addition to the disturbance from so many other possible factors, there were very few martial artists who were able to achieve this calm and tranquil mental state. However, Lin Ming had comprehended martial intent and had achieved this state. To him, this was as easy as turning his hand over. It was half an hour from the agreed match time. At this moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly called out. This was the unique sound of the palace court eunuch. The crown prince arrives. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ming, who had been standing on the martial stage, opened his eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince had unexpectedly come. Accompanied by the clear clip sounds of hoofbeats, several snow dragon horses appeared and started to come into view. They were led by a young man wearing a purple gold crown and a silk imperial robe. He wore a pair of Kirin-styled boots, and delicate eyebrows framed his fair face. He had a broad forehead and a very handsome face. His movements were filled with an innate, distinguished atmosphere. This man was His Highness, the Crown Prince. At the Crown Prince's side was an old man wearing green clothes. His face had a warm and friendly smile, yet it gave off an immeasurably deep and unfathomable aura. This person was the Crown Prince's teacher, the outsider from the Marshal's quarters, Mr. Muyi. His Highness, the Crown Prince. Mr. Muyi. Seeing these two famous figures come together in unison caused everyone present to feel awe. They cleared a path for these to come forward. Muyi looked at Lin Ming with a smile and a nod, and Lin Ming smiled in return. There was much goodwill and friendship between Muyi and Lin Ming, but good things came in pairs. Similarly, after a half-quarter hour, the 10th Prince, the Cloud Prince, also arrived. The Cloud Prince's appearance and the Crown Prince's appearance were somewhat similar. His appearance was only more resolute. His eyebrows were like swords that angled towards his temples, and above the center of his forehead was a vague purple cloud hidden under his skin. This was the legendary purple air comes from the east, the King of Air. At the Cloud Prince's side was also a slender young man in silk clothes. This young man was Zhu Yan. As soon as the 10th Prince saw Lin Ming, he smiled with a ha-ha. Little brother Lin, you've come very early. This is our first time meeting. It's nice to meet you. Though his voice was loud, there was no arrogance in it. Instead, it was very comfortable and pleasant to listen to. Lin Ming silently thought, this 10th Prince is also a character. I refused him at first, but he doesn't seem to bear a grudge. On the surface he talks and laughs joyfully with me, as if nothing had ever happened before. There seems to be some sort of silly misunderstanding between little brother Lin and Zhu Yan. The warriors of my Sky Fortune Kingdom have always resolved their hatred in a martial way. I happen to think that both of you are fine heroes among men. No matter what sort of misunderstanding or unhappiness occurred between you two, as soon as this fight is over, how about we sit down for a chat and see if we can put an end to these hostilities and turn swords into plowshares? Turn swords into plowshares? I'm afraid Zhu Yan wants to eat my meat and flay me alive. Lin Ming understood that the 10th Prince had said these words because he didn't want to be his enemy. He politely responded, I did not expect your Highness the Cloud Prince to watch this match. It is my utmost honor and greatest pleasure to see you here. Lin Ming's words were neither arrogant nor servile. He directly responded to the 10th Prince. The 10th Prince only smiled and no longer said anything. At this moment, Zhu Yan dismounted and slowly stepped up onto the martial stage. As soon as he saw Lin Ming, he confirmed that this boy had made a breakthrough in this month. Large success of the 3rd stage of body transformation. Zhu Yan felt the enormous pressure, but did not feel that anything was wrong. When Lin Ming had challenged him with a deadline of 1 month, Zhu Yan had expected Lin Ming to make astonishing progress during this time. He had probably comprehended some kind of martial intent. Zhu Yan arrived on the other side of the martial stage and stood distantly opposite of Lin Ming. There was a quarter hour until the decisive battle. Lan Yunue was among those in the crowd. She was distantly looking at Lin Ming and Zhu Yan on stage. Her heart had overturned, and it was like all the good and bad emotions and feelings in her life had mixed together. She was the one who was most unwilling to see this fight happen. Regardless of who was victorious or who was the defeated, each option would be a knife to her heart. Her eyes still reverberated with a phantom echo of those words Zhu Yan had said to her 1 month ago. He wants me to divorce you. She did not even dare to think what would happen if Zhu Yan were to lose, and how she would face life afterwards. She did not even have a chance to regret. Although Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had already arrived, the battle had not started. Zhu Yan closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting to his own peak condition. To him, Lin Ming was a formidable and daunting opponent. He had to adjust his pre-battle condition to its maximum and display 120% of his strength. Only half a year ago, Lin Ming had been an irrelevant loser, unworthy of even mentioning. Even if Lin Ming had defeated that child of General Wang Yigao, it was nothing to Zhu Yan. In Zhu Yan's eyes, Wang Yigao was a good-for-nothing playboy that was not fit to be called a martial artist. Zhu Yan had not thought that there would be a day where he and Lin Ming would be standing against each other and fighting on the martial stage in front of so many important people. Even the Crown Prince and the Cloud Prince had come to watch this fateful battle. And beyond that, Lin Ming's strength had also grown to the point of threatening him. To prepare for this battle today, he had tortured himself for a month, and had even caused the foundation of his cultivation to be a bit unstable by enhancing his strength as much as possible with precious pills. In the face of this battle, he too wished for a calm heart to face critical situations, to adjust his condition in this quarter hour before facing this great enemy. This was a battle he could not afford to lose. The victory and defeat of this battle not only concerned Zhu Yan's future, but it concerned his dignity as a martial artist, and more so, his dignity as a man. As the sundial shadow began to gradually move, it finally became noon. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. "It's time, Zhang." With a loud ringing sound, Lin Ming flourished his spear, penetrating rainbow. It was just like a dark purple flood dragon that shivered as it fell into Lin Ming's hand. At this moment, Lin Ming had not fought, but his indomitable aura had already been released and it billowed outwards. Everyone present, even if their cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, felt an invisible pressure pushing down on them. This aura, is this really something that a martial artist at the third stage of body transformation can release? This Lin Ming is too strong. His imposing manner and aura are enough to make one feel breathless. Even the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House were fearfully startled. This Lin Ming's power was rising too fast. They hadn't seen him in a month, and his strength had already risen to another level. Zhu Yan took a deep breath and slowly drew out his treasure sword. This sword in his hand was a low-grade human step treasure, one of the best among its kind. Its name was Scarlet Flare, and it had already accompanied him for many years. He had long ago been able to communicate with his sword. Facing Lin Ming, it was impossible to count on his opponent being weak. He could only ask that his own strength was stronger. Fu! With a light sound, Zhu Yan's sword lit with flames visible to the naked eye, substantializing true essence and giving it tangible form. This was a stage that only those a step away from reaching the pulse condensation period could achieve. Generally, only those who were at the large success of bone forging were able to reach this realm, but Zhu Yan, who was only at the early altering muscle stage, had already achieved this. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had not fought, but with just a few random movements, they had already displayed their frightening strength as the pinnacles among talents. This was a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. The entire martial stage audience was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The audience was silent with bated breath, and they steadily looking, with unblinking eyes, at the stage that held two solitary figures, for fear of missing even a single thing. Layer upon layer of crimson air emanated from Zhu Yan's sword. The meaning of Zhu Yan's name was vermilion flame, and his true essence also shared this fiery property. Therefore, Zhu Yan's sword skills were often associated with fire. By virtue of the characteristics of his true essence, if he used martial skills of the fire attribute, then their power would also increase. As the crimson air waves surged from Zhu Yan's blade, the chilly autumn air that had enveloped the martial stage began to turn into a scorching wind. Zhu Yan made his move. Fiery true essence flooded into the scarlet flame sword. Zhu Yan's sword light wove a big net in the air, as if it were a burning cloud of fire that blotted out the sky. Martial skill, limitless sunset shine. Waves of billowing heat flowed outwards and a sizzling, feverish swelter enveloped the entire martial stage as the temperature shot up. The disciples who were standing nearby were forced backwards. The important figures were protected by their guards, who had set up barriers of true essence to protect them. This Zhu Yan, as soon as he started, had used a martial skill. He was using everything he had to win. Surrounded by the burning hot clouds that dyed the sky red, the innumerable tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to resonate together. True essence began to spontaneously vibrate within his body. This was the thick true essence that Lin Ming had obtained from reaching the second level of the true primal chaos formula. As his thick true essence vibrated, The 820-gene spear, penetrating rainbow, also began to tremble, carrying with it a terrifying lethality. This vibration became increasingly strong, and it began to fuse with Lin Ming's aura and turned into howling gales of strong heavenly wind that scattered in all directions. As this crimson cloud front came towards him, Lin Ming stood motionless. Suddenly, he moved his right hand and thrust it out. Pong! There was a deafening sound of an explosion. The momentum of the spear was like an avalanche, and the limitless crimson flames were swept upwards by an indefatigable wind and became a flame tornado. At the center of this fire, among the circling embers, was a whirlpool of flames that concentrated at the tip of the spear. This current was suddenly thrown at Zhu Yan. Pa! The swirling eddy was like a rotating cone that pierced Zhu Yan's body. Before those watching had a chance to call out in alarm, Zhu Yan, who had been pierced by this cone of flame wind, had distorted into a shade that gradually disappeared. Afterimage. It's God's shadow step. This Zhu Yan, he actually managed to cultivate such a profound movement technique. Zhu Yan had not publicly fought for over 6 months. The disciples of the 7 profound martial house only knew of his strength through his ranking on the ranking stone. But they were not able to look into the 10,000 killing array, and thus they could not see how Zhu Yan fought or know what sort of skills and abilities he could use. Zhu Yan was like a phantasmal ghost that faded into the wind. He instantly appeared at Lin Ming's side. No, it was more accurate to say that it wasn't Zhu Yan that had appeared first, but his sword. In that flash, his sword struck out 24 times. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Sword light covered the sky in a tight and deadly net. Zhu Yan's skillful swordsmanship had already arrived at the point of perfection. When he was just 14 years old, Zhu Yan had already been infamous for his swordsmanship in Green Mulberry City. He had later joined the army for 1 year, and then tortured himself practicing for 2.5 years at the 7 Profound Martial House. In this 3-year period, he had even comprehended his own understandings of the sword. His sword was to the point where it seemed to melt into the emptiness. One could not see his sword, only the sword light. Not even Zhu Yan could clearly see the path of his sword. How could it be blocked? Even the top 40 disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House rankings and the bone-forging stage masters who came to protect the important personages felt a chill crawl up their spines as they watched this sword light. If it were them exchanging blows, then in the midst of such otherworldly sword light, even they would have been defeated. Lin Ming's movement technique was only the foundation movement technique. How could he dodge? All of these thoughts occurred in an instant. Between the flashes of sword light, they all thought that it was too late. But at this moment, Lin Ming lifted his spear. Penetrating rainbow rushed out like a brilliant black dragon. In that strike, true essence vibrated like a sea of churning water, and scattered in all directions towards these sword lights. Ding 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 ding. In a split second, it was unknown how many times penetrating rainbow hit Zhu Yan's sword. In that moment, Zhu Yan felt as if his sword was cutting at a mountain. Lin Ming's spear carried with it a vibrating true essence as if it were an angry earthquake occurring on a mountain, and forcefully scattered all of the sword lights. Zhu Yan simply could not shake off Lin Ming's spear. If he did not withdraw his sword, he felt that he could possibly stab Lin Ming. But he had a feeling that if he was just a tiny bit slow, then his body would be torn apart by this intense vibration. This strange vibration was putting an enormous pressure upon Zhu Yan's sword, as if it were a fish that was drowning in a quagmire. Seeing even his body being affected by this vibration, Zhu Yan forcefully gathered his true essence and retreated. Dong 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 dong. Zhu Yan staggered and fell to ground. It was difficult to even take a few steps back. His movements had lost all of their previous light and lively elegance. What happened to Zhu Yan? What just happened? Zhu Yan had put out so many sword strikes. How was he driven back by Lin Ming's spear? How did he not stab him? His sword moves are fast enough that they have no shadow. It should be much faster than Lin Ming's spear. Of everyone present, almost no one was able to understand the mysteries contained in Lin Ming's spear. In their opinion, with Zhu Yan's superior movement and sword speed, He should have easily avoided Lin Ming's spear and pierced Lin Ming with his sword. However, what happened was that Zhu Yan had been placed into an exceedingly perilous situation by Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming was like a calm, unyielding mountain that towered on the stage. He had not even taken one step. Even those guards at the bone-forging stage were unable to understand what had just happened. Hearing all of these people's discussions, Hong Shi smiled with a hee-hee. In his heart he secretly thought, Lin Ming, this kid is really a monster. He managed to integrate the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist into his spear. If one hasn't tasted this scary spear before, they cannot understand just how terrifying that feeling is. At the start, this father also ate many invisible losses due to that move. Now this boy is also going to give Zhu Yan a taste of what it's like. Zhu Yan managed to stop the rolling blood in his heart with great difficulty, and he was secretly cold sweating. In that moment, he had felt his heartbeat's rhythm change. It was as if the entire blood flow in his body had been blocked by a countercurrent. Just what was going on here? He looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was standing straight, gripping penetrating rainbow in his hand and pointing it at him. In this pose and figure, the eyes that he was looking at Zhu Yan with seemed deep and unfathomable. A feeling gripped Zhu Yan so that he couldn't move for a moment. Fear. Zhu Yan startled. There had actually been a subconscious feeling of fear that had emerged from his heart. Fear was the death knell of a martial artist's heart of martial arts. The dream trial's first hurdle was to test courage to overcome their fear, and this fearful feeling had come from Lin Ming. This boy! Zhu Yan's heart surged with an inexplicable anger. He was unable to accept this. He could not accept that his arrogant and vaunted pride had been trampled upon by this little child that he had regarded as nothing but an ant. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. His anger made him cut apart this feeling of fear. His figure rushed out, and a series of afterimages followed him. As Zhu Yan sprinted forward, a 3-foot crimson flame erupted around his sword. This flame image was created by Zhu Yan pouring a massive amount of true essence into his sword. Since his speed wasn't enough, then Zhu Yan would win through strength. Zhu Yan shouted, and he jumped upwards. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down. Falling star slash. That's the medium-grade human step, falling star slash. It is a martial skill stronger than the limitless sunset shine. By the time the crowd had exclaimed a few words, Zhu Yan's sword had already absorbed all of the surrounding fire essence. The majesty of this sword was like a fiery, burning meteor from the heavens that smashed downwards. Lin Ming's lips curved. Strength against strength? That was his favorite. Lin Ming wielded his spear. Penetrating rainbow scattered sparks into the air as it drew a circular arc on the ground, and a full moon pattern appeared on the hard surface of the martial stage. Lin Ming aimed at Zhu Yan's sword point and thrusted forwards. To stab a master's sword point in the middle of a fight where both parties were using lightning-quick moves was easier said than done. However, for many years Lin Ming had been practicing his accuracy as he deboned, and in that 1 month of crazy spear practice, Lin Ming had acquired a solid foundation of his skills. He could wield his spear like it was his arm. Even if it were a concealed needle or other hidden weapon, Lin Ming could find it with his spear point. Ding! Lin Ming thrusted his spear at Zhu Yan's sword point. This 3-foot scarlet flare sword, how could it compare to the 820 gene penetrating rainbow spear? A screeching, teeth-aching sound of metal bending filled the air as the scarlet flame sword and penetrating rainbow spear met each other. Because of the huge pressure from both of them colliding, they even bent like a full moon. As this happened, Lin Ming vibrated his true essence to counter Zhu Yan's falling star slash. The intense vibrations caused Zhu Yan's blood flow to well up once more. Pong! The scarlet flare sword rebounded, and Zhu Yan was sent flying backwards. But falling star slash was a medium-grade human step martial skill after all. Lin Ming was forced back 3 steps by Zhu Yan's heat wave and momentum. This is the first time Lin Ming was forced back. Not just a retreat, but from the time he came on stage to now, this was the first time he's made a footstep. Everyone had naturally noticed this detail. Before now, Lin Ming had not moved a single step. Words just aren't enough to describe this. Lin Ming's indomitable aura is steadfast like a mountain. To make him move just proves how much pressure there was in Zhu Yan's momentum. The old disciples present said. They were not willing to see Zhu Yan lose. To a famed old disciple losing to a rising new student, they felt as if they were in the same boat. Big brother, do you think this match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yan looks somewhat similar to the one he had with Xianxia? Zhu Yan wasn't stabbed or pierced, but he is still under a tremendous influence, Taku said to Ling Sen as they watched the match. They were standing at a corner of the martial stage. Lin Ming's spear thrust has a mystery inside. Before, I read some ancient texts and they have recorded that martial artists who had reached the large success of spear skills are able to comprehend rules of the world and understand certain laws. They can place these laws into their spear and form spear potentials. Swords and sabers also have similar concepts. This kind of master does not need any weapon when facing the enemy. As long as they depend upon these potentials, they can completely kill their enemies. Lin Ming's spear skill reminds me of these records. Big brother, the more you talk, the iffier you sound. Lin Ming is how old? How could he possibly comprehend this spear potential? Of course he can't, otherwise he simply wouldn't need a spear to deal with Zhu Yan. All he would need is a thought to kill his enemy. Lin Ming's spear hasn't even bumped Zhu Yan, but Zhu Yan has still been affected. This point really looks like spear potential. As Ling San and Taku were talking, Zhu Yan was once again fighting Lin Ming. Zhu Yan no longer used martial skill. He didn't even use his magnificent and beautiful sword lights. All he used were simple, straightforward sword moves. However, even like this, he felt as if his sword was being pressed down by an invisible strength, and every stroke he made was restrained. In contrast, Lin Ming's moves were becoming increasingly fierce. He was gathering his momentum. This was the greatest harvest from the days that Lin Ming and Hong Shi sparred against each other. This was to use move after move and gather one's momentum, and after accumulating all of the residual momentum, to have that last strike erupt out and sweep all away. Lin Ming's spear seemed much slower than Zhu Yan. When Zhu Yan made 3 moves, Lin Ming only made 1. But what was incredible was that Lin Ming's one spear was able to block all 3 of Zhu Yan's sword moves. This made one have very contradictory feelings. Those martial artists whose cultivations were too shallow could not understand the complex mysteries and profound principles in these 2 young men's fight. They would only feel like Zhu Yan was making useless moves, and in every 3 moves he made, there might not even be one that was useful. On the reserved seating area, a nobleman over 30 years old was watching Zhu Yan and Lin Ming's fight and shaking his head. This Zhu Yan is just too mediocre. His sword moves are just too gaudy. All he has is looks without substance. It's not very practical. These kinds of sword moves look nice, but have too many flaws to connect. Ah Wei, what do you think? This noble himself was only a second-grade martial arts talent. He was over 30 years old, and was at the early 3rd stage of body transformation. He had some small insights into martial artists, so he asked his guard this question. My lord, Zhu Yan's sword has indeed lost its light and sublime feeling. This subordinate does find it strange. The sword light that Zhu Yan had displayed before was truly swift and fierce. Even if it were the subordinate facing that sword light, I would not have full confidence to grasp it. This guard was also over 30 years old, and he was at the early 5th stage of body transformation. However, when he saw Zhu Yan display his sword skills before, he could not help but acknowledge his skill. If he were against Zhu Yan, his assurance of winning would only be 30 or 40%. You cannot defend against that sword light? The noble smiled, but thought otherwise in his heart. Ah Wei, you think too little of yourself. These years in the 7 profound martial house, besides Ling San, Taku, and a few others, the people there have been getting worse and worse with each generation. In the past, the martial arts of the 7 profound martial house were able to fight those a stage above them as if they were having a simple meal. But you just look at this Zhu Yan. If I remember correctly, he is in the top 30 rankings of the ranking stone, and the sword in his hand. The noble was prepared to elaborate on a few more of these martial arts insights, when the smile on his face suddenly froze. On the stage, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan's fight had already reached the edge of the platform. As Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, Zhu Yan moved sideways to avoid. Because Lin Ming's spear hit nothing, it continued thrusting until it hit a thick column at the edge of the stage. He withdrew his spear, but at the same time, an incredible scene took place. After being struck by Lin Ming's spear, that thick stone column broke apart with an explosion from top to bottom. Along with the crashing sounds, numerous stone fragments rolled down like peas, and finally turned to a small pile of rubble. This stone column was completely destroyed. It was as if that stone column was held together by tofu. What is going on here? The noble's eyes were looking straight out. He had clearly seen a moment ago that Lin Ming's thrust had not hit, and he had only withdrawn his spear. But before he had withdrawn his spear, that spear had lightly scratched a spot on the surface, and that had actually caused the 20-feet-high stone column to explode into a pile of crushed rocks. And the biggest crushed rock was only the size of a fist. It was not only this noble, but everyone present, including Ling San, Ta Ku, Muyi, and other masters were all equally shocked. Some people even subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen an illusion. Was that really caused by a spear? To crush a stone column was actually very easy. Many of the masters and experts present had this strength. But to have a spear do it to a stone column and have the biggest rubble piece only be the size of a fist, none of those present were able to achieve this. Even Muyi could not. Although he could send out countless sword lights in a flash and cut the stone column apart, resulting in almost identical effects, his sword actually could not create such an effect with just a touch. Even the normally stable crown prince had lost his composure as he saw these scenes. Teacher, this is... what kind of spear skill? The crown prince had a certain understanding of martial arts, but he had never seen a martial skill like this before. Muyi shook his head. Your Highness, I am not sure. As the last piece of crushed stone stopped rolling, the entire audience was silent at the martial stage. They were shocked and shaken by this scene. But the various masters of the 7 profound martial house, like Ling San, Ta Ku, and several other old deacons, saw this pile of rubble and had a faint, blossoming suspicion in their hearts. Although it was reasonable, they did not even dare to believe this suspicion. This skill, could it be? Zhu Yan looked at this pile of rubble closely. His right hand gripped his sword tightly, and because of excessive force, his knuckles began to turn white. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. You've cultivated the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yan had specially gone to the depository before to look at the martial skills that Lin Ming had chosen. Now, he finally understood the reason why Lin Ming was able to contain him. This was because he had managed to cultivate the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, that he could keep hold of Zhang Tsong's saber with his empty palm, and use only that fist wind to push back Zhang Tsong, was because he had relied on this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yan also suddenly understood that it was the true essence vibration that was described on the jade slip of the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. This was what had caused his insides to lose their normal rhythm and cause all of his body's blood to want to flow in reverse. How could this Lin Ming possibly have managed to learn the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist? Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist? Those present were stunned. For most of them, this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was just an unknown cultivation method. And listening to such a vulgar name, it couldn't be any sort of amazing or powerful martial skill. However, to the disciples of the 7 profound martial house, the name of body-tearing, bone-shattering fist struck their hearts like a savage earthquake. Before Lin Ming had become famous, most people had never heard of this incomplete martial skill. However, after he had defeated Zhang Tsong and become the 62nd ranking disciple of the 10,000 killing array, the cultivation methods and martial skills he had chosen also became famous. The pair foundation spear technique and foundation movement technique cultivation methods that normally no one would ask for had suddenly become 2 of the most wanted manuals overnight. But the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had been left behind. It was inevitable that people would see what was wrong with this cultivation method. Low-grade earth step cultivation method. Loss rate, 70%. Seeing these 2 points, even the fanatical fans of Lin Ming mania would not be so stupid or empty-headed to choose this manual. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was only deemed as a low-grade earth step manual because it was lacking the most important beginning section, so its rank was unable to be judged by the elder who was responsible for ranking these cultivation methods. Nobody actually knew its true ranking. It had to be known that the higher a cultivation method was, the more difficult it was to practice. If the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was complete, it would be far more difficult to cultivate than Zhu Yan's falling star slash and limitless sunset shine. Without the heaven-defying perception of a monstrous genius, it would be a ridiculous dream for anyone in the body transformation stage to want to practice an earth step martial skill. Much less, this martial skill was incomplete. Not only was it incomplete, but the beginning of it was incomplete. For most martial skills, if the later sections were missing, the beginning portions could still be practiced. But if the beginning was incomplete, then a martial skill would have no value at all. Otherwise, how would the 7 profound valleys possibly place an earth step cultivation method like the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist in the 7 profound martial house's outer pavilion? That place was simply a garbage disposal for their unwanted jade slips. The people who saw Lin Ming choose the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had disagreed with him. Even if it was a crazy fan of Lin Ming's, they had not thought he would perceive anything from meditating on this cultivation method. But Lin Ming, even in this situation, had relied on this cultivation at the 3rd stage of body transformation to learn this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, that not even the hidden and mysterious Xianxia experts of the 7 profound valleys were able to understand. Was this really a human? Throughout the entire history of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire history of the Sky Spill continent, this Lin Ming had the most terrifying perception to ever exist. This fellow, he was simply the reincarnation of a heavenly god or devilish demon. No wonder Lin Ming had made such astonishing progress in just a few short months. With this kind of godlike perception, any talent was simply floating clouds, just nothing but trash. The 10th prince had already been made aware of what sort of manual this body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was. He did not need his subordinates to explain it to him. The 10th prince had enough achievements in the martial arts aspects to know what it meant to be able to cultivate such a skill. He looked towards Lin Ming's form on the stage, and his face began to darken, becoming increasingly somber and terrible. He had not thought that he had underestimated Lin Ming. This young man was actually terrifying to such a degree. The 10th prince's heart had a faint premonition. If he truly became enemies with Lin Ming, and was unable to annihilate him before he grew, then Lin Ming would become the biggest barrier on his road to snatching the throne. As the fight had progressed to this stage, victory or defeat had already become secondary. It was possible that even if Lin Ming lost to Zhu Yan in this battle, his reputation would even be more resounding. It would spread throughout the entire capital. Facing Lin Ming, who was like a reincarnation of some divine being, even though Zhu Yan's heart of martial arts was strong, he had completely lost the courage to fight. Zhu Yan knew that even if he defeated Lin Ming today, in just a few months, it would be reversed and he would be defeated. He had annoyed an enemy which he absolutely should not have stirred up. Kill him. Zhu Yan's heart suddenly gave birth to this idea. Before Lin Ming grew, he had to kill him. This was the only solution. However, to assassinate someone in the 7 profound martial house was too tough and too difficult. Moreover, once they were discovered, regardless of whom it was, the 7 profound martial house would take their life as recompense. On the contrary, if he killed someone during a battle, even though it was serious and flagrant violation of the 7 profound martial house's regulations, it was not a crime worthy of death. After all, in matches where both parties' strengths were similar, there were occasions that could cause death. Even though I will be punished, it is far better than being surpassed by Lin Ming in the future. Moreover, a dead genius is no longer a genius. The 7 profound martial house will not kill me over someone who is dead. With the 10th prince secretly helping me, the worst that will happen is I will be dismissed from the martial house and banished or exiled to the frontier. But to Zhu Yan, being banished didn't mean anything anymore. As for being dismissed from the martial house, although it was a pity, it was absolutely worth it as long as he could kill Lin Ming. This was the only chance he had to assassinate Lin Ming. But, did he really have the ability to kill Lin Ming? In his heart, Zhu Yan lacked confidence. I still have my strongest martial skill, but this martial skill has an enormous toll on the body. I can usually only display 60% of its full might, but if I recklessly stimulate myself to force out 100% of its abilities, I might damage my meridians. If I damage these meridians, it will be difficult to connect and open them, and become a great barrier when I want to break through to the pulse condensation period. But since it's come to this point, I have no other choices left. Zhu Yan's face flashed with ferociousness as he triggered all of the true essence in his body to the limit. The scarlet flare sword in his hand began to issue out a shrill, keening sound. Zhu Yan's going to go all out. What a terrifying true essence force. I'm afraid even a martial artist at the bone-forging stage does not have such terrifying true essence. After everyone realized that Lin Ming had perceived the secrets of the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist through meditation, no one doubted Zhu Yan's strength again. That Zhu Yan could exchange blows for such a long time with a monstrous genius like Lin Ming was testament to his extraordinary skill. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he felt a heavy murderous intent emanating from Zhu Yan. You want to go all out? Then I'll follow you. From the very start of the fight until now, Lin Ming had been gathering his potential. Even though he had been using his full strength with every strike, he had been saving his momentum. To constantly use moves and save momentum. This was the key to gathering one's potential in a fight. Now all of Lin Ming's potential was poured into the penetrating rainbow spear, waiting for this last, final strike. This fight today is the most important fight in my life so far. And Zhu Yan, he is also the most important opponent in my life so far. In the 7 profound martial houses entrance examinations dream trial, he was the cause for the flaw in my heart. Today, I and Zhu Yan will put forth our strongest moves, and I will defeat him to complete my perfect heart of martial arts. As Lin Ming walked forward step by heavy step, the hard floor tiles underneath him cracked and exploded into flying shards. Lin Ming's right arm was flat and smooth, and lay upon penetrating rainbow. This was the most basic spear stance. Iron bridge blocks the river. Yet in Lin Ming's hands, even such a simple stance gave off a boundless feeling of vigor. The dark purple penetrating rainbow was calm as if it were a cast iron statue. It was like a rope that stretched across a torrential river. No matter how the river flowed and surged, it was unable to shake that rope a single inch. Unmovable no matter the force, iron bridge blocks the river. It's the foundation spear technique, stance. Iron bridge blocks the river. Heavens! I finally get to see senior apprentice brother Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river in action again. A little girl half a year younger than Lin Ming clenched her fists in excitement. Her face was ruddy with joy. She had just entered the human hall. To many of the lower disciples in the human hall, Lin Ming and his iron bridge blocks the river stance were a legend. Many of the lower disciples from the human hall came from a humble birth and background, and their worth was meager. In the 7 profound martial house, because they were the most basic and lowest of disciples, they did not have any nice cultivation methods to choose from. Although they had the glory and honor of being a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, they did not entertain high hopes for the future. However, Lin Ming, who had also came from a humble birth, had used the foundation spear technique to defeat Xianxia, a master of the Earth Hall, and he had used the iron bridge blocks the river stance. This was a miracle. In Lin Ming's hands, the simple, minimalist, iron bridge blocks the river stance had become tranquil and immutable like a mountain. Any magnificent or exquisite martial skill was broken by a single spear, a lone strength to shatter 10,000 styles. The only person in all of the 7 profound martial house who could use the foundation spear technique to resist Zhu Yan's finishing blow was Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river, Zhu Yan's complexion became filled with unprecedented dignity. This was the most important match in his entire life. Even if Lin Ming used the foundation spear technique, he would not look down on a single fine hair of his. Against such a monstrous genius of perception, any cultivation method in his hands could be turned into a divine miracle. Ha! Zhu Yan shouted. The silk clothes that covered his upper body began to burn up in flames from the searing air waves that were condensed by his true essence. The charred fragments of his clothes fluttered down to the floor. Zhu Yan ripped off his robe like a slip of paper and tore it to shreds. He revealed a toned, muscular upper body, but because of the high amount of true essence that converged on him, his skin was red like a fiery demon. The scarlet flame sword in his hands combusted into a brilliant, shimmering flame. Zhu Yan could not yet feel the fiery true essence damaging his meridians, but the pain was like countless flame needles that gripped him. However, this pain had actually filled Zhu Yan with a bloodthirsty excitement. Die! Zhu Yan's still body suddenly soared upwards into the sky. Whistling flames in the air formed together into phantasmal illusions. Zhu Yan gripped his sword with both hands and lifted it high above his head. His spine curved like a drawn bow. Fire true essence began to gather all around Zhu Yan. It condensed together and turned into a blood-red lotus that began to quietly bloom in the air. Red lotus purgatory. The entire space seemed to flash black for a moment. This strange red lotus swallowed that dark light, and it was as if it contained not just true essence, but had also gathered the blazing sun. Facing Zhu Yan's killing move, at that moment, Lin Ming's mind was calm like water. His ears had lost all outside noise, whether it was the sound of burning flames or the cheers and shouts of the audience. In his vision, he only saw Zhu Yan. In his heart, there was only the penetrating rainbow. All of his momentum had gathered into penetrating rainbow. The strong true essence violently vibrated. Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, and it was like throwing down a mountain. Bang! Lin Ming's spear and Zhu Yan's red lotus purgatory frantically collided. There was a loud, deafening detonation like a rumbling thunderbolt. That intense collision of true essence sparked a fierce shockwave, along with a ka-ka-ka sound as the martial stage was destroyed. Large broken pieces of tiles flew off everywhere in the air. Pong! A silhouette wrapped in crimson flames flew outwards and loudly hit a column on the martial stage. Along with a breaking sound, the stone column was smashed apart from the center. The silhouette was Zhu Yan. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in blood. He was unconscious on the ground, life or death unknown. And Lin Ming was not feeling good. He was injured in the impact of that terrifying strike, and he had flown backwards several dozen feet before using penetrating rainbow to steady himself in the air and fall on the ground with the support of the spear shaft. His blood began to roil and he almost spat out blood, but by revolving the true primal chaos formula, he was just able to press it down. What a ferocious move! If I had not learned to gather my momentum and set all of it aside for a final blow, then just that move a moment ago would have defeated me. The best case was both of us being wounded. The aftermath of the impact broke through my protection of vibrating true essence and only almost made me cough blood. This was thanks to my true essence from the large success in viscera training. Otherwise that strike would have injured my internal organs and caused me to be severely wounded. Zhu Yan's last move had gone all out and overdrawn his strength. His injuries this time will not be light. Zzz. As the fragments of flames still burned, the entire audience was dead silent. This was the pinnacle of battle. Even two peak bone-forging martial artists could not be so intense. Zhu Yan was already a top-tier talent, but Lin Ming had actually jumped up half a realm to defeat him. Did Zhu Yan die? That last move of Zhu Yan's was an absolutely desperate one with his life on the line. Red Lotus Purgatory is not a martial skill Zhu Yan can use. He has overdrawn his true essence. Overdrawing true essence will harm one's cultivation. For Zhu Yan to do that in order to win this match, his obsession runs too deep. But even so, Zhu Yan was defeated. This Lin Ming is truly terrifying. There were many masters and experts present. They had naturally seen how the final fight had played out. Even several elders of the martial house were present. They had seen the murderous killing intent contained in Zhu Yan's final move. I find it strange. Even though Lin Ming's perception is good, his martial talent is bad. It should be impossible for him to progress so quickly. And yet in these last 2 months his cultivation has leapt up an entire realm. How was this possible? This seems to be because Lin Ming has comprehended some kind of martial intent. Martial intent? What's that? Well, I have only heard about it. I don't know the specifics, but it should be powerful. 2 of the low-level human hall disciples were having a casual conversation. However, their conversation had been overheard by one of the top 50 disciples of the ranking stone. His eyes immediately widened. What did you just say? Martial intent? Lin Ming had comprehended a martial intent. Yes, that low-order disciple said with a look of bewilderment. Who told you that? That heavenly abode disciple was suddenly all excited. This made the low-order disciple feel a bit of fear. Facing a top 50 ranking disciple of the heavenly abode, it was impossible for them not to feel pressured. This matter was said by the deacon of the Icy Pond Waterfall, senior apprentice brother Xiadong. Xiadong. The heavenly abode disciple gulped. Although Xiadong had not reached the pulse condensation period, he was a deacon who had worked at the 7 Profound Martial House for many years. His experience was vast, and it was impossible for him to be so wrong. This Lin Ming had actually managed to comprehend a martial intent, the perception of a monstrous genius, a pure and strong heart of martial arts that was a cut above everyone else. And he also had a martial intent. It was just too terrifying. At this time, the medical personnel of the 7 Profound Martial House hurried on stage to apply medicine to Zhu Yan. But Lin Ming had already stepped down from the martial stage. His true essence had already been depleted from the fight, and at present his combat strength had fallen by several levels. He might not even be able to hold off a normal 3rd stage of body transformation martial artist. But still, there was a hidden aura on Lin Ming's body that emanated. Along with his formidable strength and monstrous perception he had just displayed, this made those people looking at him feel bursts of pressure. This was the dread that came from seeing a powerhouse. When Lin Ming stepped down, several of those nearby pulled back. Even the martial artists that had been famous for a long time stepped made way with respect. And those low-order disciples who had idolized him only worshipped him Lin Ming with more fanaticism. Mr. Lin Ming, congratulations! Crown Prince Yonglin stood up from afar and warmly greeted him. Among his words was just the right amount of veneration. This was the respect he demonstrated to a powerhouse and had disregarded his status. Crown Prince, Your Highness, Mr. Mui, Lin Ming greeted with a smile. Haha, little brother Lin, your growth is more and more astonishing. Mui's heart filled with many emotions. He had thought that he already overestimated Lin Ming, but now he discovered that Lin Ming kept exceeding his expectations time and time again to create miracles. Mr. Lin Ming, if you do not mind, how about coming to my palace? I will host a banquet for you as a welcoming reception. Yang Lin said with warm enthusiasm. Lin Ming let loose a light breath and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but in the fight just now I exhausted myself too much and must take some time to restore myself. I also attained some faint insights in this battle and would like to go back to digest them. I must decline the Crown Prince's kindness with thanks. In a few days, I will certainly pay a personal visit. That is also good. When Mr. Lin Ming decides to pay a visit, send a sound transmitting talisman to inform me, and I shall wait patiently for you. 10th Prince Yongzhen watched the Crown Prince and Lin Ming speaking to each other from a distance, and his face began to darken. At this point, Yongzhen received a message via True Essence. Your Highness, Lin Ming has accepted the Crown Prince's invitation. Your Highness, Zhu Yan's wounds are too severe. We must take out the Millennium Stone Milk, otherwise Zhu Yan's internal injuries will leave behind scars that will affect his future cultivation, said one of the medical personnel that had treated Zhu Yan. His last move had overdrawn his true essence, created damages within his body and destroyed parts of the meridians that hadn't developed yet. In addition, he was struck by Lin Ming and sent flying. The degree to which he was injured could be imagined. The medical personnel of the 7 profound martial house naturally used high-quality medicines, but these medicines could not actually be regarded as the best. The 10th prince shook his head and said, "Don't use it." Early on he had expected that this fight would be exceptionally intense. This was because Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and this fight would have no pulled punches. It would be normal for one of them to have severe injuries. Therefore he brought a special type of wondrous and precious medicine that could cure wounds, called the Millennium Stone Milk. This was found in the Millennium Limestone Cave, and flowed from a stone stalactite that contained the aura and spirit of the world. It took over a dozen years to gather a small vial of this liquid. Each drop was worth nearly 10,000 gold taels. This stone milk could not only bring back those near death, but it also had advantages for the cultivation of martial artists. The 10th prince had originally planned to give this to Lin Ming if he had been injured seriously enough to affect his cultivation. If he used this Millennium Stone milk to win over Lin Ming, he believed that Lin Ming would not refuse. After all, the one who had a grudge with Lin Ming was Zhu Yan. The 10th prince had neither bitter hatred nor enmity towards him. The 10th prince thoroughly believed that the strongest bonds between humans were not things like friendship, affection, or love, but solely personal benefit. But now, the one who had been severely wounded was Zhu Yan. Not only that, but Lin Ming had displayed an unprecedented and monstrous perception. This made the 10th prince feel a very heavy headache. He simply didn't know how to deal with Lin Ming. To assassinate him, he dared not and could not. And winning over, he could not win him over. If he showed goodwill, they would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, his situation with Zhu Yan was tricky. If he continued to support Zhu Yan, then without a doubt, he would be standing opposite to Lin Ming. This was something that the 10th prince absolutely did not want to see. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that advocated the use of force. Lin Ming represented not only his own strength, but the glory and prestige of all martial artists. He was a genius of a century within the 7 profound martial house. This title was too amazing for a martial artist. If the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists saw that this person had pledged his loyalty to the crown prince, then where would they look, what would they think? If he could discard Zhu Yan and trade him for Lin Ming, the 10th prince would absolutely 100% do this. The key, however, was that even if he discarded Zhu Yan, Lin Ming may not help him. This gave the 10th prince a headache. This Zhu Yan, he gave him a lot of trouble. Bidding the crown prince farewell, Lin Ming immediately went to pay a visit to Xianxia. Xianxia's guidance was very important in defeating Zhu Yan this time. If he did not have Xianxia teaching him the training method of piercing leaves, then his attack speed would have been a lot slower. He also would not have known how to save his momentum during a fight. At Zhu Yan's final strike, he might not necessarily have been able to hold it down. This fight played out so beautifully. Xianxia did not begrudge his appreciation of the fight. Thanks to instructor's teachings. Haha, this is not because of my teachings. If you had a different instructor, you could also have one. I heard that you have some new comprehensions? About the heart of martial arts. Good. Your results today are essential to your heart of martial arts. Hurry up and go back to ponder them. Don't uselessly talk about it to me here. Okay then, instructor. I will go first. After Lin Ming left, the people gathered at the martial stage began to disperse. Some martial artists had been discussing the fight with excitement. That single spear touch on the stone column had caused that 20 feet high stone column to turn into rumble from top to bottom, and the foundation spear technique had managed to defeat the Red Lotus Purgatory. These scenes were enough to make those martial artists exhilarated and excited. His large success of the 3rd stage had the strength of someone at the bone forging stage. If Lin Ming reached the bone forging boundary, how would it be then? And most importantly, he was only 15 years old. He had been at the 7 profound martial house for only a mere 2 months. Before then, Lin Ming had come from a humble birth and did not have many resources he possibly could have used. If he had the key cultivation methods and resources of the 7 profound martial house, then his achievements would have been unimaginable. If he could keep this rate of growth, then that really would go against heaven's will. Before, there were people that had paid attention to Lin Ming. After all, he was the first-place new disciple. But at that time, most of them had thought that this was only because Lin Ming's luck was good, and he had managed to eat some valuable material. But now, they knew that Lin Ming had the unprecedented perception of a monster. He had depended on his cultivation at the third stage of body transformation to cultivate an earth-step a cultivation method, and moreover, that cultivation method was incomplete. With such a genius born, along with the 6th-grade talent Xianxia, this generation might be the most amazing one in all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial history. The martial artists were excited, but those noblemen and dignitaries were more concerned with what Lin Ming politically represented. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would rise. Becoming a supermaster was only a question of time. And a supermaster had immense weight and influence within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. For instance, Mui was a visiting official of the marshal's quarters, and at the same time he was the teacher of the crown prince. He had a high and lofty status within Sky Fortune City. Even if the emperor saw Mui, he would have to treat him with a certain amount of respect. Not only did Mui not need to bow, but he also didn't need to be asked to sit. Although a Hotian master did not have the strength or power to kill an army of 100,000, they were able to go in and out of fortified places without any resistance at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that if there was not a Hotian master at the royal palace, then the emperor might not be far from death. Because of the frequent wars between nations, it was possible that the emperor would be assassinated by the enemy masters. Lin Ming was very likely to become such an amazing character like this in the future. This was someone that all of those dignitaries present had to woo and curry favor with. In fact, many of them were already calculating how to show goodwill to Lin Ming. As everyone departed the martial stage, the news of the fight began to rapidly spread. Not only did Lin Ming become Sky Fortune City's most dazzling and splendid star, but this news had already spread over the nation, such as, a genius only seen once a century at the 7 Profound Martial House, the future Sky Fortune Kingdom's #1 master, and other such titles. The overwhelming blessings and aura of fame were all focused on Lin Ming. 15 years old, entered into the top 30 rankings of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode. Cultivation at the third stage of body transformation, with strength comparable to a martial artist at the bone forging stage. Had perceived an incomplete earth-step martial skill by himself, and had integrated into his own spear skills. It was even reported that Lin Ming had comprehended the extremely rare martial intent. Each of these achievements could be considered legends by themselves, but Lin Ming had actually gathered all of these legends unto himself. He was at the height of power among the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial arts world. The local storytellers would write Lin Ming's famous history into their stories. In these stories, the storytellers would improvise and give exaggerated accounts to increase the hype. They even said that when Lin Ming was born, a brilliant sunset glow covered the sky. He had climbed a mountain when he was 7 to capture a tiger. When he was 9, he went swimming in the sea to seize sharks. Although these stories were all blown ridiculously out of proportion, the audience listened with gusto. After all, things like storytelling were naturally more exaggerated, and gave people a fresh feeling. Suddenly, Lin Ming had become the idol among countless young martial artists, especially those who had come from a humble birth like he had. Who said you could not cultivate if you didn't have money? Lin Ming was their example. Lin Ming was their goal. And in Green Mulberry City, as news arrived to the Lin family by a sound-transmitting talisman, all of the Lin family seethed with excitement. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, there was great importance attached to family honor. A family of heroes and masters, even if declining, was respected by the world. For instance, Marshal Qin Zhao's family. Even several hundred years later, if the Qin family was on the decline, they would still be a family that had produced an ancient hero, and in the family's blood would flow a hero's blood. The Lin family was also like this. There was not a single family that didn't wish that their family would have such a day where their family would flourish by their own hands. Before, Lin Ming had obtained the title of first place among the new disciples in the 7 Profound Martial House, and this was already the great honor. It was like those scholars that went and became officials, bringing honor to their ancestors. However, Compared to the miracle that Lin Ming had created, this reputation of 7 profound martial houses #1 disciple was nothing at all. To be the peerless talent that hadn't been seen in the several hundred years of history at the 7 profound martial house along with other glorious titles was enough to have the Lin family be recorded in the annals of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history. If Lin Ming became a legend in the future, then the Lin family would also become the family of a hero and would be admired by the world. And the one Lin Ming had defeated was the Zhu family's #1 talent, Zhu Yan. This caused the Lin family, who had been constantly suppressed by the Zhu family, to feel proud and elated. On the same day, everywhere at the Lin family was decorated with lanterns and rainbow streamers. They held a large banquet inviting all guests to attend and celebrate. This was the most important day in the entirety of the Lin family's history. The head of the Lin family burnt incense and prayed to the ancestors. All these celebrations and ceremonies were more grand and wonderful than the New Year's celebration. The Lin family servants all obtained a heavy red package filled with money. The rice farmers who leased land from the Lin family were all exempted from rent for 3 years. These people naturally knew why they obtained such luxurious gifts from the Lin family. Lin Ming's name had already spread throughout the entirety of Green Mulberry City. At this time, Lin Ming was meditating on a sea jade platform at the 7 profound martial houses. He was unaware of everything happened outside, as he was immersed in comprehending the faint feeling he had in his heart of martial arts. When he had fought with Zhu Yan, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had improved a bit. With Lin Ming's current fame in Sky Fortune City, there were many major powers that wanted to show their goodwill to Lin Ming. However, because of the regulations and customs of the 7 profound martial house, they could not disturb Lin Ming's cultivation unless he left the martial house or contacted them on his own initiative. Under the jade stage, the lake was tranquil and shimmering deep green, as if it were a huge liquid emerald. As it was late in autumn, the rows of weeping willows surrounding the lake were already a dry, golden yellow. As the gentle autumn wind blew across the lake's surface, the leaves swirled into the air like a golden moth before fluttering gently downwards. What was surprising, though, was that there was not a single leaf that fell into the lake. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the sea jade platform. This platform was the illusory magic array that was used in the entrance examination's dream trial. It was only open during the beginning of spring and fall when the 2 exams were conducted. However, it was not the start of fall anymore, so it was closed to the martial house disciples. However, Lin Ming's status was special now, so he was specially permitted to train and feel his heart of martial arts. During the entrance examination of the 7 profound martial house, when Lin Ming was in the Sea Jade platform's dreamland, he found that there was a flaw in his heart from the passive desire. In the passive desire, Lin Ming had seen a Lan Yunue, 10 years older. She had been exquisitely elegant and humming a nursery song. She had been coaxing their child to sleep. When Lin Ming had seen this scene, he had nearly lost himself in the illusion. Lin Ming knew that he no longer had any connection to Lan Yunue. Even when he would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, his path would no longer cross with Lan Yunue's. But Lan Yunue's betrayal was still a knot in his heart. This so-called knot was a place in the heart that the mind could not reason with. In a martial artist's journey, they not only cultivated their bodies, but they also cultivated their hearts and minds. They had to be true to themselves and follow their desires, whether it was love or hate. Otherwise, what was the point? If they tortured themselves to cultivate and practiced martial arts day and night, and felt the desolation and loneliness at the same time, and yet had to bear everything in life patiently even as they suffered countless humiliations, then what exactly was the point of practicing martial arts? Why not just be a normal, common person? A martial artist had a proud heart. They would not keep things in their heart such as losing an important contest or fight. Things like that could not frustrate their proud hearts. However, there were some things that would, such as when Lan Yunue had betrayed Lin Ming and followed Zhu Yan. Such a malicious act had severely impacted Lin Ming's pure heart, and no matter how strong and clear his heart of martial arts was, it would inevitably leave behind a knot in the heart. This was what the common folk spoke of when they mentioned spirit. As long as the spirit was smooth, then they would have clear thoughts and ease of mind. Their true essence circulation would not be impeded and their meridians would be able to link together easier. On the other hand, if their spirit was bad, then their mind would be blocked and they would be depressed. Not only would their true essence not move, but it would be trapped in their body and become an anger that would psychologically attack them. Not only would they not be able to cultivate, but they would also damage their own health. If their arrogant heart was too strong, then they might even go mad. If their thoughts were clouded and their hearts uncomfortable, the cultivation of a martial artist would easily be restrained. During the essential period of breaking through a bottleneck, the knot would change into a demon that haunted their hearts. This would cause the martial artist to fail and become forever immersed with their obsession before finally turning into an idiot. There was only one solution to clear this knot, and that was to rely on their own strength to destroy the knot and cut off the evil spirits in the heart. Their minds would be clear, their breath smooth, and true essence would easily flow. For instance, like in the competition, Zhu Yan had been defeated by Lin Ming. He had lost his dignity and also sustained a serious injury. His meridians had been damaged and it would affect his future efforts to break into the pulse condensation period. That event would cause Zhu Yan's proud and arrogant heart of martial arts to be severely frustrated. Even if he wanted to stand up and recover his pride, hiring an assassin to kill Lin Ming was useless. He had to one day rely on his own strength to defeat Lin Ming and overcome these demons in his heart. However, this was already impossible for Zhu Yan. Not only did he experience a severe wound that would seriously influence his future cultivation, but even if he were completely cured, later on the disparity between him and Lin Ming would only increase. In contrast, Lin Ming had defeated Zhu Yan at his strongest state and cut off this knot in his heart. His heart of martial arts would only improve yet again, and although he could not achieve a perfect level, the time it took to pass the dream trial was reduced again. This time, it only took half an incense stick of time. This time, he only needed half the time of Ling Xin. As he awoke from the martial arts dream world, he closed his eyes and recalled what he had experienced in the pass of desire. Lin Ming's cheeks were an odd color. He no longer dreamed of Lan Yunue again, but had instead dreamed of Qin Xingxuan. Not only that, but he had also dreamed of several girls that he didn't have too many impressions of. For instance, the talented young inscription girl Wang Yuhan, who he had met at the Inscription Association. There was also the cunning, rude, and totally unreasonable elder senior sister, who he had met at the zither department when he was looking up materials. However, as soon as these two girls had appeared in Lin Ming's dreamland, they had instantly disappeared. Lin Ming now knew that the passive desire didn't necessarily show women that he liked in his heart, but also those that were capable of arousing the latent desire in his heart. Desire didn't include only love, but also lust. A human's nature was that of an animal. An animal only existed for two goals. One was to survive, the other was to procreate. To survive, eat, and reproduce. That was lust. Therefore, the ancient scripts had recorded that the nature of man was food and sex. This instinct was imprinted in the very bones of every living human. Therefore, the heart had evolved a wide range of potential desires. Some desires were suppressed by one's own truth of morality. The passive desire was able to find these infinite lusts of the heart and magnify them, and finally cause someone to be lost inside of them. As they say, there was no man in the vastness of heaven and earth who had no wants or desires. Many martial artists practiced martial arts to satisfy their desire. Because they strove towards this goal, their martial arts cultivation would leap 10,000 miles every day. However, after they had fulfilled their desires, their strength of cultivating martial arts would plummet. This was always a contradictory process. There were martial arts sages, who, in order to overcome the passive passion, had even castrated themselves. There were certain marvelous and ancient skill manuals that had written in their introduction. In order to cultivate this art, one must first castrate themselves, and so on. This was because in order to reach the large success stage of these cultivation methods, they had to overcome the passive passion. But if their heart held any lust, then their demons would overcome them and they would perish in the beautiful dreamland, becoming a useless idiot. Because of these reasons, Some of the eunuchs of the palace had rapid advancement when they cultivated martial arts. This was because they no longer had that lustful desire, and their energy would be locked into their body and converted into strength and true essence. Lin Ming was aware of these reasons, and did not persist in the passive desire. After all, from ancient times until now, there was never a martial artist who did not have even a tiny flaw in their heart of martial arts. As he peacefully meditated on the sea jade platform, Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His bond passed into a state of unconsciousness, and the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to circulate on its own instinct. Its speed began to run faster and faster, moving in lines that were more and more perfect. Lin Ming was observing from an outsider's perspective. He felt that as the true essence flowed in his body, it was also much quicker than before. Lin Ming was indescribably happy. Because of the improvement in his heart of martial arts, his ethereal martial intent had also stepped up a level, and the cultivation speed was enhanced even more. Like this, he would not too far away from reaching small success of the true primal chaos formula second level. With one breath, Lin Ming let his true essence revolve by itself for 3 hours. Finally, Lin Ming opened his eyes. The day was getting late. He suddenly remembered the Crown Prince's invitation, so he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and sent it to Mui, Sky Fortune City, the Crown Prince's palace. At this time, the sun had just set, and the Crown Prince's palace front door was happily covered with decorations. A stream of luxurious horse-drawn carriages had formed a long line. All the celebrities and important figures of Sky Fortune City had gathered in their splendid attire at the Crown Prince's palace. The floor was covered with hundreds of meters of red carpet, and there were also hundreds of beautiful maidservants that carried around fine food, refreshments, and fruits that they shuttled between the numerous visitors. Exquisite and playful music flowed through every corner of every hall. Today, the Crown Prince Yonglin had hosted a grand banquet at his palace. Although the Crown Prince had said this part was only a simple congregation, all those with a discerning eye knew that this banquet had great political significance. This was because this banquet's main guest was the rising star Lin Ming, who was in the limelight of all of Sky Fortune City. For this banquet, the Crown Prince's palace had done careful preparations and cleaning. The garden was refurbished, and the blue stone tile floor was spotless as if it were just cleaned. It was bright and appealing. The palace had also filled the fountain springs with clear water. The blue water sparkled under the moonlight as it shot up. It was truly beautiful. The Southern Martial Marquis has arrived. As soon as the herald announced this, a fat, middle-aged man wearing a brocade gown walked into the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace with his entourage. Although this man appeared bloated and fat, his steps were steady and his breath was even. His lazy gaze occasionally gave off a feeling that made the hearts of those watching him palpitate. This middle-aged man was one of the 10 great generals of Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Southern Military Marquis. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals in total. However, those that had genuine power and authority within the palm of their hands, and also had enormous prestige and fame within the army, were only 10 people. These 10 people were given noble titles. The Southern Martial Marquis was the youngest of these 10. This year he was 69 years old. Southern Martial Marquis, he also came? Yonglin heard this announcement and felt a great happiness surge in his heart. Although he had delivered an invitation to the Southern Martial Marquis, it was actually only a show of good etiquette. He did not actually believe that the Southern Martial Marquis would show up. Although Yonglin was Crown Prince in name, but as an official, his power and influence were far inferior to the 10th Prince Yongjin. When the elderly emperor died and the throne would change, it was unknown as to whose hands the throne would fall into. This was the critical period of time when people would choose who to support. If they chose the right person, their life would be filled with a lifetime of wealth and success. But with the wrong person, they would crash into the abyss and be beyond redemption. However, the true attitudes of those people were elusive. The 2 princes mostly had their own trusted subordinates, or were like Zhu Yan and had been inextricably tied to 10th Prince by their family. Most of the others already had enough status to avoid this conflict and adopt a moderate approach. They had already rapidly advanced their careers and simply did not need to partake in the Game of Thrones changes to increase their fortunes. To adopt a moderate stance and not favor any party was the most sensible option. No matter who came out on top, their status would not be affected. The military was especially so. Since ancient times, if the military intervened in the battle for the throne, then it would become an extremely sensitive matter. Therefore, the 10 great generals normally did not attend the banquets held by the princes. This was because there would be spies in the banquets who would be reporting on them. Although the 10th prince did not assume that all those that attended the banquet were partial to the crown prince, he would remember these people. In the future, if he won the struggle and seized the throne, even if these people did not intervene, he would not trust them after he mounted the throne. There were a limited number of positions to be a royal courtier of the emperor. The number of talents and geniuses would be unlimited. Who would not entrust these heavy responsibilities to their own trusted subordinates? Therefore, that the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was really a happy surprise for Yang Lin. However, the Crown Prince knew that the reason the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was mostly because of Lin Ming. He wanted to meet Lin Ming and get to know him. The Southern Marshal Marquis was also once a disciple of the Seven Profound Marshal House. When he was young, he was also known as a martial nut. He certainly would want to know someone like Lin Ming. This Lin Ming, he has not grown up and yet already has such rallying appeal. If he is willing to help me, my succession to the throne will be much smoother. This Lin Ming, he has not grown up and yet already has such rallying appeal. If he is willing to help me, my succession to the throne will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Yang Lin began to worry somewhat over the outcome. Before, Lin Ming and Zhu Yan had hostilities against each other, and fearing that Lin Ming would be framed and assassinated, thought that perhaps he might serve as his backer. But after not seeing him for a month, Lin Ming's strength had grown too quickly. With his growing influence, he now had the support of the Seven Profound Marshal House. There was no one would dare to easily move against him. He would certainly become a grand character in the future that wielded great power. With such capital in his hands, he didn't need to attach himself to anyone. Haha! It's been a while since I've seen your highness, the Crown Prince. As soon as the Southern Marshal Marquis saw Yang Lin, he gave a hearty laugh and a ceremonial bow. Although he did not need to accept the Crown Prince's invitation, if he saw the Crown Prince, he still had to give proper greeting due to customs. After all, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still only a marquis. Above that was a duke, and above the duke was a prince. But the Crown Prince's status was also above a prince. Even though there were so many different levels of nobility, a title was just a title. It had no real power and was only nominal. The influence of a person in the Sky Fortune Kingdom had little to do with their title, but was affected by their position, strength, and military authority. The Southern Marshal Marquis held enormous influence among the army. Even Yang Lin had to greet him politely. Yang Lin rushed up to the Southern Marshal Marquis and hurriedly said, "Southern Marshal Marquis, don't be a stranger. Feel free to enjoy this grand banquet that I've set up. There is no need to be overly courteous. The Southern Marshal Marquis is one of the 10 great generals of my Sky Fortune Kingdom, and whose cultivation is at the pulse condensation period. This prince has always wanted to be good friends with the Honorable Southern Marshal Marquis. For the Southern Marshal Marquis to come here so unexpectedly, this prince is very surprised. Haha! I have been busy with military affairs these past few days, but I could not shirk your highness' invitation," the Southern Marshal Marquis casually explained. Yang Lin would of course not pursue the matter, and welcome the Southern Marshal Marquis with a seat of honor. Army Major of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Lord Wang, has arrived. The herald announced another arrival. As soon as he heard this, Yang Lin's eyebrows rose. The leader of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Wang gone? That sly old fox, he also came? Yang Lin was startled. Wang Gon's arrival had even surprised him more than the Southern Marshal Marquis. Before this, he hadn't even delivered a written invitation to Wang Gon. He came uninvited, and also at such a sensitive time. There were so many spies staring at him, and this Wang Gon dared to come to the banquet? Was he not afraid that Yang Zhen would know this? The truth was that out of today's guests, Wang Gan's status wasn't anything too high-ranking. The position of army major was underneath that of a general. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals and almost 200 majors. Moreover, Wang Gan didn't even have a title and he was not an aristocrat. Although Wang Gan's status sounded insignificant, Wang Gan's military status was in the top few. He was even more important than some of the top generals. This was mainly because his position was too important. Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major. Since ancient times, the military has always been very sensitive to the struggle for the throne, and the Royal Guard Forces were a step from the sensitive of the sensitive. Almost all of the palace coups were through the Royal Guard Forces and the Imperial Palace Guards. Because of this, Sky Fortune Kingdom's Royal Guard Forces did not have a commanding general. Instead, they had 4 different majors, each in charge of the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. With the authority of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces so decentralized, the 4 army majors were able to restrict each other. Wang Gan was the army major of the Eastern Royal Guard Forces. He certainly knew how sensitive his status was. Therefore, he had always been cautious and had always maintained a balanced distance between the princes. Anyone who could be stand in this position were themselves a sly old fox. Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major was not the same as the Southern Marshal Marquis. Even if the Crown Prince failed to succeed the throne, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still a general as before. With his prestige and fame as one of the 10 great generals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, not even the 10th prince would dare to move him. But Wang Gan was different. He was only a small-time army major, and he commanded the Royal Guard Forces. If he did not do well, then the 10th prince would remove him, and even press charges of homicide against him to get rid of him. Wang Gan actually came. Even if he wants to meet Lin Ming, it shouldn't. I think. Yang Lin suddenly remembered. 2 months ago, on the date of the 7 profound Marshal House's entrance examination, he had conveniently sent a sound transmitting talisman to help Lin Ming. The one who had framed Lin Ming, he was certain it had been a son of Wang Gan. Initially, Lin Ming had been an unimportant person, so this matter was only in passing to Yang Lin. He not simply not placed this in his heart, and thus forgotten about it. So that's it. Wang Gan had probably been feeling very upset these days. Thinking of this, Yang Lin silently laughed in his heart. Wang Gan had indeed been truly full of suffering these days. He's just had too much bad luck. Even lying down he would be hit. When he had discovered that the boy who had come into conflict with his son was the current #1 rising star of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Wang Gan wanted to cry but had no tears. Just who did he piss off to have this happen to him? 2 months ago at the 7 profound Marshal House entrance examination, his son had framed Lin Ming and caused the Crown Prince to send a sound transmitting talisman to the Public Security Department. This made Wang Gan feel a bit frustrated. After all, this was something that his good-for-nothing son had done, and the Crown Prince should not go so far as to implicate him. But he absolutely would never have thought that the problem could come from Lin Ming. This fellow had changed, and had become a rare talent that was only seen every 100 years at the 7 profound Marshal House. He would surely be a great character in the Sky Fortune Kingdom who could control wind and lightning at his command. This kind of character, as long as he wanted, could absolutely promote someone to the nobility or even a general. Once Lin Ming grew up, if he wanted to get rid of anyone, would be as simple as turning over his hand. Wang Gan knew that his son's conflict with Lin Ming was not so simple as fighting, but that Wang Yigao had gone to the degree of wanting to kill him. Wang Gan had asked himself, what would he do if he had experienced this? He would never let go, so how could he not be afraid? He couldn't even sleep in peace these past days. But Lin Ming lived at the 7 profound Marshal House, and because of the regulations of the 7 profound Marshal House, he did not have any chance at all to contact Lin Ming. Not to mention him, but not even those high nobles could see him. Therefore, the only chance he had to see Lin Ming was to come to the Crown Prince's grand banquet. He really wanted to choke his son to death himself. The day that he had heard the news, he had dragged out Wang Yigao and overwhelmingly beat him before locking him in confinement for 6 months. Mentioning Wang Yigao had almost had a nervous breakdown. The first time that he had been defeated by Lin Ming was when Lin Ming had hit his servant. At that time Wang Yigao had regarded Lin Ming as ant. Being bitten by an ant, he would just crush him underneath his foot and kill him. Therefore he had brought a bunch of ruffians to finish off Lin Ming. But the result was that he had his name written in reverse. When Wang Yigao had returned, he had been punished to a 2-month confinement. He could not drink or eat meat, and could not go to the brothel. It had simply ruined Wang Yigao's life. He came out of confinement wanting to get revenge, so he had pestered him at the 7 Profound Martial House's entrance exam. At that time, Lin Ming was nothing but a cockroach to Wang Yigao, just a bit more formidable than an ant. But he could still crush him underneath his boot. However, that time Wang Yigao had been beaten even worse. Not only had his body been pummeled, but his face had been hit. And the most miserable part was that he had even punished even more by Wang Gan, and had been sent to half a year of confinement. Slowly, over time, Wang Yigao had become used to not having wine and meat, and also not having women. He began to diligently study the martial books daily. However, as he was doing well, Wang Yigao was somehow dragged out again and beaten again for a round. This beating had been truly ruthless. Each strike had caused Wang Yigao to almost faint. Finally, he learned why he had been beaten up. The name of Lin Ming had already become a nightmare to Wang Yigao. Even if he borrowed the courage of 10,000 men, he still would not dare to bother Lin Ming anymore. A family's discipline was always rough. Wang Gan had severely hit Wang Yigao. But the truth was this was to protect Wang Yigao. He wanted to give an explanation to Lin Ming. Since Wang Yigao had wanted to beat Lin Ming to death before, if he wasn't beaten up horribly himself, then Lin Ming might not be so forgiving of this matter. Greetings to your Highness the Crown Prince. I have come uninvited. I beg your Highness for your forgiveness. Wang Gan deeply bowed, with a hint of fear and trepidation. Haha, Major Wang is too polite. That Major Wang can come today really causes this prince to feel very happy. Please feel free. Yang Lin did not say that he knew the reason Wang Gan had come today was to see Lin Ming. Thank you, Your Highness. As time passed, noble after noble came to the banquet. The Crown Prince's grand banquet had presented an unprecedented prosperous atmosphere. All these celebrities and famous figures came from various quarters. They were dressed in magnificent formal clothes and carried elegant wine glasses as they chatted in soft tones. Every action and movement they made showed the etiquette of the aristocrat. These people were all influential figures within Sky Fortune City. Big sister Jing Yun, you also came. Morongzi had spotted by Jing Yun in the crowd. Originally she was a bit impatient since she had been bothered by some playboy, but her perturbed face suddenly morphed into a joyful smile. She moved her feet and like a small fish she appeared in an instant by Jing Yun's side. Even the gorgeous but tedious formal dress she had on did not affect her movement. At such an elegant banquet, her actions were unobtrusive, and made people feel as if it were a kind of passing cloud and flowing water. Little sister Murong, I didn't think that your Murong family would also be here. Morongzi and Bai Jingyun were the 2 dazzling girls that had attended Lin Ming's last 10,000 killing array assessment. These 2 were the proud women of the 7 Profound Martial House. Morongzi was 17 years old and ranked 28 on the ranking stone. Bai Jingyun was 18 years old and ranked 22 on the ranking stone. They were collectively referred to as the 7 Profound Proud Pair. It could be said that 1,000 myriad graces were set in their bodies. With these 2 heavenly ladies gathered in the same place, they attracted the immediate attention of numerous men. These 2 were much like arrogant peacocks. They were simply cranes among the chickens here. I remember that your Murong family rarely comes to the Crown Prince's banquets. Bai Jingyun paused slightly, and then laughed as she whispered, Are you here to look for a date? Gosh, big sister Jing Yun, don't tease me. These playboys are no good. Morongzi had the qualifications to say this. With her talent and strength, in addition to her flawless looks, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune City, she was only inferior to Qin Xingxuan. There were truly few sons of the aristocratic families that could match up to her. Zhang Guanyu's talent and looks were nice, but he was famous for being a flowery playboy. He also practiced the acacia power, who knew how many women he had played with at this point. As for the 10th prince and the crown prince already had a wife. With Murongzi's proud nature, it was impossible for her to settle for being a concubine. That said, the outcome of the battle between the crown prince and the 10th prince was not clear, so the Murong family naturally would not dare to rashly marry off anyone. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is... Bai Jingyun spoke to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the door. The 7 profound martial houses Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is... Bai Jingyun had spoken to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the entrance. The 7 profound martial houses Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this announcement, almost all of the people in the hall looked at the entrance. Many of them had already begun crowding towards the front. Following the lead of 2 gorgeous maids, Lin Ming slowly walked into the hall. Although he had changed into decent clothes for today's event, it was still a far cry from the high-class and magnificent clothing that the nobles and other celebrities had worn. Still, because Lin Ming had been practicing accumulating his momentum these past days, even ordinary clothes on him were especially dazzling in the crowd. Lin Ming thought back to what the herald had just called him and had a queer feeling in his heart. Mr. Lin? He really wasn't used to be calling that. Lin Ming didn't have a position in the government, nor did he have a title. He was a common person with a common background. One could say his only status was as a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. But the herald did not dare to address Lin Ming by name, so he had added the title of Mr. That's Lin Ming. He's quite handsome and intelligent. He's only 15 years old. How extraordinary. Lin Ming was undoubtedly the star of the party. He was the rising supernova that everyone came to see. Brother Lin, welcome. Before Lin Ming could give a ceremonial bow, Crown Prince Yang Lin stepped forwards and hugged him. Brother Lin, there is no need to be overly courteous. Come, let me introduce you. Yang Lin knew that most of the people who came here wanted to get to know Lin Ming's thoughts, and he would be introduced to them one at a time. But the first one to be introduced was of course the Southern Martial Marquis. Brother Lin, this is Sky Fortune Kingdom's South Martial Marquis, General Wu. He's one of the 10 great generals of our land, and he guards the southern borders of our Sky Fortune Kingdom. He's a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, and he has performed many great services for our country. The Southern Martial Marquis name was Wu Yuanxuan. He had repeatedly accomplished many great deeds and honors at the southern border. Thus he was bestowed the title of Southern Martial Marquis. Lin Ming greets General Wu. Lin Ming knew that these sort of senior generals that patrolled the borders were usually aloof and high-standing characters. He maintained the necessary etiquette towards someone like him. Haha, little brother Lin, you are too polite. If His Highness the Crown Prince does not accept your bow, then how could I? Little brother Lin and I are fellow apprentices, but I already graduated from the 7 profound martial house over 40 years ago. Time truly passes too quickly. The Southern Martial Marquis voice was clear-cut and loud like a morning bell. Those present were able to hear every word enunciated clearly. Little brother Lin is a young and promising talent. Your fame has already spread all throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom. I've long wanted to meet you. As soon as I saw you today, I knew you were a dragon in human form. With such a great cultivation at 15 years of age, your future is limitless. General Wu praises me too much. Lin Ming still has a long way to go. Lin Ming was not used to such praise, so he was polite in response. Haha, little brother Lin is just too modest. I heard that little brother Lin has already entered the heavenly abode. After entering the heavenly abode, you might receive some missions from the military. If little brother Lin wishes, you may come and stay with my army at the southern border. With little brother Lin's strength, you will inevitably perform countless good deeds. Lin Ming's interest was piqued as he listened to the Southern Martial Marquis. There were some disciples who went on military missions after entering the heavenly abode. At the end of each mission there were also rewards. The rewards didn't come from just the 7 profound martial house, but also from the royal government. All disciples who went on missions had the possibility of being able to enjoy promotions, therefore there were some martial house disciples that were bestowed nobility before they had graduated. Lin Ming was not interested in things like titles or gold, but the rewards from the 7 profound martial house were quite worthwhile. For instance, there were true essence stones, high-quality treasures, top-quality pills, as well as cultivation time at the 7 major killing arrays. True essence stones and time at the 7 major killing arrays were necessary for cultivation. As for high-quality treasure, if it was a top-quality treasure spear, then Lin Ming would definitely be enchanted by it. As for top-tier pills, they were also very precious. If Lin Ming wanted to raise his strength quickly, he had to have these top-tier pills. However, these kinds of pills could not be purchased in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even though Lin Ming could receive many gifts from influential people, these pills were still impossible to come by so easily. The Southern Martial Marquis wants to win me over so that I will go to the army and undertake missions, but this is also good. Until now I've only fought in matches, but I haven't been in many actual life or death situations. If I enter the army for a while, I will be able to experience these and grow in strength, and there are also rewards to be had, so why not? Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, Lin Ming thanks General Wu for thinking so highly of him. If I have the appropriate mission, then Lin Ming will certainly go to the southern border. Haha, that's great. I already feel like old friends after meeting with little brother Lin for the first time. Come, let's have a drink. As Lin Ming and the Southern Martial Marquis conversed, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi were also carrying on their intimate conversation from early. I was thinking that the one you should date is him. Bai Jingyun signaled with her eyes. She had been talking about Lin Ming. Him? Big sister Jingyun. Don't go speaking such nonsense. Murongzi's cheeks turned red as she blushed. He's younger than me, how could it be possible? Murongzi was 17 years old. Lin Ming was actually only 15 years old. Bai Jingyun smiled slyly, listening to little sister's meaning. If he wasn't 2 years your junior, then you would find him agreeable? Murongzi's mouth went crooked. I never said that. If big sister makes fun of me again, then I'll be angry. Haha, little sister, unless you are like Miss Qin Xingxuan, and decide to pursue that far-off Xiantian realm or even higher, then in the future you will be married. We martial artists have a long youth. Let alone several years younger, even if it was 10 years or even a few dozen years, that wouldn't mean anything. Pursue the Xiantian realm? Murongzi was slightly stunned. To the mortals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Xiantian realm truly was a far-off and distant dream. Although she was a proud and arrogant woman in Sky Fortune City, she was self-aware that it was impossible for her to reach such a remote realm. It was only a pipe dream. Much less her having no hope. Even several of the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house had no chances either. But Qin Xingxuan was different. Her 6th grade martial talent was simply too shocking. That Lin Ming, perhaps he might pursue the Xiantian realm? Murongzi asked. It's possible. Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan are 2 different kinds of talents. Qin Xingxuan's natural talent for cultivation is simply too monstrous. As for Lin Ming, besides his natural talent, he is a monstrous genius in every other category. It's hard to tell who the better genius of the 2 is. If discussing combat prowess, then Lin Ming would naturally be stronger. But if discussing how far their achievements will be in cultivation, then perhaps Qin Xingxuan has higher hopes of reaching the Xiantian stage. Lin Ming's martial talent is only a 3rd grade talent. The flaw in such a talent simply cannot be made up. I think that Lin Ming is more likely to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and accomplish great deeds. He might even become the next state marshal. The next state marshal? Murongzi thought absent-mindedly. That was a prestige that exceeded even the emperor. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, many of the common people did not even know the emperor's name, but there was no one who did not know the name and legends of State Marshal Qin Shao. Even with Murongzi's status, she still held a high degree of respect in her heart for a figure such as State Marshal Qin Shao. As Murongzi looked out of sorts, Bai Jingyun suddenly smiled and said, Little sister, look at Lin Ming. He's already surrounded by so many girls. If you don't go now, you won't have the opportunity. Morongzi followed the sounds and turned her head. Indeed, there were many young aristocratic ladies that had already intentionally or unintentionally approached Lin Ming and were talking happily with him. "Mr. Lin Ming, I heard that your spear is over 800 genes. Is it really?" A young girl vapidly blinked at him with watery eyes, sending somewhat lascivious looks at Lin Ming. The girls that intentionally approached Lin Ming didn't necessarily have any evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, their ages were young at mostly 15 or 16 years old, and they had simple minds and pure thoughts. These ones had come under the suggestions of their parents. But there were also those who approached Lin Ming purely because of the worship in their hearts. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that held martial artists in the highest esteem, and with the extraordinary title of being the 100-year talent of the 7 profound martial house, he was the idol of all people. 820 genes. Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Haha, that's amazing. How do you hold it? Can I see your hand?" "Well, all right," Lin Ming said. He helplessly held out his hand. At this time, another charming young lady had come over. She said, "Mr. Lin Ming, your palm reading is very good." I'm a fortune teller." The girl winked at him with an attractive eye. "Can I take a look at your palm reading?" "Ah." Before Lin Ming could think of a good way to refuse, the girl had already taken his hand in hers and was carefully looking at it. The girl's hand was cool and had the unique softness of a woman. "She's unexpectedly direct," Bai Jingyun said with a faint smile. "Humph, what a nympho." Morongzi curled her lips in disdain. She drank the wine from her crystal glass as if she were a noble peacock. Bai Jingyun sniggered. She knew of Morongzi's pride. It was impossible for her to do the same acts as these young girls. She simply could not cheapen herself to that level. "Little sister, with this kind of boy, if you don't take the initiative then you won't have an opportunity." "Then why don't you go?" Morongzi pouted. "Me?" Hearing Morongzi's question, Bai Jingyun's face gradually fell. She was silent for a moment, before she sighed and lightly said, "My marriage is not up for me to decide." Why? Morongzi didn't understand. Although the children in Sky Fortune Kingdom had to obey their parents in marital matters. But her and Bai Jingyun's statuses were unusual and not like others. With their strength and talent, they had the right to speak and determine their own marriage. "Big sister, you are too submissive. If you say you don't want to marry, how will they force you to?" Bai Jingyun bitterly smiled. "It's not as simple as you think." The one that had been chosen for her was a direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. Let alone her by family, even if it were Sky Fortune City's royal family, they did not have the qualifications to refuse. The 7 Profound Valleys' 7 founders had left behind 7 different legacies. These were the 7 factions. For instance, there was the Sword faction, Zither faction, Array faction, and so on. The Acacia faction was also one of the 7 legacies. Their faction cultivated the Tao of Yin and Yang. Almost all of their cultivation methods were associated with the intimate relations between men and women. To marry a disciple of the Acacia faction, it was truly like jumping into a fiery pit. Morongzi felt that Bai Jingyun didn't want to discuss the matter any further. At this moment, the herald announced yet another arrival. The Crown Prince's Grand Mentor, Mr. Muyi, and the Marshal's Quarters Miss Qin. Muyi and Qin Xingxuan? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had not seen Qin Xingxuan for a long time. He remembered the strange illusions of Qin Xingxuan that he had seen on the Sea Jade platform, and his face took on an odd color. The Sea Jade platform was able to infinitely magnify the hidden desires in one's heart. Lin Ming truly did have a certain attraction towards Qin Xingxuan. Today, Qin Xingxuan was wearing an elegant, pure white evening dress. This dress was much simpler than others. The back was not open, nor was it too low. It only exposed her creamy and fragrant shoulders. Although her innocent and beautiful figure was not full, her curves were still outlined. The dress was very long, and it followed behind her like a deep spring flowing recklessly to the ground. This was Lin Ming's first time seeing Qin Xingxuan in such splendid attire. He was pleasantly surprised. This girl, she just always seemed to come in different flavors. First he had run into her at the lecture hall of the zither department, and she had carried a virtuous air about her as she was surrounded by a gang of fellow female students. Now he saw her at this banquet, and she exuded a natural air of elegance and grace. He wondered if he would see her in the military in the future, and how she would look if she was wearing a military uniform. Qin Xingxuan's appearance had immediately attracted the attentions of everyone present. The sensation that she caused was almost as much as Lin Ming had. However, although the sons of the aristocratic families kept their eyes on Qin Xingxuan at all times, no one overreached their bounds to go over to her. Qin Xingxuan was simply too abstract an existence for them. To take advantage of her, they might as well take advantage of a princess. Teacher. Yang Lin immediately walked up to greet them. Haha, I came late, Mui said with a faint smile. His eyes swept the crowd. Ho ho, little brother Lin, we meet again. Mr. Mui. Lin Ming felt relieved. He extricated himself from the group and walked over to Mui, and as a result, those aristocratic young ladies dared not follow him. Mui glanced at those young ladies and meaningfully smiled. I'm not bothering you, am I? Lin Ming helplessly said. Mr. Mui, please don't tease me. Haha, although the tradition in Sky Fortune Kingdom is to be married at 18, there are plenty of 16-year-olds who are fathers. Once a few more months have passed and you are 16 years old, you should consider it. Really consider it. I don't plan on marrying that early. Since he had bid farewell to Lan Yunhue, Lin Ming had decided to rigidly dedicate himself to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, he had not planned on any early marriage. Surprisingly, Qin Xingxuan spoke up at this moment with a mischievous smile. She said, Lin Ming, the words from your mouth don't match the words of your heart. I remember that when you first passed the dream trial, you spent a very long time at the pass of desire. I wonder which lucky girl it was that you dreamed of. Qin Xingxuan unintentionally mentioned this matter. In her opinion, if there was a girl that Lin Ming liked, as long as he proposed, even a princess would joyfully consent. As Qin Xingxuan asked this, Lin Ming felt a rare blush spread up his face. He almost looked like a tomato. Dream of which girl? This was really too hard to say. That's enough, Xingxuan. Don't tease little brother Lin too much. Well, after the banquet ends, the crown prince would like to see you. Oh, all right. Lin Ming did not decline. He had already anticipated this matter. Since he came to this banquet, he had already indicated that he had no plans to reject the crown prince's invitation. Lin Ming and the two chatted for a while. Because of Qin Xingxuan's presence, there was not a single girl who came forwards again, let alone a common aristocratic young girl. Even Murongzi had lost all of her self-confidence in front of the beauty of Qin Xingxuan. At this time, the herald made a sudden announcement. The chief steward of the palace, Elder Wang. Elder Wang. The crown prince was slightly stunned. Why would he come here? Elder Wang rarely left the palace. If he left the palace, it was usually to pass on an imperial decree. Was it that his father, the emperor, wanted to confer a rank and title to Lin Ming? As the crown prince was wondering, Elder Wang had already entered the hall. He wore a decadent and opulent yellow brocaded robe, and carried a fly whisk in his left hand. His right was raised slightly, and he held a shiny, golden token. There were 3 characters written on it, 7 Profound Decree. 7 Profound Decree? Was this a command from the 7 Profound Valleys? The crown prince was surprised. This was a command even higher than an imperial decree. Although Elder Wang was the head steward of the imperial palace, he was also responsible for some matters of the 7 Profound Martial House. When Elder Wang was 6 years old, he had entered the palace. Because his martial arts talent was outstanding, he was later sent to the 7 Profound Martial House. He was a eunuch, and thus pure at heart, and his martial arts advancement was good. Now, he had already reached the peak pulse condensation period. He was the head eunuch who managed matters at the imperial palace, and at the same time was one of the masters who protected the imperial palace. Usually when the 7 Profound Valleys handed the royal family a decree, it was passed through Elder Wang. Elder Wang looked at Lin Ming and smiled. He said, "Little brother Lin is lucky. Yesterday, the martial house master requested core disciple status for little brother Lin. The 7 profound decree was just sent out this morning, and has the conditions for the test in it. The martial house master is not at the martial house, so I am passing on the decree for him. I just found out that little brother Lin was attending the banquet at the Crown Prince's palace, so I hurried over here to catch you. I wonder if little brother Lin has any intention of becoming a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house." As Elder Wang said this, everyone present was amazed. Core disciple. Although they had expected Lin Ming to become a core disciple sooner or later, they hadn't expected it to be so quick. For someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom to become a core disciple had great significance. If, in the future, he requested to be sent back as the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, or as a 7 profound envoy, then it was equivalent to being the overlord of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, the core disciple test was not that easy. In the past, even Ling Sen had failed, and could Lin Ming, whose natural talent was 1 grade less than Ling Sen, succeed? The people present doubted this. Besides natural talent, Lin Ming could be considered a monstrous genius in any other area. However, what the 7 profound valleys held in the highest regard was one's natural talent. Lin Ming replied without any hesitation, "I want to be a core disciple." If Lin Ming wanted to walk on the path towards the pinnacle of martial arts, he had to enter a sect. Otherwise, he would not obtain the resources he needed. Not to mention things such as the 7 major killing arrays, true essence stones, and top-tier quality pills. But to step into the Xiantian stage from the Hotian stage, one had to have the heaven-opening pill in order to rid the contaminated Hotian chi from one's body. Only the largest sects had a miraculous pill such as this. In the mortal world, its value could not be measured in gold. "Very well," Elder Wang smiled. He laughed in his high-pitched and melodious voice, and said, "Then I shall announce the contents of the 7 profound decree. Lin Ming, listen at command. Starting from today, the martial house core disciple test has officially begun. If Mr. Lin can achieve the peak-altering muscle stage by the time he is 16, or if he can achieve the bone-forging stage by the time he is 18, then he may become a core disciple. Otherwise, he will fail the test. In addition to these requirements, the martial house master has agreed to provide Mr. Lin with some incentives. Starting from today, if Mr. Lin can enter the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then he may obtain the medium-grade human step treasure long spear, the heavy profound soft spear. If he can defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months, then he may obtain 1 500-year-old blood Lingji. If he can defeat Taku within 5 months, then he may obtain 1 blue miracle pill. If he can defeat Ling San within 6 months, then he may obtain 1 bottle of body spiritual ichor. The above rewards can all be obtained together. Lin Ming, do you understand?" Elder Wang folded up the 7 profound decree and smiled as he asked Lin Ming. The medium-grade human step heavy profound soft spear, a 500-year-old blood Lingji, a blue miracle pill, and the body spiritual ichor. Even though those present already knew that the 7 profound martial house had a deep and extensive history, after hearing these rewards, they were all still left gasping for breath. For instance, the medium-grade human step long spear could not be regarded as the best rewards for the 7 profound martial house. But in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was actually priceless. An ordinary medium-grade human step treasure like a sword or saber was around 10 or 20,000 gold taels. But this medium-grade human step treasure spear was worth at least several times that, and most importantly of all, even if you had the money for it, one wouldn't be able to find one. Weapons like the spear and the bow needed to be both rigid and elastic. These types of demanding requirements meant that these weapons were the most difficult to create, and even more so to make a treasure weapon. Even most generals would not have a treasure-long spear. Instead, they would use a weapon like Lin Ming's that was made from dark purple elastic iron. There were some generals that did have a treasure-long spear. However, the spear shafts did not contain any elasticity, and thus their price was much lower. Although most people present hadn't heard the name Heavy Profound Soft Spear before, but solely with the word soft in its name, that would mean that it was not a rigid spear, but an elastic one. For a human step treasure elastic spear, its worth was unimaginable. Also that 500-year-old blood Lingji. The majority of blood Lingji were 300 years old. If they were not picked at that time, then they would wither and die. A 400-year-old blood Lingji was already very rare and precious. 500-year-old Lingji simply couldn't be found anywhere in the world of mortals. Only the largest sects would know how to raise them through their own mysterious and mystical cultivation methods. This kind of blood Lingji was able to supplement the qi in one's body and blood, and would make a martial artist's blood stronger and more vigorous. Even their strength would increase. These were the wondrous medicines that martial artists who pursued strength dreamed about. As for the blue miracle pill and the body spiritual ichor, those present weren't very clear on what they were. But if they arranged above the treasure long spear and the blood Lingji, then they definitely were also priceless treasures. But, although the rewards were tempting, those present did not actually envy Lin Ming, because to obtain them was difficult beyond anyone's imagination. Reach the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months. Defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months. Defeat Taku within 5 months. Defeat Ling San within 6 months. These tasks were as difficult as ascending to heaven, and each was more challenging than the last. The first task was the most straightforward and simple, but it was already a myth in the eyes of many. Lin Ming had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 2 months. 3 months added to 2 months was 5 months. To reach the top 10 of the ranking stone within the first 5 months. If these people had heard someone say this in the past, they definitely would have thought that person was crazy. It had to be known that the higher one's rank was, the more arduous it was to climb, and the fiercer the competition was. The top 10 and the top 30 were 2 entirely different concepts. Could Lin Ming really do that? If it was to enter the top 10 rankings in the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then some people might believe that. There were those who had recognized Lin Ming as a great talent that would have grand achievements in the future, so they had a little hope for that. But, to defeat Zhang Guanyu within 4 months, defeat Taku within 5 months, and defeat Ling San within 6 months? This matter was simply too preposterous. The existences of these 3 were simply on a completely different playing field from the rest of the disciples of the heavenly abode. Zhang Guanyu and Taku were powerhouses of the bone-forging stage. The 4th ranking disciple was only at the peak-altering muscle stage. Their strength was simply too different to comprehend. Zhang Guanyu was known as the fastest disciple of the 7 profound martial house, and Taku was known as the strongest. But Ling San was the most terrifying. He was versatile and excelled in all aspects of combat. To defeat Ling San in half a year was simply impossible. Those present were not ordinary people. They already had a great deal of information on Ling San. It was not wrong that Lin Ming had a martial intent, but Ling San also had a martial intent. It was not wrong that Lin Ming had a martial intent, but Ling San also had a martial intent. While they both had comprehended martial intents, Lin Ming's talent was only a medium 3rd grade, while Ling San's was an inferior 4th grade. Ling San was older than Lin Ming by 5 years, and he had trained at the 7 profound martial house for 5 years longer. His strength approached that of a pulse condensation period master. In order to overcome this gap in half a year, Lin Ming had to somehow train his strength to also approach that of a pulse condensation period master. And this was assuming that Ling San's strength would not further progress. But Ling San was a top-tier genius. How could he possibly not rise even higher in this half-year? Some of those present knew the specific details of when Ling San had attempted the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test in the past. The 7 Profound Valleys had required that Ling San reach the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation by the time he was 17 years old. But, they had required that Lin Ming reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation when he was 16 years old, or to enter the bone forging stage by the time he was 18 years old. From this alone, one could tell that the difficulty of Lin Ming's test was much higher than Ling San's. This was most likely because Lin Ming's talent was lower than Ling San's. Therefore, the 7 Profound Valleys had set a higher threshold for qualification. If others could follow this reasoning, then Lin Ming could too. In this series of tests, only the first one was necessary to becoming a core disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. to achieve the peak of the fourth stage of body transformation when he was 16. For Lin Ming, this wasn't a goal that was too difficult. What was truly difficult were the other 4 tests. These rewards were provided by the 7 profound martial house's martial house master as an incentive. They were only extra rewards. Whether or not he could obtain them depended on his own ability. They did not affect whether he became a core disciple. Of course, if he had these rewards, then Lin Ming would complete the first test earlier. In this series of 4 rewards, the most difficult one to accomplish was defeating Ling San within 6 months. If he managed to do this, then he probably would have attained the other rewards. To defeat Ling San in 6 months, I bet the 7 profound martial house's martial house master isn't expecting me to get very far. Lin Ming knew where he stood on this. He knew that with just his ethereal martial intent, his flow like silk, and his foundation spear skills, there was no possibility in surpassing Ling San in just half a year unless he took top-quality pills again. But he would need to totally consolidate and refine the pill. Otherwise it would cause the true essence in his body to be impure. When a new disciple enters the heavenly abode, they will also hand out pills. But these pills are far inferior compared to the golden snake scarlet pill. They probably won't have much of an effect. As Lin Ming thought of this, Elder Wang laughed and said, "Starting from tomorrow, little brother Lin may use the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. You will also be given 20 true essence stones per month. These are personally gifted from the martial house master. It seems he's very optimistic about you. Little brother Lin, if you do not have any questions, then please accept. 10 full days at the 7 major killing arrays?" Lin Ming was absolutely delighted. This was treatment that only the top 3 disciples of the 7 profound martial house would be favored with. 10 days all day. That meant 120 hours. He could almost practice whenever he liked. Elder Wang, I don't have any questions. Good. Then I will be leaving first. Everyone, please continue to have an enjoyable evening. Elder Wang flicked his fly whisk and put away the 7 profound decree. Without speaking to anyone, he left the hall. Those in the hall began to discuss what had just occurred. The 7 profound martial house core disciples really had it rough. Big Sister Jingyun, don't you think that the test is a bit too harsh? To have Lin Ming and Ling San actually fight, that is just too difficult. Lin Ming is so young, and Ling San, Taku, Zhang Guanyu are all 20 years old. How could he win against them? Morong Zi said this somewhat angrily. Lin Ming's talent was already so heaven-defying. If the 7 profound valleys would not take in such a person, then what kind of person would they take in? Bai Jingyun said, "Who said they were intentionally making it hard for him?" The test did not require that Lin Ming defeat Ling Senator as long as his cultivation reaches the peak-altering muscle stage while he is 16. Then he will become a core disciple. Lin Ming is only 15 years old. He still has more than a year. If his martial intent suffices, then it is definitely possible to increase his cultivation by a stage. Are you worried for him? Morong Zi pursed her lips. What I'm more worried about is, if he becomes a core disciple, then he'll be a pair with Qin Xingxuan. As Morong Zi said this, Bai Jingyun understood. After all, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were both a young boy and a young girl. Their ages were also similarly appropriate. Although Lin Ming's background was ordinary, if he had enough strength, then his background would mean nothing whatsoever. The Crown Prince laughed with a ha-ha and smiled. I already knew that Brother Lin would become a core disciple sooner or later, but I had not thought that the 7 profound decree would be sent down so quickly. This prince proposes that we all have a drink and celebrate our good brother Lin creating yet another miracle. The Crown Prince lifted his wine glass and tossed it down his throat. All of the guests present lifted their glasses and toasted Lin Ming. Because of the arrival of Elder Wang, the banquet atmosphere had reached a new high. Lin Ming's status was becoming increasingly prominent. Even if he could not become a core disciple, Lin Ming would still be bestowed a noble title, and would most likely become the same type of character as Qin Shao. But if he did become a core disciple, then Lin Ming had the possibility of becoming the next 7 profound envoy or the next martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. These characters were the same as being the overlord of the land. They could control anything in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and do anything they want. They would be omnipotent. The attitude of those present grew increasingly eager and fervent towards Lin Ming. The nobility were thinking of how to curry favor with Lin Ming, and the aristocratic young ladies were hoping to obtain Mr. Lin Ming's favor. In that regard, Lin Ming was feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a long, close-fitting robe and a hat arrived at Lin Ming's side. He respectfully called him, "Mr. Lin." You are." "Mr. Lin, I am Major Wang Gong of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces." Wang Gong said and formally bowed. Lin Ming's status was soaring, but he was still only a common person, and he was also his junior. Wang Gong was an army major, and he was also several dozen years old. With his status, he didn't have to bow to Lin Ming, but he did so in order to appear as humble as possible. "Major Wang Gong of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces?" Lin Ming was slightly surprised, but then he suddenly remembered Wang Yigao. Lin Ming naturally had not forgotten the repeated disputes he had with the frivolous dandy idiot. Wang Yigao was weak and an absolute mess, but he did have the influential background of being from the army major's household, so he had kept trying to suppress Lin Ming at every opportunity. If not for Mui's earlier help, then he might not even have entered the Seven Profound Martial House. He hadn't thought that this person who appeared would suddenly be Wang Yigao's father. Lin Ming didn't even have the tiniest favorable impression towards this Wang Gong. If he was a good father, then he wouldn't have raised such a horrible son. Lin Ming did not believe that Wang Gong didn't know of Wang Yigao's abusive actions. If one was poor, then they would even be killed in jail by Wang Yigao. This Wang Gong probably pretended that he never saw such things. Thinking this, Lin Ming's expression darkened. He said, "I know you. In the past, I personally experienced how cruel your son's methods are. The reason you came today is about your son's matters? As they say, if a son is not taught well, it is the father's fault. Does Mr. Wang not know how domineering and vicious the actions of his son usually are?" Lin Ming's tone was bad. He reprimanded with a clear meaning. Wang Gong can come prepared to offer any sacrifice today, but being rebuked by Lin Ming in such a manner made him want to hang his head in shame. After all, he was an old man, and Lin Ming was still just a child. But he could only nod his head in agreement and said, "Mr. Lin is right. I've already punished that evil and vicious child to half a year in confinement. I have also handed down the family discipline upon him, and now that little evil boy is... That's enough. You don't need to go any further." Lin Ming had already correctly guessed what Wang Gong had come here today for. "You came today because you want me to forgive this matter?" Lin Ming and Wang Gong weren't loud, but there were many masters present, and they were able to clearly hear them speaking. Wang Gong's tone was incomparably depressed. He had completely lost all of his face. Wang Gong lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Lin, I have already been made aware of the actions that my evil and useless child had done to hinder Mr. Lin. The incident at the Martial House entrance examination was wholly at Zhu Yan's instigation. About the sins of that evil boy, I am the clearest. As for the two previous matters, I have already hit that evil boy bad enough that he cannot get out of bed for several months. Mr. Lin is a dragon among humans. My evil child is just pathetic trash. Dragons do not live with snakes and tigers do not fight with dogs. It's not worth Mr. Lin's time to waste any effort over that useless playboy. If Mr. Lin is still unbearably angry, then I shall hand that evil child over to Mr. Lin's judgment. Whether you beat him to death or until he is crippled is all up to Mr. Lin's mood. Also, I have prepared a small gift of 60 true essence stones. I hope that Mr. Lin will accept them." As Wang Gong said this, Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge him. This sort of government official was like a slippery snake that had his own effective methods. He held his own and then made a final concession, and it was a large gift of 60 true essence stones. Lin Ming also believed that if he kept pressing, Wang Gong would absolutely hand over his son to him to let him punish at his own discretion. But for this kind of person, if he was pushed into a corner, it would only serve to create an enemy. There was not the slightest advantage. Also, he never had plans to kill or maim Wang Yigao to begin with. For 60 true essence stones, Lin Ming didn't mind forgetting this matter. Good. I'm not too sentimental about this. I will take the true essence stones and consider this matter written off. Lin Ming was direct, but these words let Wang Gan feel a little surprised. He certainly knew what sort of value 60 true essence stones held towards martial artists. To collect so many true essence stones, he had paid a high price. But normally martial artists, especially talents like Lin Ming, were often haughty and distant in their manner. Even if they wanted the true essence stones, they would insincerely reject it before finally begrudgingly accepting it. But Lin Ming was actually very direct in his manner. Although this was only a small detail, but it actually made Wang Gan feel much more relieved, as he had a new understanding of Lin Ming. They say that this Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was purer and stronger than others. Today I saw that Lin Ming acted casually and not overbearingly. He was not hypocritical, he did not humiliate. He did not have arrogance or an overly proud heart. He is understanding and his conscience is clear. He is very suitable to cultivate martial arts. After Wang Gan expressed his gratitude towards Lin Ming, he looked him deep in the eye, bid his farewells and left. He boarded his carriage and quietly rushed towards the palace of the Cloud Prince. He understood that within a few quarter hours, the name list of everyone who attended the banquet would be at the Cloud Prince's table. Wang Gan was a centrist. Since he attended to banquet today, he had to visit the Cloud Prince and offer a clear explanation for why he did so, otherwise in the future he would very possibly be regarded as a dissident. That would be greatly unfavorable towards him. At the same time as he explained, Wang Gan would also have to distance the responsibility from his own son. He would point towards the matter that happened at the beginning of fall and say that it was instigated by Zhu Yan, and say that his good-for-nothing son was only used as a proxy. In order to avoid the eyes and ears of the Crown Prince, Wang Gan circled around the Cloud Prince's palace a few times. He had wrapped himself in a cloak and entered the palace through the back door. Like this, he had come to the Cloud Prince to especially explain why he had been at the Crown Prince's banquet, and also to report on the evil doings of Zhu Yan. The 10th Prince probably wouldn't like to hear about Zhu Yan, but Wang Gan had his own spin to add to the story. He did not directly explain why he went to the Crown Prince's palace and attended his banquet. Instead, he began by borrowing the 10th Prince's status in the army and reporting to him about military affairs. He recommended to the 10th Prince a brave father and son pair that had performed many meritorious military services. From this, he went back and forth on the greatness of such a father and son pairing, and then woefully sighed to himself about how his own household had suffered such misfortune and raised such a useless child. He then slowly edged in the matter of several months ago, where his good-for-nothing evil child had provoked Lin Ming, and then accidentally dropped Zhu Yan's name. How could the Cloud Prince not know the meaning behind Wang Gan's story? When he heard Wang Gan mention Zhu Yan time and time again, the 10th Prince's expression fell. He hadn't known that Lin Ming and Wang Gan's son had such a conflict on the day of the entrance examination, and that the instigator of this accident was Zhu Yan. Major Wang, you've worked hard today. Please head back to rest as soon as possible, the Cloud Prince said with a blank expression. Yes, then I will excuse myself. Wang Gan's goal had already been achieved. Although the position he had in Sky Fortune City's government was not too big or too small, it was actually a very sensitive and important middle-level commanding role. Wang Gan had to be constantly cautious in order to preserve his own head, and he had done that very well. Sky Fortune City, Zhu family branch. Zhu Yan was wearing white pants. His hair was disheveled as he lay down on the bed. He had a dejected look as he peered outside the window. His eyes passed through the layered windows of the complex as he stared at the brilliantly illuminated palace of the Crown Prince. He knew that today the Crown Prince was holding a grand banquet at his palace, and the star of that party was Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming, Zhu Yan clenched the bed sheets. The fine and expensive bed sheets were torn apart in Zhu Yan's grip. In that fight several days ago, he had seriously injured himself. The Red Lotus Purgatory was a martial skill that he hadn't been able to fully utilize yet. In doing so, He had overdrawn the true essence in his body and damaged his meridians. Zhu Yan's cultivation was insufficient, and he had barely used it. In addition to the enormous load on his body, he had been pushed back by Lin Ming's spear. The result was an even more severe injury on Zhu Yan. The wounds of the flesh were easy to cure with good medicines and pills, but damage to the meridians was very hard to recover from. This kind of wound would become a major hindrance when he was breaking through to the pulse condensation period. Damn it! Pong! The velvet pillow under Zhu Yan suddenly exploded. The countless snow-white feathers fluttered around the room like snowflakes in winter. Ah! Lan Yunue jumped in fear as she covered her mouth. Zhu Yan was moody, and this caused her to feel not even the least bit of security. One moment he was quiet, and the next moment he would be filled with anger like a raging beast. Lan Yunue's scream caused Zhu Yan to suddenly look at Lan Yunue. As soon as Zhu Yan's eyes fell on her, Lan Yunue's breath caught in her chest. The look Zhu Yan gave her made her feel as if she was being submerged in an icy bath. She thought that Zhu Yan might even kill her now. There was a pause before Zhu Yan suddenly asked, "Do you regret?" What regrets?" Lan Yunue panicked. She took a deep breath and tried to sound as calm as possible. "You know what I'm talking about." Lin Ming's present achievements were already several times more dazzling than Zhu Yan. Without a doubt, his achievements in the future would far outstrip Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan believed that with Lan Yunue's pragmatic heart, she would inevitably regret to the extreme. The Crown Prince is hosting the grandest of banquets. He is there. If you regret, then you may go there and look for him. That sort of banquet, there are all sorts of celebrities and famous, influential figures. The aristocratic young ladies there wear magnificent and expensive attire, and their manners and poise are elegant. Isn't that what you've always wanted? You may go now. Zhu Yan's calm voice brought an icy chill with it, caused Lan Yunue to feel fearful and apprehensive. She knew that today, Zhu Yan was walking on the edge of a cliff. If she really did say she regretted, she did not know what he would do in his rage. Lan Yunue was on pins and needles. She clenched her lips and said, "I no longer have any qualifications to regret anything anymore." Zhu Yan evilly smiled and revealed the corners of his teeth. "You are very honest. At least you weren't hypocritical and said you didn't regret. Good. You truly do not have the qualifications to regret. Such being the case, take off your clothes." "What?" Lan Yunue subconsciously grabbed her own collar in surprise. "Zhu Yan, we are not married." "Marriage?" "Lan Yunue, you do not understand your position and identity. Do you think that you are a princess? The reason I have not made an advance on you is because I respected you. But you must at least have the qualifications that are worth me respecting. Have you ever had me for even a moment in your heart? Now prove it to me. Take off your clothes." "Zhu Yan, you?" Lan Yunue felt an impending sense of alarm and subconsciously leaned towards the door. Before this, Zhu Yan's disposition had already been dark, with a sense of high-risk danger. But the truth was that Zhu Yan had never made a move on Lan Yunue. In fact, most of the time he had been the very image of a gentleman's gentleman. But today Lan Yunue did not doubt that Zhu Yan would rape her. Because of his failures and frustration from his defeat in the match, as well as his future setbacks, he had already become similar to a wild, angry beast. Zhu Yan saw Lan Yunue's petty actions and his voice lowered in anger. "Although I am injured, I am more than enough to deal with you. I advise you not to move towards the entrance. If you take another step towards the door, I don't mind personally moving." Zhu Yan. Lan Yunue bit her lip. Tears had already begun to form at the corners of her eyes. She grabbed the collar of her clothes, and her knuckles already turned white from the excessive gripping. Her voice trembled as she said, "You lost to Lin Ming in the match, and you think that by abusing a woman that Lin Ming had liked, you will be able to retaliate and vent your anger against him. Is this your heart of martial arts? Zhu Yan, why must you use this method to psychologically comfort yourself? Does this make you feel better? What did you say?" Zhu Yan's face had completely sunk. Every word Lan Yunue said had punished his heart and poked his sore spot. The reason he wanted to move on Lan Yunue today was exactly because of this repression that he could vent or retaliate against. He hated everything about Lin Ming. He urgently needed to find somewhere, anywhere, where he could be just a tiny bit better than Lin Ming. He would take complete possession of the woman Lin Ming used to like, in order to rid his heart of its demons. But his thoughts had been bluntly revealed by Lan Yunue. To look for a sense of superiority in a woman's body. This made Zhu Yan feel extremely pitiful. Therefore, he became angry out of his shame. He revolved his true essence, and was about to pounce on her. But at this moment, a voice sounded behind the door. The old servant's voice resounded from outside. "Young master, the 10th prince has come." Zhu Yan frowned. The true essence that he had begun to circulate gradually calmed down. Lan Yunue was strained to her limit. Her body was up against the wall, and she slowly slid down against the floor. Her back was covered in nervous sweat. In this past month, the name of the 10th prince had been her nightmare. At that time, with just a few words, he had almost caused Zhu Yan to renounce their engagement and divorce her. But now, hearing the 10th prince's arrival, it actually made her feel incomparably relieved. Zhu Yan rose up and began to dress himself silently. To see the 10th prince, he would naturally neatly dress himself and greet him in the hall. Only someone whose wound was too heavy or was terminally ill would meet in their bedroom. However, as Zhu Yan was putting on clothes, there was the sound of disorderly footsteps outside. The door opened, and the 10th prince stood at the entrance. He had a few followers with him, and his face was calm, showing neither joy nor anger. "Greetings, your highness." Zhu Yan bowed. Lan Yunue also stood and bowed, before she moved back to a corner of the room. According to customs, when an official bowed to the prince would dispense with the ceremony with a show of words. However, the 10th prince had not said anything, and Zhu Yan had bowed. "You know Wang Yigao?" the 10th prince suddenly asked. This question made Lan Yunue feel completely senseless. Zhu Yan immediately understood that the 10th prince was referring to the matter that happened at the beginning of fall. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 10th prince to mention such an unimportant person like Wang Yigao so suddenly. Because Lin Ming had become famous, Wang Yigao had been held accountable and confessed to his father, which was then passed to the ears of the 10th prince. Yes, Zhu Yan admitted. He knew that the reason Lin Ming favored the crown prince might be because of this matter. He had not mentioned it at his own initiative, but now it was known by the 10th prince. Very good. Now I know why it was so easy for my third elder brother to win over Lin Ming. You might not have known, but the one who had rescued Lin Ming from Wang Yigao was my third elder brother. This is simply icing on the cake. How much more timely could that help have been? You have been under my command for 2 years already, and you still have not even had half a minute of merit, and yet you already have given third elder brother such a great present. You may know that the 7 Profound Valleys has already started Lin Ming on the core disciple test tonight. As long as he passes, then he will be a core disciple. Zhu Yan's heart maliciously twitched. Core disciple. This was unthinkable. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only Qin Xingxuan was a locally born core disciple. As for the others, they were children of the mystical martial arts families. Zhu Yan, do you know what the value of a martial house core disciple is to me and my third elder brother? The 10th prince's expression was a bit grim. A core disciple of the martial house would enter the 7 Profound Valleys in the future. Afterwards, they would either stay at the 7 Profound Valleys or be sent back. In the second case, they would be appointed as either the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master, or as a 7 Profound Envoy. If Lin Ming stayed at the 7 Profound Valleys, that would be all right. But if he was sent back to become the Martial House Master or a 7 Profound Envoy, then that was extraordinary. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a vassal state to the 7 Profound Valleys and under their jurisdiction. The Martial House Master and the 7 Profound Envoy had a status that surpassed even the Emperor. If Lin Ming was appointed as the Martial House Master or as a 7 Profound Envoy and publicly supported the Crown Prince, then there was no hope for him to ascend the throne. And if he failed to ascend the throne, then the price would possibly be his life. Zhu Yan clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into the meat of his palm. Core disciple. How was this even possible? If Lin Ming someday became the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, or a 7 profound envoy, then to kill him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, he felt as if he were sinking in a bottomless well of despair. This enmity, could it ever be fixed? Lan Yunue was slumped up against a wall, and her face had lost all of its color. Core disciple. Lin Ming, he wanted to become a core disciple? In the future, he would be the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, or he might be a 7 profound envoy. To her, this kind of existence was nothing but simply fanciful legends. It was simply too remote an idea for her. At this moment, the 10th prince also noticed Lan Yunue. He had thought that Lan Yunue was a maidservant, but after noticing the fine clothes Lan Yunue was wearing, he realized he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunue? At this moment, the 10th prince noticed Lan Yunue. He had thought that Lan Yunue was a maidservant, but after noting the fine clothes Lan Yunue was wearing, he realized that he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunue? Lan Yunue regained her composure and bowed to the 10th prince. Lan Yunue greets His Highness the Cloud Prince. The 10th prince looked up and down at Lan Yunue. He sneered derisively and said, "Good! What a charmingly pitiful and pathetic appearance. No wonder Lin Ming was so utterly crazy for you. Such a pity. If you were still friends with Lin Ming, then I might have been able to find you some value in you. But now, looking at you only makes me sick to my stomach." The 10th prince spoke mercilessly, disregarding her feelings. Lan Yunue paled. How could a girl withstand such cruel words being said to her? Leave. The 10th prince dismissed Lan Yunue with a wave of his hand. Lan Yunue bit her lip as she fought back the tears that were pooling in her eyes. She bowed and excused herself. As Lan Yunue walked out, the 10th prince stepped back. Finally, the only ones left in the room were the 10th prince and Zhu Yan. The 10th prince glared at Zhu Yan and coldly said, "Do you want revenge?" Zhu Yan remained silent. However, the blood that dripped to the ground from the nails that dug into his fist had already answered the 10th prince. Very good. You should know that Lin Ming will soon become a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house. You also know what sort of status the 7 profound martial house has in Sky Fortune Kingdom. There is only the slimmest chance that you will have an opportunity to avenge yourself. But no matter how uncertain your chances, there will still be opportunities. It's impossible for Lin Ming to stay at the 7 profound martial house forever. As long as he comes out from there, then there will be a chance to assassinate him. Your strength is insufficient. You will look for a suitable powerhouse that can handle him. I will secretly provide you with money and treasure. As long as the reward is enough, there will always be some wandering powerhouses who will be tempted. These wandering masters are never in the same location, and it is difficult to find out who they are, even for the 7 profound valleys. But, from an outsider's view, I will sever all contact with you, and the Zhu family will expel you from the family. Zhu Yan, I hope you can understand my reasoning. The Zhu family has already been bound to me. I must inherit the throne. Otherwise, not only I, but the entire Zhu family will suffer complete and utter annihilation. Zhu Yan's heart pumped fiercely. To distance himself from the 10th prince and even be expelled from the family. He knew why the 10th prince did what he did. Assassinating Lin Ming carried too high a risk. Once it was found out by the 7 profound martial house, then the 10th prince and the Zhu family would be finished. Therefore he had cut off all relations. Like this, even if the assassination of Lin Ming failed and became known to the 7 profound martial house, it would have nothing to do with the 10th prince and the Zhu family. What the 10th prince and the Zhu family would do was to show goodwill towards Lin Ming on the surface, while plotting against him. To outsiders, such a ruthless move would simply seem like the 10th prince and the Zhu family were making concessions towards Lin Ming. In order to show goodwill towards Lin Ming, a brave soldier had to take the fall, so that Lin Ming would not take the 10th prince as his enemy. It could even be that the 10th prince would manage to win Lin Ming over from the crown prince's side, or at least make it so that Lin Ming was not so heavily invested in the crown prince. A two-pronged approach. This was the best plan. However, his own political future would be ruined. He would lose his family, lose his power, lose everything he had, and become a wandering avenger with nothing left to lose. Once he failed, the price would be his life. But he didn't have the power to make a choice. The family would not hesitate to sacrifice their son in exchange for their own benefit. Zhu Yan, it's already come to this point. There's no turning back. This is the only way. I cannot just give up and admit defeat because of a single Lin Ming. I have to continue fighting, and the Zhu family has to preserve itself. But Lin Ming is just too terrible. If he becomes a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master, then I have not even a smidgen of hope. I must either win Lin Ming over, or remove him from the equation. About your matter, I have already talked to Mother and she has agreed. Either tomorrow or tonight you will go on your journey and arrange an assassination plan. I hope that you do not disappoint me again. If you succeed and don't leave behind any hints that you were involved, then after I mount the throne and the situation has stabilized, then I will give you what you want. Give me what I want? Zhu Yan sneered in his heart. Indeed, at that time you will silence me so that you can rid yourself of a witness to your crimes. Even trusted subordinates would be eliminated once they outlived their usefulness, or be cast aside when they were no longer needed. Much less, the 10th prince's natural disposition was to be overly suspicious and believe nobody. How could he tolerate such a danger by his side? Would he ever have peace eating or sleeping? Assassinate a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house? This accusation alone was enough to have the 7 profound valleys sentence the 10th prince to death. If I fail, I will die. If I succeed, I will die. You deprive me of my wealth, destroy my future, and also want to take my life. Xianxia, you are too ruthless. And my dear, sweet aunt, you also participated in this idea. To help your son struggle for the throne, you have used such a cruel method on your nephew. Good. Very good. My Zhu Yan's fate, I will take in my own hands. Zhu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold brightness. At this moment he vowed that all those people who had worked against him or offended him would all be killed. I want strength. I want limitless strength. Strength to kill Lin Ming, strength to kill Xianxia, to dominate everything and control the life and death of all. Pang! The 10th prince opened the door and left the Zhu family branch complex with his guards. Lan Yunue sat in the hall and watched as the 10th prince walked away, feeling helpless and lost. Zhu Yan's bedroom door was slightly ajar, leaving a small crack open like the jaws of some wild beast lying sideways. Lan Yunue could not muster up the courage to step into that room, but she was also unable to leave. She could only stand in that empty and vacant hall, waiting. After a quarter hour passed, Zhu Yan finally emerged from the room. Lan Yunue reflexively stood up. Zhu Yan turned around and casually flung a light piece of paper towards Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue subconsciously glanced at it. She had been expecting this. It was the contract paper they had signed when they had become engaged to each other. Tear it! Zhu Yan exclaimed. What the? I'm sorry? Lan Yunue's hands froze. Our engagement is dissolved. From this point on, I am expelled from the Zhu family. Expelled. Lan Yunue was completely shocked. How could this be? Zhu Yan said, when you and I were engaged, the only reason you did so was because of my status, power, influence, and money. Now, I no longer have these things. There is no longer a reason for you to stay with me. This engagement contract is now nothing more than a joke. After Zhu Yan said this, he flicked his finger and the contract in Lan Yunue's hand was torn into fragments by true essence. At that moment, Lan Yunue's mind blanked. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was a shameful matter for a girl to become divorced after she was engaged. It would be difficult to remarry again. When wealthy people looked for a wife, they would never settle for such women. If they did, it would only be as a concubine. You can go now. Zhu Yan had completely calmed down. He turned and walked away, not giving Lan Yunue even a last parting look. His heart was only filled with immeasurable hatred. The Zhu Yan of the past had died in that bedroom. How could he possibly have the thought to consider Lan Yunua's feelings? As Lan Yunue stepped out of the Zhu family branch complex, she wandered onto the street in a daze. It was over. Zhu Yan and her were completely over. She suddenly discovered that she did not feel the sadness and gloomy misery of a young girl that was left by herself. Instead, she felt a kind of peaceful solace as she let out a sigh. Along with that torn engagement paper, those incomparably depressing and weary days had ended. The late autumn night wind was thick with moisture, and it was chilly as it blew on the body. Sky Fortune City's nightlife was as vivid as ever, as happy and buoyant sounds filled the air. Among the wanton and luxurious brothels, the vivid red lanterns hanging high in the air, and the dim lights, Lan Yunue could hear the sounds of women chatting away. Looking at the noisy world around her, Lan Yunue suddenly smiled. It was a bittersweet smile, filled with relief. She remembered her childhood, when she and Lin Ming would play with bamboo dragonflies on the moist spring grass. She remembered when they would go out in the rain to pick the small wildflowers together, or step across the slippery stones of a creek and dip their toes into the cool spring. Little fish would come up and nibble on their toes, giving them an itchy feeling. Because Lin Ming grew up in a restaurant, he knew how to prepare a delicious meal in a short time. He would catch a pheasant, pick some wild herbs and wild fruits, and bring his own clay pots to cook a variety of tasty foods. One time when she was sick, he ran several miles in the pouring rain to grab some clear mountain spring water so that he could boil her some nutritious medicinal porridge. However, she could no longer go back to those days. Before she had realized it, tears were already streaming down her face. She regretted. But what she regretted was not that Lin Ming had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling superstar, or that she missed her chance to become the wife of the next state marshal or the Seven Profound envoy. No, what she regretted was that she had discarded that simple, pure happiness for nothing but useless luxury and empty vanity. She walked aimlessly. Her frail and attractive body was wrapped in a simple blue long dress. Under the shining red lights of the lanterns, she was covered by a misty and lonely shadow. She was like a desolate blue butterfly that flew in the cold autumn wind. She did not want to return to the Seven Profound Martial House. With her talent, she had already lost the support of precious herbs and medicines. In her life, she could no longer achieve a high martial arts cultivation. She did not want to return to Green Mulberry City. She did not have the face to go back. She did not know how to face her own parents or how to face her neighbors. Most importantly, she did not want to see Lin Ming again. She did not want to bid him farewell. Lin Ming was sitting in a carriage drawn by snow dragon horses. He was completely ignorant to how Zhu Yan and Lan Yunue's destinies had changed, and how Zhu Yan was completely filled with hatred towards him. He knew that Zhu Yan's enmity towards him had not been resolved. He also guessed correctly that Zhu Yan would wait for an opportunity to retaliate against him in the future. However, he could not kill Zhu Yan. For better or for worse, Zhu Yan was also an official disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. To kill him would be challenging the authority of the Martial House. "Mr. Lin, please get off," a servant of the Crown Prince respectfully said as the carriage stopped. Lin Ming drew back the carriage curtains. He thought that he would meet with the Crown Prince in his palace study. He hadn't thought that they would have left Sky Fortune City and arrived at the base of Zhou Mountain. This location actually wasn't too far from the Seven Profound Martial House. As Lin Ming debarked from the carriage, he saw that they had actually stopped in front of a mansion. The mansion was not luxurious, but the inside was very elegant in its construction. There were small bridges that hung over flowing streams and winding rock corridors. It didn't look much like a mansion. It was more reminiscent of a garden. "Ha. Brother Lin, do you like this place?" Lin Ming slightly hesitated. He already had a dim guess of what Yang Lin wanted to do, and that was to give this residency to him. If he received this residency, then he would become a person of the Crown Prince. Lin Ming had no interest or reason to be involved with the struggle for the royal throne. However, the Crown Prince and Muyi had shown graciousness towards him. If not for the Crown Prince sending a sound-transmitting talisman to help him on the day of the 7 profound martial house's entrance examination, then Lin Ming would not have been able to participate. Not only that, but he would have been miserably put in jail and even disabled. Lin Ming was a considerate person who returned good deeds and favors that others did for him. Being selfish and ungrateful was not part of his nature. If he ever did such a thing, then that would be a true betrayal of his heart. He frankly asked, "Your Highness, how can I help you?" Yang Lin did not expect Lin Ming to get straight to the point. It was quite refreshing. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you are a straightforward person who speaks his mind. Then I will also be blunt. Right now in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it is time for a new person to inherit the throne. There are 2 possible candidates that can do so, me and my 10th younger brother. I was pushed into the position of Crown Prince. As such, now that I've ridden the tiger, I can no longer back down. Now, my Queen Mother's life and my younger sister's life are already linked with mine. I have to fully commit myself to this throne struggle, whether or not I ever wanted to. I know that Brother Lin is a martial artist who detests political intrigue, but Brother Lin need not worry. If Brother Lin is willing to help me, then I will not have Brother Lin do anything. All I need is Brother Lin's support. With Brother Lin's status as a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house, it will already be of great benefit to me. If I must step back 10,000 steps and say it, even if I lose the struggle for the throne, my 10th younger brother would still never dare to touch Brother Lin." Lin Ming responded, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, I am afraid that you've misunderstood. I do not fear the 10th Prince's retaliation, nor do I fear any assassination attempts. It is just that I might not stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the future." "Oh, I see." Yang Lin sighed in his heart. Lin Ming really did have lofty ambitions. He was similar to Qin Xingxuan. A small country like the Sky Fortune Kingdom could not accommodate him. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, but I can guarantee that unless that I am too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if I hear news of the struggle for the throne, then I will hurry back as soon as possible and lend Your Highness a helping hand." Yang Lin happily said, "I'm very grateful towards Brother Lin." Yang Lin brought Lin Ming to take a tour of the residency, which was in fact a manor. The manor also had an attachment of hundreds of acres of farmland. There were droves of livestock, poultry, and massive ponds for fish and shrimp. Inside the manor were male servants, guards, maids. All of the expenses of the manor were self-sufficient, and there was even a surplus. In the bedroom of the manor were some money and valuables. There was a sandalwood box on the table. There were rows of true essence stones neatly lying within. These true essence stones were pure in color, and were obviously of superior quality. There were more than 100 of them. Even if Lin Ming were to cultivate daily with these, this number of these true essence stones would be sufficient to last him half a year. The pure color of the true essence stones implied that the amount of true essence within was many times more than an ordinary one. This gift, it was quite generous. In the box that held so many true essence stones, Lin Ming also discovered a plain ring. The ring looked like it was made of aged bronze, but it exuded a faint hint of true essence fluctuations. This is... Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the ring. He sent his soul force out to see what was so unusual about it. Yang Lin smiled and said, "Brother Lin has good eyes. This is a low-grade human step spatial ring. It is a gift from my teacher, Mr. Muyi, to his little brother Lin." Spatial ring. Lin Ming's mind blanked. He had heard of this kind of ring before. There was a small pocket dimension inside, and it could be used to store many things. It was also said to be unstable. The truth was that after several hundred years, the space inside would collapse upon itself, and the items inside would also be destroyed. A spatial ring, according to its size and the degree of its stability, could be divided into many different grades. Although this spatial ring was only a low-grade human step treasure, its true value was as good as a medium-grade human step treasure. This was because it was far too difficult to create a spatial ring. It was easier said than done for a martial artist to crack open a fissure in space. Even if it was only a small, unstable space that lasted a few hundred years, it would not be easy. Those spatial rings that had vast inner spaces and were very stable were inestimable in value. Mr. Muyi gave this to me? Teacher said that the reason he obtained this spatial ring was because of Brother Lin. When Brother Lin had just entered the Seven Profound Martial House, you may not have known, but the Seven Profound Martial House's Elder Su and Wang Yanfeng's father were old friends, and thus Elder Su was unsatisfied with you being named the first-place new disciple. Therefore, Mr. Muyi made a bet with him. He bet that Brother Lin would enter the heavenly abode before Wang Yanfeng did. Finally, Brother Lin entered the heavenly abode, and Elder Su lost. This spatial ring was the gambling stake of that bet. So that's what happened. I remember Elder Su. After I defeated Wang Yanfeng, this Elder Su came on stage to look for trouble. Yes, that's him. So Brother Lin, please accept this spatial ring. Consider it an apology from Elder Su. Well, then I will ask Your Highness to thank Mr. Muyi for me. Lin Ming hesitated, then received the gift. Since he had already decided to lend the Crown Prince a helping hand, he would no longer be hypocritical in his actions. Not to mention, this spatial ring really was quite handy. Later he could use it to deposit all those piles of inscription technique materials that he had stocked up. Haha, Brother Lin, do not worry. There is also something in the spatial ring. Brother Lin can take it out. As long as you send your soul force through the spatial ring, you will be able to. Oh! Lin Ming did as the Crown Prince had said, and penetrated the spatial ring with his soul force. He could feel something like a piece of clothing inside. As soon as he took it out, he saw that it was a purple gold-colored flexible armor. The flexible armor appeared to be woven from thin metal wires. It was soft to the touch, and above the flexible armor was a scarlet blood symbol. These blood symbols were complicated and mysterious. They shined with a dazzlingly bright light. Lin Ming peered closer and found that the blood symbol had actually seeped into the texture of the metal wires and had become a part of the flexible armor. These blood characters were obviously written on after the flexible armor was created. To have the strength to force these characters through the metal weave, this bold handwriting style definitely belonged to the master of a master. Yang Lin said, "This flexible armor is named the Purple Gold Flexible Armor. By itself, it is a medium-grade human step treasure. These blood symbols were drawn by a peak Hotian master who specialized in charms. He had to consume his own blood essence in order to draw this. It is able to weaken true essence attacks." Weaken true essence attacks. Ling Ming was surprised. True essence was a type of energy that naturally circulated inside the body. It could easily penetrate through flexible armor. This flexible armor was unexpectedly capable of weakening true essence attacks and was also a medium-grade human step treasure. Its value could be imagined. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin is in a very sensitive position now. I fear that you may suffer assassination attempts, so I gift this armor to Brother Lin. Even a normal Hotian master would find it difficult to break through this armor. Well, although I say it's so great, at most this flexible armor can fend off a sneak attack and delay for some time. If facing off against a true Hotian master, I'm afraid that there would be no meaning for Brother Lin to put on this flexible armor. Although a Hotian master could not break through the flexible armor, that didn't mean that Lin Ming could just wear it and challenge anyone he saw. As soon as a Hotian master hit the body with all of their strength, that attack strength would be transmitted through the flexible armor and would be enough to burst all of a person's organs. Much less, this flexible armor only weakened true essence attacks and was unable to completely negate them. This flexible armor was priceless. For Yang Lin to give this to him, he must have paid an enormous price. Lin Ming hesitated slightly and then decided to take it. He really was in a very sensitive position at the moment. This flexible armor could also be considered a lucky talisman. "Thank you, Your Highness." Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. In fact, I want to thank Brother Lin. Whatever I can give, to be honest, my 10th brother can give more, all of which is superior to what I can offer. Yang Lin candidly said. Lin Ming and the Crown Prince walked further inside until they reached another room. This was the master bedroom of the manor. The master bedroom was very luxurious and exquisitely decorated. In the middle of the room was a large mahogany bed more than 10 feet wide. It was enough for 4 to 5 people to comfortably sleep in. At this time, 4 maids had already prepared the bed for Lin Ming. They respectfully stood at the 4 corners of the bed. Of these 4 maids, their ages were around 16 years old, and it was hard to tell which was more beautiful. They had obviously gone through a careful selection process. The maids were usually the daughters of poor people who were sold as children. The most beautiful among them would be selected and sent off to train in how to serve. They were even taught the fine arts. In the future, they would be sent to the palaces of the nobility to work. Once a maid was purchased, their body belonged to their master, and their master could use them as they pleased. This was especially true for those personal maids that lived in connection rooms and served the daily tasks of their master. This was equal to being a concubine. This kind of maid was usually responsible for the governance of the house. Besides waiting in their master's bedroom and doing some cleaning, they did not need to do anything else. Their monthly expenses and status were very high, and was a position that the outer maids much admired and envied. Many maids wanted to join in on this. After all, for them, becoming a concubine or even an aunt was the best result. Otherwise, when they were sold out to be married, it would be difficult for them to find anyone decent. That was why most of the time, when a maid heard they would be sold, they would often cry in extreme distress. The 4 maids saw Lin Ming arrive, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. Some of them even had trouble breathing. The butler had already told them who this young man was. He was the most dazzling star of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who was called a genius of the 7 profound martial house that only came by once every century, and even had the possibility of becoming a core disciple. The butler had already given them strict instructions to serve him tonight in any way possible, and that they had to perform everything perfectly and splendidly. If they could give this Sir Lin a good impression, then in this life they might have a chance of transforming from a sparrow to a phoenix. Therefore this evening was very important to them. As a maid, to be able to serve this legendary and handsome young man as a personal maid was the good fortune of their life. The bedding had been neatly spread, and there was not even the slightest crease in the sheets. The furniture and curtains had all been spotlessly cleaned. The incense burner was new and the floor was sparkling bright. Lin Ming saw these 4 fresh and juicy maids. He looked around and saw the fine mahogany furniture, the expensive spice purple gold incense burner, the woven silk sheets, and was unable to restrain a sigh. These were all the comforts and enjoyments of life that riches and fame could bring. Young Lin said, "Brother Lin, if you are tired, then let's rest here tonight. I will also accompany Brother Lin and stay in the guest room." Lin Ming knew that Yang Lin offered this so that he would feel relieved and rest without fear of assassination. As the current dynasty's crown prince, Yang Ling surely had martial arts masters who served as his royal guard. Otherwise the 10th prince would not need to assassinate Lin Ming. He would simply kill the crown prince and be done with it. Lin Ming looked at the 4 maids that were like little timid white rabbits, and saw the hope and fear that intermingled in their eyes. He shook his head slightly and said to Yang Lin, "No, I will return to the 7 profound martial house. This manner is not to Brother Lin's liking." "Not really," Lin Ming said with a faint smile. He continued, "Here, life is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet and simple days of the 7 profound martial house are much more suitable for cultivation." "Not really," Lin Ming said with a faint smile. He continued, "Here, life is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet and simple days of the 7 profound martial house are much more suitable for cultivation. This, Brother Lin, is too assiduous. Sometimes proper rest is needed. A bowstring stretched too taut isn't necessarily a good thing. Some degree of relaxation is also good. Since Brother Lin has decided to go, then I will call the guards to protect Brother Lin on his way back." The crown prince quickly called his royal guard to keep Lin Ming safe as he returned to the martial house. When Lin Ming left, the 4 young maidservants were relieved, but they also felt a faint disappointment. Their entire manor of several hundred people had been busy at work for the past few days meticulously cleaning the entire manor. But Lin Ming had only taken a look, and hadn't even sat down. However, this manor now belonged to Lin Ming. Regardless of whether he slept here or stayed here, they had to keep everything clean and spotless every day. What? Challenge me in 4th months. In a sumptuously decorated hall, on top of a soft silk mattress, an exceedingly handsome young man lazily reclined against a headrest. This young man's hands were greedily hugging an enchanting beauty of great assets. At the foot of the mattress, a young, beautiful maid was slowly massaging his legs, and on the other end, a charmingly pretty woman was plucking crystal grapes with her slender fingers and gently placing them into the young man's mouth. This man was the 3rd-place master of the 7 profound martial houses ranking stone, Zhang Guanyu. Besides the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house, he was the only gifted genius with a 5th-grade martial talent. Not only that, but Zhang Guanyu was an outstanding talent who was raised by the Allied Trade Association 1. In the future, he had the possibility of becoming the president of the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association was a large organization that was heavily invested in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and even in several nearby countries. It had existed for a long time. It was even older than the Sky Fortune dynasty. With such a great organization, its history and strength were profound and unthinkable. Zhang Guanyu's martial talent was only inferior to Qin Xingxuan within the entirety of all the young martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With the important position that he occupied, it could be said that he was a favored son of heaven. Beautiful women, wealth, power, all of these were easily within his reach. However, even with the vast resources of the Allied Trade Association and with his own gifted talent, he still hadn't produced any amazing results. On the 7 profound martial house ranking stone, he was only 3rd, below Ling Sen and Taku. Ling Sen had his Ashura martial intent. His strength was formidable and disgustingly abnormal. Being below him was understandable. But Taku was only a superior 4th-grade talent. Although he did have inborn divine strength, his talent was inferior to Zhang Guanyu, and the resources at his disposal were far inferior. It was unjustifiable for Zhang Guanyu to be suppressed by Taku. Ultimately, it was decided that Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was too weak, and he excessively wallowed in debauchery. When he had passed the dream trial, Zhang Guanyu's results had been horrible. But even knowing this problem, the Allied Trade Association had no way to force Zhang Guanyu into abstinence. This was because a martial artist had to follow their heart and soul. If they were forced to go against their nature, their heart would be suppressed, and their cultivation would be hindered. Facing this situation, the Allied Trade Association did have a backup plan. That was simply to let Zhang Guanyu practice the 7 profound martial houses Acacia faction's cultivation methods. However, the Acacia faction's high-level cultivation method manuals were only passed down to core disciples. If Zhang Guanyu wanted to study them, he could study the branch methods. At this point, his family's deep history demonstrated just how far their hands could reach. The Allied Trade Association relied on its wide-reaching network and nefarious methods to forcibly create an opportunity and persuade the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction to pass on a part of its core cultivation method manual so that Zhang Guanyu could practice it. Zhang Guanyu had already been practicing this cultivation method for half a year now, and his cultivation had already been greatly increased. The new and improved Zhang Guanyu was like a fish in water. He had sex every day, and his cultivation steadily grew. He led a dreamy life of revelry and carnal pleasures with unsurpassed comfort. Tonight, just as Zhang Guanyu had been planning to enjoy the company of 2 pretty concubines, he received news from the 7 Profound Martial House that Lin Ming would challenge him within 4 months. This caused his libido to be reduced, and the flames of anger in his heart to rise. This 7 Profound Martial House, it was as if they were taking him as some sort of sharpening stone. Haha, yes, Elder Wang visited the Crown Prince's palace to directly pass on the 7 Profound Decree to Lin Ming, and inform him of the 7 Profound Martial Test. The requirements of the test are that he achieve the peak-altering muscle stage when 16 years old, or to reach the bone-forging stage when he is 18 years old. In addition, if he can enter the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, defeat you in 4 months, defeat Taku within 5 months, or defeat Ling Sen within 6 months, then he will have an extra reward. And these are truly rich rewards. The one who spoke was a man over 20 years old. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he was one of the 7 core disciples of the 7 profound marital house. His name was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu came from a martial arts cultivation family, and he also practiced the cultivation methods of the Acacia faction. He and Zhou Yu had a good relationship with each other due to this. Humph! Since they want to use me as a sharpening tool, fine, I will break this sword. This Lin Ming has become too arrogant these days. A mere piddling third-grade talent little boy dares to claim without any justifications that he is the genius of a century in the 7 profound martial house. These years, although Zhang Guanyu's strength was inferior to Ling San and Ta Ku's, he still had the esteemed reputation of being the 2nd most talented individual in the younger generation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and that first-place spot belonged to Qin Xingxuan. However, Qin Xingxuan was just a woman, and because of that, he did not envy her at all. Zhang Guanyu never envied women, because as long as he conquered a woman, then their own talent became his. And if he could not conquer them, then that was unimportant as long as that woman was not conquered by other men. If it was so, then Zhang Guanyu could bear it. But this Lin Ming was different. In these past days, Lin Ming had stolen the spotlight from him. All the attention of the major powers of Sky Fortune City and the common martial artists was on him. Who would remember someone like Zhang Guanyu? What did Zhang Guanyu count for? Although he was 3rd on the ranking stone, and had a talent above almost everyone else, what the people cared about most were not talents but results. In the streets and alleys of Sky Fortune City, as long as a person mentioned the younger generation of the 7 profound martial house, it would all be about the name Lin Ming. Just hearing this name made Zhang Guanyu feel unhappy. And now, even more directly for Lin Ming's test, the 7 profound martial house had listed out such ridiculous conditions. They had actually planned on using him as a stepping stone for Lin Ming to rise up further as a mythic genius. This aroused Zhang Guanyu's wrath. It was always him that stepped on others. When was it others' turn to step on him? Well done. What a 7 profound martial house master. Since you dare to use me as a human stepping stone, then I will step on that person you have so kindly chosen and trample him underneath my feet mercilessly. This is just right. I have already cultivated the divine Acacia power to large success of the 1st layer. I'll have you look at the disparity between a 3rd-grade talent and a 5th-grade talent. Zhang Guanyu's face flashed with a hideous look. He gripped the breasts of the charming woman in one hand and pulled the woman who was feeding grapes towards him. The women gave a surprised shout and the 3 of them tumbled together onto the bed. The curtains closed, and Zhang Guanyu smiled evilly as he started to rip off the clothes of the 2 concubines. Since his heart was burning with anger, he naturally had to vent it somewhere. Zhang Guanyu's method of venting was very direct, and that was to vent it on a woman's body. Listening to the tender and lewd sounds of the women in bed, Zhou Yu only shook his head, turned around, and left. He had known Zhang Guanyu for a long time, and had some understanding of Zhang Guanyu's level of maturity. Zhang Guanyu would never resign himself to willingly be some other man's stepping stone. But now, since the 7 profound martial house has pushed Zhang Guanyu into opposition with Lin Ming, then Zhang Guanyu would naturally take some measures to deal with Lin Ming. Zhang Guanyu was a person with a very arrogant heart and an even stronger possessive nature. He was the kind that wished to possess all the beauty and fine things of the world. He would not admit defeat just because of the unlimited potential of Lin Ming's future achievements. Although Zhang Guanyu was a lustful playboy, lascivious, and extremely arrogant, he still grew up around an abundance of gifted individuals. He was raised up in the sophisticated and complex environment of the Allied Trade Association, and was still able to rise to the top. The main reason for this was Zhang Guanyu's top-tier talent, but regarding intelligence, he had never been a fool. Zhou Yu knew better than anyone that if Zhang Guanyu despised anyone, then that person would surely die a miserable death. Zhang Guanyu was scary. In this world, there were 2 types of martial artists that were dangerous to provoke the crazy and the mad. The first was a martial crazy, like Ling San, whose individual strength was terrifying. But the latter was a mad lunatic like Zhang Guanyu, whose natural disposition was an insane paranoia, and would easily take one's life. The strong fear the unreasonable fear the suicidal, and the suicidal fear the crazy ones. Zhang Guanyu was a crazy one. If someone stabbed him with a knife, he would not dodge or evade, but take the pain from the blade and then rip out their throat. Dealing with such a psycho, the average man simply wouldn't dare to fight with him. Zhang Guanyu might confront Lin Ming before 4 months pass, but I don't know what means he'll use to do so. Zhou Yu's face showed a trace of an interested smile as he pondered this. Lin Ming wanted to be a core disciple, but it wasn't so easy. First, he had to overcome the hurdle known as Zhang Guanyu. By the time Lin Ming returned to his room at the 7 Profound Martial House, it was already late at night. He took out the spatial ring and carefully looked at it. He had already deposited some gold and true essence stones inside. Although the inner space of the spatial ring was unstable, as long as the ring was not destroyed, it wouldn't suddenly collapse. A martial artist would be able to sense when the lifespan of a spatial ring was coming to end, so there would never be sudden situations where everything in the ring would disappear. Lin Ming had already accrued more than 200 true essence stones. He had true essence stones gifted from the Crown Prince, true essence stones gifted from Wangan, and also true essence stones that he received as a reward for entering the heavenly abode. There were also nobles who also wanted to gift true essence stones to Lin Ming, but he had rejected them. If Lin Ming received their gifts, then he would owe them a favor, and he didn't want to tangle with any of this in the future. The true essence stones he had now were already more than enough to use. He also had an abundant amount of time at the 7 major killing arrays. However, if Lin Ming wanted to surpass Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, that would be very difficult. He had thought of a new way, and what Lin Ming had thought of was the body inscription symbol. Of the inscription symbols from the realm of the gods, there were 4 kinds. These were object inscriptions, medicinal inscriptions, body inscriptions, and soul inscriptions. Of these 4, each was more difficult to get started on than the last. As for the soul inscription symbols, Lin Ming was not clear on them. By now Lin Ming had learned the preliminary inscription symbols of object inscription and medicinal inscription. The plan for body inscription symbols needed a higher reserve of true essence. In the past, Lin Ming's true essence was insufficient. But now that he had reached the 2nd level of the true primal chaos formula, and his cultivation was at the large success of viscera training, he finally had some confidence to be able to draw up this kind of body inscription symbol. 1. Formerly referred to as the Chamber of Commerce. Body inscription was a type of inscription drawn onto the body. It was able to increase a martial artist's cultivation speed or enhance their battle prowess. As with objection inscription symbols, there was a limit to how many could be placed. The amount differed depending on the grade of the body inscription symbol as well as the physical condition of the martial artist. For body inscription symbols, the most one could draw were about 4 or 5. With his match against Zhang Guanyu approaching in 4 months, he had to draw up a body inscription symbol within a month in order to display its greatest effects. Otherwise, the quality of the effect would be lessened, or it might even be a complete waste of time. However, to draw up a body inscription symbol in a month was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although Lin Ming had the memories of the soul fragment in order to successfully create one, it would still take a long time and also use up a massive amount of rare and precious materials in order to practice. Practicing it was simple. What was difficult was finding a way to collect all of the incomparably rare and precious materials that were needed for the body inscription symbol. The degree to which these materials were rare and precious caused Lin Ming to shudder in fear. In the elder's memory of the simplest body inscriptions, there were 2. One was the essence gathering symbol, which could increase the speed of cultivation, and the other was the strife seal, which could increase a martial artist's combat prowess. However, even if it were these 2 simplest body inscription symbols, the list of materials that needed to be used would make anyone go nuts. Just the 5th level vicious beast blood. A single tail of this precious fluid would cost 30,000 gold taels. Lin Ming needed to buy 2 taels, which would mean 60,000 gold taels. And not only that, but it simply wasn't something that could be bought by just anyone. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there was no one who was able to match up against a 5th level vicious beast. For a 5th level vicious beast, perhaps only a peak Hotian master would be barely able to deal with it. These kinds of martial artists usually came from a large sect or an aristocratic martial cultivation family. The blood of a fifth-level vicious beast would only flow out from a large sect and then into the smaller countries. To these small countries, its price would be frighteningly astronomical. Then there was star obsidian. This material came from a meteorite that fell from the sky. The high temperature in the atmosphere would condense. This iron essence could only be naturally formed by the power of the heavens and earth, and beyond that, not every meteorite would have star obsidian. Only those meteorites that were above several thousand genes would possibly be able to produce 1 or 2 genes of star obsidian. The lowest market price of a single gene of obsidian was 150,000 gold taels, and it was extremely difficult to find. Fortunately, Lin Ming only needed 2 taels. Lin Ming estimated that if everything was bought at the lowest market price, and he bought these materials whenever he could find them, then the total of these materials would need at least 300,000 taels. This was simply a dream within a dream. Of the materials he needed, many were like the 5th-level vicious beast blood and star obsidian. They just didn't have a market price. So that meant that more gold would have to be spent. The amount he would need might even go up to 500,000, or even 700,000 wouldn't be strange. And even if he managed to somehow obtain 600,000 or 700,000 taels of gold, he would be incredibly lucky to obtain these materials in a couple of years. If his luck was garbage, then he might not be able to find these materials even if he looked for 10 years. On the list of materials, the most basic ones would be considered precious valuables within Sky Fortune City's Inscription Association. And one also needed points from the Inscription Association in order to buy anything. The last time Lin Ming went there, he had already used up most of his points and didn't have many left. Without points, these so-called basic materials would not be sold at any price. These would be the treasures of the Inscription Association. Looking at the list gave Lin Ming a throbbing headache. It was simply impossible for him to find all of these. He could only rely on the Crown Prince. This was one of the benefits of joining a major power. The Crown Prince's subordinates were numerous, and they had wide channels and networks they could work through. They could do him a great favor in helping him. Yet even if the Crown Prince made every effort, he would be limited in obtaining the materials. Thinking of this, Lin Ming shook his head and ruefully smiled. I joined the Crown Prince as one of his subordinates and still haven't done a single thing, yet I actually want to make a sudden demand to find such a large amount of materials. And these precious and rare materials can't even be found in the city. Even if they were the relatively basic materials that I need, the Crown Prince would not be able to purchase them easily. Lin Ming knew that the Crown Prince was not wealthy. Even though the Crown Prince's palace looked opulent and grand, the palace had to hire several hundred people and pay them for their work. There were also several other expenses. In addition to the banquet, the Crown Prince gave gifts, rewards, and other such expenditures in order to win over others and raise his own influence. The annual amount of money that he spent was probably around 200,000 to 300,000 gold taels. For instance, when the Crown Prince had given Lin Ming a gift of more than 100 pure true essence stones, the cost of that had been several tens of thousands of gold taels. The manor that was situated near Sky Fortune City, along with 100 acres of fertile farmland, servants, maids, and so forth would cost at least 100,000 gold taels. In addition, there was also the purple gold flexible armor. Added up altogether, it must have been more than 300,000 gold taels. Because the large expenditures, the economic situation of the Crown Prince might even be inferior to those famous inscription masters that had been working a long time. For example, Mui, Wang Xuanji, and those kinds of people, they had a high income and their spending was low. After amassing money for many years, they were overflowing with riches. The Crown Prince used a very large amount of money. Depending on just his salary from the government, this would be utterly inadequate. The Crown Prince's income mostly came from his estate, farms, and also stores. The estate and paddies were things like the manor that had been bestowed upon Lin Ming. But as for shops, Lin Ming actually knew that the Crown Prince didn't have many. This was because the biggest and busiest shops of Sky Fortune City were firmly grasped in the hands of the Allied Trade Association. Compared to the 10th Prince, who constantly campaigned in all directions and plundered countless lands, the Crown Prince was very poor. Because he was poor, he could not win over others, and thus the Crown Prince's influence was suppressed by the 10th Prince. The cost of all the gifts that the Crown Prince gifted me should total to around 300,000 gold taels. For the Crown Prince to suddenly hand so much over to me, he probably doesn't have much money on hand at the moment. I just received so many gifts, yet now I also want materials. It just isn't too appropriate. However, I have to ask for these materials. Otherwise, I will never be able to collect them on my own. Originally, finding the materials for the medicinal inscription symbol already took a very big effort on my part, and this body inscription symbol's materials are much more precious. I just don't have any way left but to ask the Crown Prince to help me find them. As for the money, I will find a solution. But first I should return the manor to the Crown Prince. With the 2 body inscription symbols, the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal, in addition to my ethereal martial intent, flow like silk ability, and the chaotic virtues combat meridians, I will have the confidence to face Zhang Guanyu 4 months from now. But I'm not sure if I can reach Ling San in 6 months. This Ling San, the stronger I am, the more I can sense just how terrifying he actually is. But provided that the Crown Prince can help me find the materials I need for the inscription symbol, there are certain materials I listed that might only be found in a sect. With just the Crown Prince's connections, how many would I be able to find? Inscription Association, Inscription Hall. Lin Ming had just stepped into the Inscription Association and was immediately discovered by the young reception lady who had received him last time. The young lady's eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the task she had been working on. She quickly walked over to Lin Ming, her breath somewhat rapid. These days, there were many people in Sky Fortune City that knew the name Lin Ming. But although they were able to recognize Lin Ming's name, and they didn't know what he looked like. However, this young reception lady had once been responsible for Lin Ming's Inscription Master examination and had his information. The Inscription Association of course knew that the dazzlingly bright star of Sky Fortune City and the number 1 genius of the 7 profound martial house was exactly the young man who had participated in the Inscription Master examination. This was an amazing character. Mr. Lin. The young receptionist lady greeted with a sweet smile. She bent her small waist in a courtesy bow towards Lin Ming. Her beautiful figure combined with the secretary clothing had a flavorful appeal. "Oh, it's you. I'd like to speak to the association president," Lin Ming said. He recognized this young reception lady. "Very well. Please follow me." The receptionist lady felt her palpitating heartbeat began to race. She was incomparably excited that Lin Ming had remembered her. "Sorry for troubling you. It is my honor to serve Mr. Lin." The young receptionist lady went straight to the inscription room. At this time every day, the association president would be at the inscription room. This was the time that he would teach his granddaughter. For Wang Xuanji, no matter how much time he spent on his martial arts cultivation or inscription technique, it would be difficult for him to have a breakthrough. Because of this, he had invested the majority of his efforts into his granddaughter. The young receptionist lady opened the door to the inscription hall. This was the second time Lin Ming had been here. The first time was when he had taken his examination here. At this moment, Wang Xuanji was sitting on a green jade platform. He was directing the fingers of a young girl at his side. This young girl was wearing the white robes of an inscription master. Her appearance was delicate like fine white dust. She was Wang Xuanji's granddaughter, Wang Yuhan. After Wang Xuanji noticed some people had arrived, he turned his head to look and was shocked. "Mr. Lin." "President Wang." Lin Ming smiled and bowed in deference. "Oh, Mr. Lin is an infrequent visitor. It's been a long time since you last came. I did not think that Mr. Lin would not only be talented in inscription techniques, but also talented in martial arts. To be only 15 years old and be able to defeat the 32nd ranked disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Your future is truly limitless. President Wang praises me too much." Lin Ming was not surprised that the Inscription Association was already aware of his situation. Wang Yuhan also stopped her inscription technique that she was working on. She had a complicated look as she stared at Lin Ming. She was already extremely talented, with a 4th grade martial talent and a 5th grade soul talent. With this talent, her qualifications already surpassed that of Bai Jingyun and Murongzi. In the aristocratic circles, those young juniors that wanted to marry Wang Yuhan were no less than those ardent fans of Bai Jingyun and Murongzi. But compared with this young man in her eyes, she simply felt too ashamed to even step out in public. The difference between her and Lin Ming's inscription technique was already miles apart. It was simply comparing the heavens to the earth. She didn't even want to think about the difference in their battle prowess. Wang Yuhan had devoted most of her energy into practicing inscription techniques, but in the martial arts aspect, she also only paid attention to cultivating. This was because inscription techniques required a deep amount of true essence, and therefore one had to have a high enough cultivation. As for fighting skills, Wang Yuhan knew nothing of those from the start, let alone those monstrous geniuses of the seven profound martial house. She would even lose to someone at the same cultivation level as her. How the hell did this fellow practice? She had been practicing inscription techniques since she was 8 years old, and in her life she had always prioritized her cultivation and specialized in inscription techniques. Even if it was the monstrous talent Qin Xingxuan, she could compare with her in terms of inscription techniques. And recently she had progressed very fast. Perhaps she might have even surpassed Qin Xingxuan. But in contrast to this Lin Ming, Wang Yuhan was completely at a loss for words. Even if he started practicing inscription techniques from his mother's womb, why would his level of skill be so bizarrely abnormal? She was still working hard at training the basics of finger movements, but he had already been able to use the bright Buddha plucks the lotus. Mr. Lin comes today. Is there matter you need to discuss? As Wang Xuanji asked this, Lin Ming did feel somewhat embarrassed. For better or worse, he was a registered inscription master of the Inscription Association. However, after registering and obtaining some materials, he hadn't returned. And now that he finally came back, it was also for materials to use for inscription symbols. Lin Ming said, President Wang, I came this time because there are two matters that I wanted to inquire about. The first is that I would like to purchase some materials, and the second is that I would like to register as a guest inscription master and provide services to customers while gaining points. There were 3 types of inscription masters that could work at the Inscription Association. They were subordinate inscription masters, registered inscription masters, and guest inscription masters. A guest inscription master only had to hang his name up on a public board. However, the first 2 had to complete some tasks for the Inscription Association, such as solving some difficult problems for their colleagues, or creating some sort of special inscription symbol for their customers, and other such tasks before they could obtain points. Now that Lin Ming needed to draw up a body inscription symbol, he was pushing the envelope in terms of his cultivation and skill in the aspects of inscription techniques. He needed to set aside a certain amount of special time in order to practice and improve his inscription technique. However, if he wanted to practice this sort of high-quality inscription technique, it required a substantial amount of money, especially since he needed to do so with many precious materials, and even if he was able to buy these materials, he wouldn't be able to find them in such a short amount of time. In order to save money in the past, Lin Ming hadn't used materials to practice and had instead only stimulated his true essence to visualize the drawing process. But such a method had a very low efficiency, and Lin Ming wasn't able to afford the time that he needed in order to do so. Then he had remembered that he could come to the Inscription Association as a visiting inscription master, and be able to solve many different inscription-related problems. This was the best method of cultivating his inscription technique, and the best part was that the precious materials would be provided by the customer. Doing this, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about economizing or saving his time. Every day he would be able to encounter different precious materials and different problems. The materials needed would also be provided for free. After successfully drawing up or fixing whatever problem was at hand, he would also be awarded points. What way could possibly be more suitable for practice? However, not everyone would dare to practice in such a manner, because there had to be at least a 90% guaranteed success rate. Lin Ming decided on this method of practice, and also had a general idea of how to acquire the materials he needed. He also didn't plan on concealing his status as an inscription master any longer. At first, Lin Ming did not have strength or status, but yet he was still able to draw up rare and powerful inscription symbols that were worth 2,000 or 3,000 gold taels. To someone with power, Meeting such a weak person was like seeing a chicken that was able to lay golden eggs. Some people might have tried to capture him for their own benefit and lock him in a dungeon where he would be forced to create inscription symbols all day. That was why Lin Ming had hidden his status as an inscription master at first. But now, Lin Min was a famous character in Sky Fortune City who had a great deal of influence. With the dual protection of the 7 profound martial house and the crown prince, not even the 10th prince dared to publicly move against him. Since Lin Ming now had such a preeminent status, he no longer worried about needing to conceal his identity as an inscription master. Guest inscription master? Wang Xuanji asked, slightly stunned. Normally only a great inscription master would ask to occupy such a lofty post. This was because if there was a problem, such as if they failed to draw up the inscription symbol, the Inscription Association had to compensate the customer for their precious materials or treasure. Without a deep background, no one would dare to do this job. To become a guest inscription master, they had to undergo the strict inspection of the Inscription Association. Those who could pass the inspection were only top-class characters among inscriptionists. Lin Ming did have exceptional talent and strength in inscription techniques, but that was only in comparison to his contemporaries. Last time, he had drawn up an inscription symbol with a true essence amplification rate of 32%. Among his peers, this result was truly monstrous, but to become a guest inscription master, it was still lacking. The crux of the issue was that Lin Ming was simply too young. A guest inscription master had to face many different kinds of problems and questions, some of which were quite difficult. It was a job that required a great depth of experience. However, experience was something that was accumulated over the years. If Lin Ming repeatedly failed, not only would that damage the reputation of the Inscription Association, but the amount of materials and treasure that the Inscription Association would have to compensate would be enough to give them a headache. Mr. Lin, the problems that the Inscription Association generally needs to solve are not so simple. Because the materials are often very rare and difficult to obtain, the guest inscription master must be able to guarantee at least an 80% success rate. They must be assured that they can solve these complex problems with a high success rate. Even in the entire Inscription Association, there are very few individuals who are competent enough for this position. Wang Xuanji tactfully reminded Lin Ming. He wanted to persuade him without any difficulties. With Lin Ming's present reputation, the Inscription Association had to flatter him as much as they could. Lin Ming smiled and said, "President Wang doesn't need to worry. I suppose if I fail 3 times in a row, then I will offer to quit myself. As for the loss of materials and treasure, I will also take responsibility for compensating them." This, Wang Xuanji frowned. He would be able to stand the loss of reputation from failing 3 times, but the point was, Lin Ming was still a child. If they let a young boy draw up an inscription symbol and it failed, how would they explain this to the customer? But considering Lin Ming's present status, Wang Xuanji didn't directly decline him. He thought about it for a moment, and then nodded his head in agreement. 3 times. By now, Wang Yuhan opened her mouth and suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you have found the right assistant?" Assistant. An inscription master would normally have 1 or 2 assistants. This was because there were many materials that could not be immediately used after they were purchased. They needed to be processed in certain ways. For instance, for some rare and precious plants, the juice had to be extracted, or some ores had to be grinded into fine powder, or the active ingredient had to be extracted from certain solvents. All of this would normally be done by an assistant. In the past, Lin Ming had done all of these things by himself. The position of an assistant was not a simple or easy job. There were many precious and expensive materials. The slightest mistake meant that they would have to be discarded. This was why only inscription apprentices would usually take up this task. Lin Ming truthfully said, "I have no assistant." Wang Yuhan looked to her grandfather, bit her lips and asked, "Do you mind if I be your assistant?" The young women of the Sky Fortune Kingdom were traditionally reserved and polite. If a girl offered herself up as a volunteer to a young boy as an assistant, there might be some suspicions and it could be easily misunderstood. Lin Ming's current status was especially sensitive these days. No one knew how many young girls of Sky Fortune City wanted to marry him. The number could only be called countless. As such, Wang Yuhan had to muster up a lot of courage in order to ask this question. However, she remembered that Lin Ming's drawing techniques when he drew up the symbols and lines were clearly different than those of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Wang Yuhan also dropped her girl's modesty. She wanted to experience the schools of inscription techniques outside of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and this was the best opportunity. Lin Ming hesitated. With an assistant, he would be able to save a lot of time. With Wang Yuhan's ability, she would do perfectly well in handling materials. Thinking this, Lin Ming nodded and said, "Then I will be relying on Miss Wang. I don't know if Miss Wang has had lunch yet. If Miss Wang had already eaten, then we may begin as soon as possible." Wang Yuhan's eye twitched. This Lin Ming was quite resolute and vigorous. He actually wanted to begin immediately. I've already eaten." "Good." Lin Ming, Wang Yuhan, Wang Xuanji, and the young reception lady all went to the inscription hall. It was lunch break for the guest inscription masters, and not many people were in the hall. But there were still several customers waiting so that when the lunch break ended, they might be the first one to have their problems solved. According to the rules of the Inscription Association, a customer only had to provide their own materials and treasure, clearly state their problem, and then they could return at a later time. But most customers would rather wait here and personally watch as the guest inscription master solved their problem. This was because whether it was a precious materials or a treasure, they were often very valuable, so they worried over the outcome. Many people here had already waited a long time. As they saw the Inscription Association's president, Wang Xuanji, enter the hall, their spirits immediately lifted. Was President Wang planning on personally taking action today? It had to be known that Wang Xuanji rarely personally stepped out these days. If someone could force him to take action, this character had to be at least a duke or a prince, or a cultivator at the peak Hotian stage. When he utilized his inscription technique, with the end product being made by Wang Xuanji's own hands, the effect would usually be far better than a normal inscription master. If Wang Xuanji was willing to personally take up the task, this would be their great fortune. Several people looked at Wang Xuanji with shining eyes, their faces filled with a fervent eagerness. Seeing Wang Xuanji walking towards them, they hurried to welcome him. A martial artist in his 40s had already stepped up and asked, "President Wang, I didn't expect to be able to meet you. Would you be able to take a look at this armor?" The martial artist said as he held up an ancient-looking, plain black war armor. This war armor looked to be made from the highest quality steel. After many years, there were only minor scratches on the surface of the armor, in particular the chest area. There was a half-meter line that ran up the edge of a diamond-shaped pattern. Because of this scratch, the diamond pattern was damaged. This diamond pattern was the signifying mark left behind after placing on an inscription symbol. Because this war armor was damaged, that inscription symbol mark was ruined. If the inscription symbol mark was ruined, then the effects of the original inscription symbol would deteriorate or even become completely invalid. It was possible to damage treasures, especially those treasures that were in the armor class, because they accumulated damage over time in addition to the attacks from a top-level master, then it might even break. This martial artist hoped that the Inscription Association was able to repair this inscription symbol. But to repair an inscription symbol that was already placed on a treasure was a very difficult task. This diamond rune was an inscription symbol named the superhuman strength symbol. It was a very complex inscription symbol. To repair it would not be easy. Even Wang Xuanji felt that this job was very problematic. However, this kind of work was very appropriate for Lin Ming. Because the original inscription symbol had already shattered, even if Lin Ming failed, it couldn't get any worse than it already was. And the armor would not be broken. At most, it would be a loss of materials. If the materials were lost, then the Inscription Association would be able to compensate the exact same materials. But if the treasure was broken, then there was no means to refund the customer with the same armor. Wang Xuanji glanced at Lin Ming with a faint smile. He was sure that Lin Ming would not be able to repair the superhuman strength symbol. This was because Lin Ming's school of inscription technique did not belong that of the Sky Fortune Kingdoms. This superhuman strength symbol was one of the numerous and complex symbols that were produced from Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Techniques. If one did not understand its composition or drawing plan, then it would be impossible to know where to begin. If Lin Ming was a guest inscription master, he would also encounter similar issues down the line. If he couldn't solve something like this, it was better if he quit early. Therefore, even though Wang Xuanji knew the answer, he still sent a true essence sound transmission and asked, "How about it? Does Mr. Lin have a plan?" At this point, Lin Ming had sent his soul force into the suit of war armor and was feeling the internal structure of the inscription symbol. It was very difficult to detect the structure of an inscription symbol with soul force. If one didn't understand the structure of an inscription symbol, it was impossible to know where to begin. Lin Ming slight frowned and eventually came to a conclusion. This diamond-shaped inscription symbol should be some kind of inscription symbol with an effect of increasing the rate at which true essence was gathered. As for its internal structure, Lin Ming didn't know anything about it. After all, there were many differences in the inscription technique system between the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the realm of the gods. Lin Ming's level of inscription technique was fierce, but he was not omnipotent. Since he had never seen this inscription symbol before, it was impossible for him to fix this. However, after pondering it for a moment, he sent a true essence sound transmission to Wang Xuanji. "President, I'll give it a try." Since he had achieved the third stage of body transformation and his control of true essence had become stronger, Lin Ming taught himself how to use true essence to send a sound transmission. Wang Xuanji was surprised. Had Lin Ming seen the superhuman strength symbol before? Even if he had, this superhuman strength symbol was an unusually complex one that was developed through Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Techniques. Even a great inscription master might not be able to draw it. Lin Ming was only 15 years old. How could he be familiar with its method of creation? Lin Ming was indeed excessively talented, but Wang Xuanji still believed that there was no way that Lin Ming would be able to fix this superhuman strength symbol. "This is quite interesting. I'd like to see if Lin Ming is capable of repairing this superhuman strength symbol." Wang Xuanji revealed a smile as he thought this, and then said, "Good. Then give it a try." Lin Ming nodded, and that in the inscription platform. As the middle-aged man saw Lin Ming sit down, he was dumbfounded. Scared, he quickly said, "President Wang, this is..." The man couldn't understand, and he didn't know Li Ming. He only thought of him as an apprentice of the Inscription Association. Did Wang Xuanji really intend on letting such a young apprentice repair his armor? Was this not a joke? Wang Xuanji said, "It's all right, it's only letting him try. If it doesn't work, then I will personally help you with your problem." But the middle-aged man painfully looked at those materials that he had carefully prepared. It really wrenched his heart. In accordance to the rules of the Inscription Association, if the customer came to the Inscription Association requesting a service, they had to supply materials as a reward, and they also had to supply the materials required for the request. If they didn't have the materials ready, then they could be provided by the Inscription Association as long as the customer had other materials that were similar in value. Although he was a martial artist at the peak pulse condensation period, to put out so many precious and rare materials so suddenly really caused his heart to feel like it was being torn in half. These materials cost 7,000 to 8,000 taels of gold. The middle-aged martial artist had used more than a year of time before he was able to collect all of the materials he needed. This armor was a medium-grade human step treasure that was his family heirloom. It was far too precious for him. Otherwise, he would not have put up so much gold and so many materials. Wang Xuanji laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. These materials that you brought, if he fails, then I assure you your armor will still be repaired." That, all right. With Wang Xuanji's guarantee, the middle-aged man decided to let that little kid Lin Ming do as he wanted. He only hoped that what he did wasn't so bad that not even Wang Xuanji could fix it. But just where the hell had this little kid come from, that Wang Xuanji would let him fool around like this? Of Sky Fortune City's inscription apprentices, besides Wang Yuhan and Qin Xingxuan, he hadn't heard of anyone else. With such a complex superhuman strength symbol, what results could he have from just fiddling around with it? The middle-aged martial artist's heart was full of puzzlement. Lin Ming took the armor in his hand and immersed his soul force into the superhuman strength symbol. With the unsurpassed, overbearing soul tactic soul law formula, he was able to condense his soul force into the thinnest string and send it into the inscription symbol, constantly perceiving the structure of the superhuman strength symbol. He carefully wrote down every line and symbol structure that he could sense. At this time, because of the high degree of soul force that he was condensing, Lin Ming's face was filled with unprecedented focus. When he had been in the kitchen of the Great Clarity Pavilion, he also had this expression. Regardless of whether it was the vulgar and barbaric strength that he needed for deadening, or the delicate soul force control he needed to create the countless fine and complex lines and runes of inscription symbols, their essence was all the same in Lin Ming's hands. One kind was used to ascertain the skeletal structure and tendons of a beast, and the other was used to draw the foundation symbols and foundation lines of inscription symbols. What he was doing was using these principles he had learned to crack open the complex nature of symbol structure. Wang Yuhan stood behind Lin Ming, quietly gazing at his profile. She could clearly feel Lin Ming's focused and sharp eyes. This look, whether intentional or not, revealed his intense spirit and dedication. It caused this youth to have an imposing aura that didn't seem to match his young age. Wang Yuhan couldn't help but acknowledge that this sort of aura was very fascinating and swoonsome. Some puppy love girls would be easily attracted to this aura, and they would sink into it. Could he really repair this superhuman strength symbol? Wang Yuhan couldn't believe that. Even though Lin Ming had created a number of miracles over and over again, this one was just far too difficult and bordered on the impossible. Lin Ming was not from the school of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription techniques, and he was only 15 years old. At such a young age, it was just unthinkable that he could have achieved the pinnacle of two different schools of inscription techniques. Lin Ming kept studying the inscription symbol for a quarter of an hour of time. During this quarter hour, he had not budged a single inch. The middle-aged man seemed to become increasingly impatient. At this moment, Lin Ming opened his mouth and suddenly said, "President Wang, I want to ask you, if you were to repair this inscription symbol, how much of its effects could you restore?" Wang Xuanji hesitated, then smiled and stroked his beard. This kid, did he want to compare with him? Wang Xuanji said, "If this old man repairs the superhuman strength symbol, I can probably restore at least 80% of its original effects. The superhuman strength symbol is a kind of supplementary inscription symbol. Once it is engraved on the armor, although it cannot directly increase the defensive power, it can increase the user's true essence gathering speed. The effect of this superhuman strength symbol was probably originally around 36 to 37%. If I repair it, the final effect should probably be around 30 to 31%. The effectiveness of a repaired inscription symbol could not match its effect when it had first been drawn. Even if it was Wang Xuanji who personally repaired it, the truth of this would not chance. Oh, I understand. Then no matter what means I use, as long as the final rate of the armor's true essence gathering speed increases by at least 30%, then I have succeeded. Oh, this kid sure had enough self-confidence. Wang Xuanji watched Lin Ming with great interest. He dared say that to have the final effect be at least 30%, there weren't many who could accomplish this in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even several of the surrounding countries. What was this kid planning on doing? He laughed and said, "If the guest inscription master could restore 28%, then that would be good. If you can restore the effect to at least 28%, then you would be considered qualified." Lin Ming nodded. He touched a ring on his ring finger, and the following scene left everyone shocked and dumbfounded. They saw Lin Ming leisurely pull out a long spear from the spatial ring. The spear shaft was 8 feet, the spearhead 8 inches, and the body of the spear shaft was a dark purple color, while the edge of the spear tip was dark red like blood. This spear was the penetrating rainbow. By now, even Wang Xuanji and Wang Yuhan were confused. He was repairing an inscription symbol. Just what would a spear do? "Young man, what are you doing?" The middle-aged martial artist looked on with fear and apprehension. Heavens! Drawing out such a long spear, and it looked like the spear was forged from dark purple elastic iron. Although it wasn't a treasure, it was certainly very sharp. He could only hope that this young fellow wasn't planning on using that sharp spear to poke his armor. Lin Ming looked at the middle-aged martial artist and said, "I will destroy the superhuman strength symbol and draw a new one." Destroy. The middle-aged martial artist could hardly believe his ears. If it wasn't for the presence of Wang Xuanji, he would have beaten the little shit until his mom didn't recognize him. "You're insane." Once an inscription symbol was placed on a treasure, it was very difficult to destroy. This was because the inscription symbol structure was imprinted deep within the treasure. As for the symbol mark, this was only manifested on the surface. For instance, for this superhuman strength symbol's diamond mark design, it was only a brand that symbolized who the inscription master was, and was merely a decorative effect. Lin Ming's flame design was the same. It was only an image that was drawn depending on the personality of the inscription master. If this decorative brand was ruined, it still would not destroy the complex internal structure of the inscription symbol deeply buried in the treasure. If someone really wanted to destroy this inscription symbol, they would normally need to have an alchemist or refiner who was familiar with controlling flames to burn it away. This had a high cost, and it also took a long time because the fire had to burn through the cobweb-like structure of the inscription symbol. To do this would not only destroy the inscription symbol, but would also lightly damage the treasure. But the most critical point was that it would affect future effects of inscription symbols that were placed on it. That was why in most situations, if the inscription symbol brand was damaged, one could only repair it. In truth, repairing was much more difficult than starting anew, but it was far better than destroying the inscription symbol. Lin Ming simply didn't understand the structure of the superhuman strength symbol, or know its plan, so naturally he couldn't repair it. The approach he adopted was to destroy the superhuman strength symbol, and then draw a new one on. Lin Ming didn't know how to control fire. Therefore, in order to destroy the inscription symbol, he could only take out the penetrating rainbow spear. "Boy, if you keep speaking such nonsense, then don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged man was ultimately a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, and he was also an aristocrat. He had a certain status within Sky Fortune City. Although he was respectful to Wang Xuanji, to a baby boy of unknown origin like Lin Ming, he certainly could be rude. At this moment, Wang Xuanji let out a light cough. This light cough was like a thunderclap to the middle-aged martial artist's ears. The middle-aged martial artist shook, and then he immediately calmed down. Wang Xuanji said, "Your treasure is ranked as a medium-grade human step 1. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist would take time to destroy it, so why are you so nervous?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm sorry, it's just that this armor is my family's heirloom, so I am a bit anxious." Wang Xuanji was a martial artist whose cultivation was at the early Hotian stage. In terms of achievements in inscription, he was second to none. In front of someone like Wang Xuanji, the middle-aged man did not dare act rashly again. Wang Xuanji looked to Lin Ming as he waited for an explanation. Lin Ming was also an inscription master. How could he now know the taboo of destroying an inscription symbol? Lin Ming said, "President Wang, I dare to do so because I have a degree of certainty. Although I cannot guarantee that the treasure will not be damaged, but the damage won't be too great. Also, I have a means to repair it. The damage won't be too great? To use such a heavy long spear and brute force to destroy an inscription symbol that had already merged into one organic whole with the armor. And he could still say, the damage won't be too great?" Wang Xuanji frowned and remained silent. If Lin Ming destroyed the inscription symbol in the armor, then not even he would be able to repair it anymore. Lin Ming said, "With my cultivation, to destroy the inscription symbol in the armor won't take a short time. If President Wang feels that something is wrong at any time, then you can feel free to stop me." Wang Xuanji nodded. He could. Even if there was no true essence concentrated in it, this medium-grade human step armor was still incomparably hard. To destroy the inscription symbol would take a period of time. The middle-aged man also resigned himself to his fate. He decided that once he discovered something was amiss, he would immediately take the armor. At worst, the armor would simply not be repaired. Lin Ming placed the armor on the inscription platform, and then stood 10 feet back. He gripped the spear in his hand and held it out. Everyone present watched Lin Ming, wanting to see exactly what it was that he would do next. Lin Ming placed the armor on the inscription platform, and then stepped 10 feet back. He gripped the spear in his hand and held it out. Everyone present watched Lin Ming, wanting to see exactly what it was he would do next. To destroy the inner structure of an inscription symbol by brute force, it was best to use an engraving knife. This was because the structure of the inscription symbol was like a spider web. Lin Ming had taken out such a large spear. How would that possibly be convenient? At that moment, Lin Ming pointed his spear, flicked his wrist, aimed at the inscription symbol and fiercely thrust it out. The piercing, howling sound of the spearhead was heard throughout the room. Not only that, but the spear thrust also contained an indomitable momentum. It continued forth like a galloping horse, followed by a surge of unrelenting, Buddha-murdering rage and a violent killing anger. This spear could easily pierce through a steel plate. The middle-aged man's eyes jumped. He subconsciously wanted to say stop, but at this moment, Lin Ming instantly withdrew the spear. That terrifying momentum was also restrained at that moment. The spear point was just above the armor, but it hadn't actually pierced it. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He stared with wide eyes at Lin Ming's spear point, startled. What kind of abnormal control of strength was this? To thrust a spear forward with momentum like a herd of horses, and yet still be able to instantly restrain it so that the momentum did not overflow, yet the spear point still stopped at the exact right location. It had to be said that this was a heavy long spear made from dark purple elastic iron. Its weight should be no less than 800 genes. Just who was the young boy? With such strength at this age, this definitely wasn't a nobody. But though this youth had astonishing spear skills, just what was he planning on doing? A spear thrust and the spear point suddenly stopping, but this spear didn't actually damage the inscription symbol in the armor. How was this related to inscription technique? Did this young boy actually just want to show off his impressive spear skills? Let alone the middle-aged man, even Wang Xuanji did not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's spear. He could only marvel at Lin Ming's spear skills. But because he also knew Lin Ming's identity, he didn't find this too surprising. At this moment, Lin Ming thrust out his spear a second time. It was the exact same as a moment ago. The spear would stab out with nigh unstoppable momentum, and then just as it was about to contact the armor, it would suddenly stop. Next, Lin Ming began to repeatedly and quickly thrust out his spear. The spear thrusts were becoming increasingly fast and the momentum grew with each stab. Gradually, this momentum rolled into a strong heavenly wind, but Lin Ming's spear point was still like a delicate falling raindrop. This was another spear skill of the foundation spear technique, flowers in the storm. The middle-aged man was becoming increasingly alarmed with each growing second. This young man only looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, and yet he already had such strength at such a young age. The only one he could think of with such strength who also used a spear would be that dazzling youth of the 7 profound martial house that had recently become the rising star of Sky Fortune City. Shouldn't be. Lin Ming already had such abnormal, heaven-defying strength. If he also had such insights into inscription technique, then it would be too preposterous. He would simply be the reincarnation of some demon king. What was this young man doing? Lin Ming had already continuously thrust out his spear for several dozen breaths of time. The number of times his spear thrusted out should have been several hundred by now. With such high-speed spear moves, and the over 800 gene penetrating rainbow, it was quite a heavy load on the muscles. If not for his solid foundation and freakish strength, as well as the fact that true essence had already thoroughly tempered his body, then he would have already damaged his muscles. Slowly, Wang Xuanji discovered the profound and mysterious principles that were implicit within Lin Ming's every thrust. He used his soul force to probe the armor, and to his disbelieving amazement, discovered that true essence infiltrated into the armor with each stab. And what made Wang Xuanji most surprised was that when he had used his soul force to track that infiltrating true essence, He found that the foreign true essence flowed along the structure of the inscription symbol, and with a strange and unfathomable power, began to actually disintegrate these structures. How was he doing this? Wang Xuanji drew a deep breath. He was too shocked to speak a single word. With each attack, the true essence turned into fine silk threads that flowed within the structure. To him, this was already unimaginable. But then those fine silk threads actually disintegrated the inscription symbol structures with an inscrutable and enigmatic power. How could such slender streams of true essence have such a mystifying might? Lin Ming was, of course, using the chaotic virtues combat meridians flow like silk technique. Not only did chaotic virtues combat meridians focus on overwhelming strength, but it focused even more on controlling strength. Strength training's flow like silk was a method of controlling strength. The so-called strength referred to the strength of the human body. This also included the force of true essence. After reaching the small success of flow like silk, this silk-like true essence would be at one's command. But this silk-like true essence didn't really have much of an effect. Because the tiny true essence threads didn't have much offensive power, in order to give it striking power, there was only one way. That was a vibration. Wang Xuanji discovered that this strange strength which was disintegrating the inscription symbol structures was exactly this true essence vibration. This vibration was able to ignore defense and be transmitted internally into any object. The true essence would turn into countless filaments, and each filament would vibrate as it passed through an object. As this vibration acted on every little structure, these tiny threads would create a truly terrifying amount of destruction. This was why when Lin Ming had thrusted out his spear at a stone column on the martial stage, that column had been instantly pulverized into an immeasurable number of small stones. This was because Lin Ming's cultivation of flow like silk was not thorough. The true essence silk threads were too few, and the frequency at which they vibrated was too low. If he managed to achieve the perfect stage of flow like silk, then the filaments of true essence threads would number in the trillions, and once these countless threads entered into the particles and molecules of an object, the frequency of vibrations would rise to a new, alarming level. In that situation, if the spear thrust touched the stone column, then that stone column would simply turn into fine dust that would scatter into the wind. Of course, Lin Ming was still very far from such a distant realm. If he actually managed to ever reach such a dreamlike boundary, then he would be able to eliminate every trace of the inscription symbol within the treasure without damaging the treasure at all. Rather than as it was now. With so many spear thrusts, the treasure must have sustained some damage. Wang Yuhan also realized that Wang Xuanji's face was colored in shock. She could not help but use a true essence sound transmission to ask, "Grandfather, what is Lin Ming doing?" Wang Xuanji sighed a lonely breath and said, "Use your soul force to feel the inscription symbol structure of that armor, and then you'll know what he is doing." Wang Yuhan wondered what sort of discovery she would make by probing the armor with her soul force. She sent out her soul force and penetrated into the armor. Although Wang Yuhan's soul force was relatively weak, she had a vague feeling of what was occurring inside the armor. Surprised, she covered her mouth. "Grandfather, how is this possible?" Wang Xuanji shook his head and could only said with a rueful smile, "This is also the first time that I am seeing this technique. I could only guess that this effect is from a special kind of true essence manipulation method. This manipulation method is able to turn true essence into countless tiny threads, and each thread in turns is controlled to vibrate against the inscription symbol structure and disintegrate it. This is extremely demanding of one's control of true essence. I cannot begin to imagine how this is done." Wang Yuhan no longer inquired further. She only diligently closed her eyes and felt the energy changes within that treasure. This time when she looked, those filaments of true essence were like the intelligent gossamer threads of spider silk that broke apart the inscription symbol structures. She could only feel a convoluted, esoteric feeling. It was like a large door had been placed in front of her that contained all the myriad of infinite mysteries of the world. However, no matter how hard she tried to look, she could not see clearly. To have the feeling of all the mysteries between heaven and earth at her fingertips, but still be unable to touch them. This caused Wang Yuhan to be excited, but also unbearably anxious. After a little less than half an incense stick of time had passed, Lin Ming had already let out 600 or 700 spear thrusts in a single breath. Although he had amazing physical strength, and he also had the true primal chaos formula supplementing his true essence, there was still a light sheen of perspiration on his forehead. At this time, Lin Ming finally stopped. Withdrew his spear, turned his right hand, and the penetrating rainbow disappeared back into the spatial ring. As for the treasure armor, besides some superficial white marks on the surface, there weren't any other damages. He had finally finished. Although flow like silk was incomparably exquisite, the structure of the inscription symbol and the armor had already blended together as one. Lin Ming had inevitably damaged part of the internal structure of the armor. This part was the true essence array that the refining master had placed within the treasure at its creation. This kind of damage would not lessen the defensive capabilities of the armor, however, in the future, if a martial artist concentrated their true essence in the armor, there would be some hindrance. But even so, it was enough for Wang Xuanji to be surprised. If it were an alchemy master who was familiar with controlling fire that had done this, it would still be impossible for them to achieve such an effect. After eliminating the old inscription symbol, Lin Ming didn't immediately start on drawing a new one. Instead, he sat in meditation and revolved the true primal chaos formula, restoring his true essence to its optimum condition. The true primal chaos formula had a very formidable effect in supplementing true essence. As soon as an incense stick of time had burned, Lin Ming had already made a complete recovery. He took out a piece of paper and began to write a list of materials that were readily available. Recently, Lin Ming had been in constant contact with Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique network, and as such was already very familiar with the names of various materials. It was a different situation from when he had confused the materials from the Sky Spill continent and those from the realm of the gods. After he was done writing up the list, he handed it to the young reception lady of the Inscription Association and said, "If I could trouble you to prepare the materials from this list." "Oh, of course," the young reception lady responded as she received the list. At this moment, Wang Yuhan hurriedly said, "I'll go together with you." She was now Lin Ming's assistant. Getting materials ready was one of an assistant's key jobs. The Inscription Association was home to the largest and richest reserve of materials in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if Lin Ming had listed a few difficult-to-find materials, they would still be very easy to prepare. The inscription symbol that Lin Ming planned to create today was a simplified version of the Ice Frost Guard. This type of inscription symbol was used specifically for armor. Not only could it increase the true essence gathering speed of martial artists, but it could also provide a slight boost in strengthening the defense. If this was the original version of the Ice Frost Guard, then one could also use the inscription technique, Ring of Frozen Ice. This technique would activate during an attack, and would send out a freezing circular wave of true essence, which would affect an opponent's movement speed by drastically reducing it. However, the original Ice Frost Guard required a number of materials that were very rare and precious. There were several materials that not even the Inscription Association would necessarily be able to find. Not only that, but today was Lin Ming's first attempt at drawing the Ice Frost Guard. If he tried to draw up the far more complex original version, then he would have a greater risk of failure. Hence, he decided to draw up a simplified version. With Lin Ming's current cultivation and level of technique, the simplified version of the Ice Frost Guard was relatively easy. 15 grams of star rock ground into powder, and mix that into half a cup of third-level vicious beast blood. Mix well. Take juice extract from crushed black bone grass and add that into 3 times the amount of cold spring water. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed out the materials he needed and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. Lin Ming sent Wang Yuhan a true essence sound transmission and rapidly listed the materials he required and how he needed them processed. Many of these material preparation instructions were exceedingly complex and detailed. However, Wang Yuhan had a deep history of inscription technique learnings, and her memory was quite keen. Lin Ming spoke what would seem like an endless string of unintelligible garble, but Wang Yuhan only nodded and said, Understood. Before proceeding to prepare the complex materials, Wang Yuhan was very skillful at processing the various materials. Each time a material passed through her hands, it was like a magician that was working his magic with smoke and fire. The materials changed to a glossy color, and this tedious procedure, under Wang Yuhan's dexterous and pale fingers, was filled with a beautiful aesthetic sense like passing clouds and flowing water. In terms of processing materials, Lin Ming felt that Wang Yuhan's skill at this task was above his. The majority of inscription apprentices' first contact with inscription techniques was with handling and processing materials, but Lin Ming had actually skipped this step and gone straight to the top. Assisted by Wang Yuhan, Lin Ming's inscription symbol plan proceeded much more smoothly. Lin Ming began to revolve the overbearing soul tactic, and with a turn of his hand, a drop of chilly deep blue liquid rose into the air. Lin Ming began to wave his fingers, and the drop turned into a series of strikingly brilliant rainbow lights. As the first foundation line was drawn, Lin Ming waved his hand again, and a second drop of liquid floated up. The stunning rainbow light shined once more, but this time, a faint afterglow from the first foundation line was left behind in the eyes of those watching. Wonderfully stunning runes appeared in the air one after another, as they constantly superimposed on each other. In the times that the runes flowed into the air and mixed, Lin Ming rarely failed. Wang Yuhan had already finished processing all the materials, so she was standing on the sidelines staring with her large and beautiful eyes, unblinking as she stared at Lin Ming's every move, lest she miss even a single detail. But to Wang Yuhan, it was impossible to learn a foreign inscription creation method by only watching. Inscription techniques involved a very fine and complex control of soul force, and not only that, but if there was even a single slight error in the foundation symbols or lines, then it would cause a massive change in its effects. These details were things that could not be seen with one's own eyes. Wang Yuhan naturally understood these things, but she still hoped that through watching, she would be able to obtain some inspirations. Of her grandfather Wang Xuanji's skills, she had already learned everything that there was to learn. The only things that he couldn't teach her were due to her low martial arts cultivation. However, Lin Ming's inscription technique was different. It was from a completely different school of thought from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Beyond that, it was a much more mysterious and profound technique. While she did not dare to dream that Lin Ming would teach her these mystical inscription technique methods, it was still a rare opportunity to look in from the sidelines. As time passed bit by bit, Wang Yuhan became increasingly startled. Lin Ming did not even pause for a second in his drawing process. It was as if each movement was born out of his most basic instincts, and each movement was fluid at his fingertips and without any hint of hesitation. These actions may have seemed simple, but Wang Yuhan was an expert who had been exposed to inscription techniques since birth, and she could tell that in these random drawings of Lin Ming, there were 7 or 8 changes in the intensity of soul force. These rapid changes were so fast that unless one went through a long and grueling period of practice, it was simply not possible for them to be imprinted in the body's reflexive memory like this. As a quarter hour passed, there were already several dozen runes that were floating in midair, and became an increasingly complex inscription symbol as they layered upon each other. Generally, only a senior inscription master or even a truly accomplished elder of inscription technique would be able to draw this. A beginning inscription master simply didn't have the true essence reserves to support such a demanding process. But Wang Yuhan wasn't too surprised about this. Lin Ming's strength had already touched upon the realm of a martial artist at the large success of bone forging stage. In consideration of that, to have such a thick and pure true essence was nothing unusual. After another quarter hour passed, there were more than 70 symbols that had accumulated in front of Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming finally withdrew his hands, and all the glittering airborne symbols began to coalesce and converge upon each other like rays of shining light that were drawing together. For a brief moment, the inscription hall seemed as if it was filled with a number of wondrous stars, and eventually, they all blended together into a single symbol. Lin Ming added a single stroke, and the inscription symbol turned into a flame-shaped pattern, and gently fell like a feather onto the armor. With a chi-chi sound as the symbol touched down, a flame mark appeared on the armor. At this moment, something amazing occurred. There was a slight jitter as if the armor were shivering. And then with the flame mark as the center, blue-colored waves began to proliferate and ripple outwards. The plain black war armor gradually began to change to an ice blue color. Wang Xuanji's eyes widened. Could an inscription symbol actually change the color of a treasure? In his lifetime, Wang Xuanji had read an immense number of ancient texts. He knew that in these texts, there were certain inscription symbols that because they had a rich, strong power and affinity towards one of the 5 elements, once that inscription symbol was placed on a treasure, it could change its color. For instance, a fire attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be burning red. An ice attribute inscription could cause a treasure to be icy blue. And a metal affinity inscription could cause a treasure to glitter. However, this was only records that were in the ancient texts, because Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique was limited. Although there were some inscription symbols that contained a hint of elemental power, such as the water parting symbol or the gold bell symbol, Wang Xuanji had never heard of an inscription symbol that could change the color of a treasure. Today would be his first time witnessing such a miracle. The middle-aged martial artist only saw that his armor had turned a frosty blue. He didn't know the reason why or what it meant. At this time, Wang Xuanji excitedly stepped forward and took the armor in his hands. He let his true essence flow into the armor to feel the effect of the instruction symbol. With this test, Wang Xuanji took a deep, disbelieving breath. The true essence gathering effect was increased by 30%. On a normal treasure, a 30% increase wasn't too impressive. However, this treasure had been slightly damaged. If the treasure was wholly complete, then the increased effect range would have been at least 36%. Even if Wang Xuanji had personally drawn up an inscription symbol himself and placed it on an untarnished treasure, the best he could manage would be 42%. 36% to 42% was only missing 6%. This Lin Ming was only 15 years old. But in terms of inscription accomplishments, in comparison to himself who had been steeped within the art of inscription for nearly 100 years, was there only such a small disparity between them? This caused Wang Xuanji to feel a deep sense of frustration. And not only that, but this inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn had also spontaneously created an icy layer of cold, protective film around the armor that was able to increase its defensive capabilities. Although the increase was not too high, it was still extremely rare for an inscription symbol to produce 2 different results together. In Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Techniques, there were no more than 30 different kinds of inscription symbols that could accomplish this, and the value of each was more than 3,000 gold taels. He was a monstrous genius of inscription, while simultaneously having been able to comprehend a martial intent. His perception of the Tao of martial arts could only be called heaven-defying. There were simply too many dazzling halos that were concentrated on his single body, that even the gods would be jealous. Wang Xuanji tossed the armor to the middle-aged martial artist and said, "Give it a look." The middle-aged martial artist poured his true essence into the armor, and a moment later, a pleasantly surprised expression crossed his face. As the owner of the armor, he was naturally familiar with the condition of his armor. "Satisfied?" Wang Xuanji casually asked. "Satisfied? Satisfied?" The middle-aged martial artist quickly nodded. He looked at Lin Ming, and this time there was a touch of respect in his gaze. The middle-aged martial artist was not an inscription master, and didn't have much of an understanding about inscription techniques, so he only knew that this young boy was amazing. But amazing to what extent, he didn't have a clear idea. "This is President Wang's apprentice? A famous teacher has a truly outstanding disciple. Terrific. Extraordinary. My apprentice?" Wang Xuanji said with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm not able to teach such a fierce apprentice. President Wang is too modest. However, this little friend is truly the most talented young inscription master that I've ever seen." The middle-aged man said a few words of flattery. After all, he could tell that Lin Ming was an inscription master with an overabundance of talent. Flattering him would only benefit him in the future. However, at this point, Wang Xuanji said in a tepid tone, "If you have nothing else, then you may go." The incoming words of flattery that the middle-aged man was about to say caught in his throat. He embarrassedly smiled and said, Then I will not disturb you. I will come back another day to give thanks." The middle-aged man apologetically smiled and then left. At this moment, Wang Xuanji was not in a very good mood. He had painstakingly invested all of his efforts and care into Wang Yuhan, in the hopes that he could raise Wang Yuhan into the most preeminent inscription master that the Sky Fortune Kingdom had ever seen. However, he did not know where the hell this little boy Lin Ming had come from. Seeing him in action simply caused Wang Xuanji to feel a great sense of defeat. Let alone Wang Yuhan, in a couple of years, even he might be surpassed by this abnormally devilish boy. He had spent the greater part of his life studying inscription techniques, but was he really so inferior in talent? Wang Xuanji's heart inevitably produced such a thought. Lin Ming did not know what sort of thoughts Wang Xuanji was contemplating. He took a short rest and then prepared to solve the second problem. The second client was an aristocratic family's young son, around 20 or 30 years old. He already bore witness to Lin Ming weave his wonderful inscription technique, so after seeing Lin Ming call him, he hurried over and talked about his problem as he laid out a pile of materials. Seeing this pile of materials, Lin Ming was quite happy. These were all rare and precious materials. His choice of becoming a guest inscription master was right. With so many rare and precious materials at his disposal to practice, his inscription technique would be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Before long, he would be able to draw up the body inscription symbol. For the entire afternoon, Lin Ming solved a number of different problems. In order to avoid interfering factors, Lin Ming was given a separate room at the Inscription Association. After he obtained the materials, the door would shut, and only Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan would be inside. Wang Yuhan was responsible for preparing and processing the materials, and Lin Ming would then begin to draw up the inscription symbol. Drawing inscription symbols was very consuming of one's soul force and true essence. A low-level or intermediate inscription master would usually be completely exhausted after drawing just one inscription symbol. A high-level inscription master or an elder inscription master would usually be able to draw up 2 to 3, or sometimes even 3 to 4. But Lin Ming, in this one afternoon of time, had continuously drawn up 5 different inscription symbols. And now, he was even planning on creating his 6th. This gave the already apprehensive Wang Yuhan even more worries. She was only responsible for handling materials, and that was taxing enough on her true essence reserves. It left her feeling weak. But this Lin Ming fellow was just a tireless machine. In fact, after each inscription symbol drawing was completed, Lin Ming did have a very high rate of consumption. After every one, he would begin to revolve the overbearing soul tactic to nourish his lost soul force, and he would also revolve the true primal chaos formula to supplement his true essence.